In a world where survival means standing in line just to prove you're human, Happiness City promises safety, food, and respect. But behind its 30-meter walls lies a brutal truth. Meet Cheng Ye, a modern guy who jokingly wished for a stable government job, only to wake up in a wasteland as a rookie inspector. His iron rice bowl career now means screening desperate survivors, facing horrifying infections, and carrying the weight of his dead father's legacy. On his very first day, he unmasks a traveler who isn't human at all, tentacles bursting from his throat before being blown apart by a sniper's bullet. The Wasteland doesn't forgive mistakes, and Cheng Ye has only months to toughen up before his first deadly mission outside the walls. But he isn't entirely alone. His father's pendant awakens into a mysterious system, the Civilization Collector, a power that can search people for their knowledge, items, or even skills. It's weak now, but it might be his only chance to survive the storms, infected horrors, and political rivalries that plague Happiness City. From fake smiles at the checkpoint to gunfire training under his father's old comrade, Cheng Ye realizes one thing. The Wasteland doesn't reward brains or bravery alone, only those who adapt. And tonight, as the Collector finally activates, the Real story begins.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The summer sun blazed mercilessly, baking the asphalt until it cracked into scales. From those cracks, thick vines coiled upward, turning the road into a battlefield of green and black. A lone man pushed forward, knife in hand, hacking at the stubborn growth as he followed the fading signs toward salvation. Happiness City, your premier wasteland refuge. Happiness City, the hope of a new human era. Happiness City, endless food and energy. Happiness City, where everyone is respected. The closer he came, the more overwhelming the slogans became, scrawled on broken walls, carved into old shop signs, nailed onto tilting poles. Like a chant worming its way into his mind, the words lent him strength, pushing his exhausted body to move faster. Then, at last, sunlight poured across him, and the ruins behind were drowned in shadow. What lay before him stole his breath, the legendary Happiness Wall. 30 meters tall and stretching for kilometers, it encircled a vast city like an iron giant. Radio broadcasts had praised it endlessly, but reality surpassed every word. Within that irregular ellipse of stone and steel, 1 million survivors could easily live. Yet entry was no simple matter. Ahead stood the isolation buffer zone, 5 kilometers of decayed streets and checkpoints, split into zones for screening, observation, and registration. Survivors were herded into conveyor cages, rolled forward like livestock, and subjected to tests that decided their fate. A voice boomed from the guard towers. You have entered the Happiness City alert zone. Follow the yellow line for quarantine inspection. Unauthorized intruders will be shot on sight. The man swallowed nervously, tightening the straps of his pack before joining the silent crowd. Machine guns watched them from above as the towers barked orders. When it came time to choose an inspector, he smirked and picked window 8. The officer there looked the youngest, easy prey, or so he thought. Name, Edmund Rack. Origin, Sark Federal City. The officer studied his map, skeptical. That's nearly 3,000 kilometers away. How did you reach here? Edmund recited his journey with practiced ease. Trains, cars, a boat, then days of walking. The officer nodded, then asked him to test his temperature. Edmund lifted the device. 47.02. This has to be broken, sir. No one's body runs that hot. The officer only frowned, then pressed on with questions. Where had he crossed water? What date? Edmund answered smoothly, even citing the founding celebration of Happiness City. But the next question froze his smile. Do you remember the disaster report after the broadcast? Edmund's pupil shrank. I don't recall. Of course you don't. The officer slid photos across the desk. Images of a river turned monster, overflowing with floodwater. On June 14th, the Linjiang tributary flooded. Every drifter on that route was found dead beneath a bridge. And you claim you sailed it a day later. Edmund's face warped in horror. His jaw unhinged, gray-purple tentacles bursting from his throat. Before the first could lash out, a red dot bloomed on his forehead. Boom! The bullet shredded through his skull, scattering flesh and tentacles across the cage. Half his face was gone, yet the other half twisted into a sick grin. His last words rasped through the ruin of his throat. Fake. Happiness is fake. The towers confirmed. Codename, Deathwhisper Tentacle. Infection Stage 2. Neutralized by trainee Inspector Cheng Ye. Suppressing bile, Cheng Ye glanced around. The survivors didn't even flinch. The other inspectors hadn't looked up once. Only he, the outsider who had crossed into this world 2 months ago, still struggled to keep his composure. And that was the price of holding the line at Happiness City. I wish for a safe, steady job, but I never said it had to be in a wasteland. That was the bitter thought running through Cheng Ye's mind. At 26, during a drunken grad school reunion, he'd half-jokingly wished for a stable, high-paying iron rice bowl job. The next morning, he woke not in his apartment, but inside the walls of a sanctuary city known as Happiness City, a fortress in the middle of the wasteland. His new identity wasn't random. The body he'd transmigrated into had a father who once served as an inspector. That man had died on duty, leaving behind a son too weak to inherit the role. The boy cracked under pressure, swallowed pills, and ended his life. And so Cheng Ye, modern soul, new body, became the third-generation inspector in the family line. It wasn't the worst fate. Inspectors were considered iron rice bowl workers. During their 3-month probation, they rarely went outside the city, and survival odds were decent. Still, in half a month, Cheng Ye would face his first external mission. The thought alone made his stomach churn. He tried to steady himself, staring at Edmund's mangled corpse, the twitching tentacles finally still. Forcing his nausea down, he touched the star-shaped pendant at his chest. The world shimmered. A blue interface appeared. Civilization Collector. Activation progress. 97.4%. This pendant was his only cheat, a relic left by his father. The previous host had never unlocked it, but Cheng Ye had discovered its secret by accident when it absorbed electricity. 2 more days, just 2 more days until it fully activates. Please let it be something useful. Because out here, the infected weren't like movie zombies. They weren't dumb, slow, or predictable. Even the weakest strain could wear human skin, walk, talk, and smile, until the infection inside reached critical mass and erupted. Stronger variants, like the dreaded Dandelion, could kill whole districts with one dying breath. Compared to monsters like that, a civilization collector sounded pathetically ordinary. But it was all he had. His thoughts were interrupted by the cleanup crew. For bare-chested men, no armor, no masks, just a shovel, a body bag, and an isolation box. They laughed as they hacked apart Edmund's corpse, stuffing twitching tentacles into the container with their bare hands. Their leader flashed a grin. Inspector Cheng, your contribution points will be credited once the infection stage is confirmed. Thanks. Drinks are on me, Cheng Ye replied, flicking them a couple of coin-sized tokens. Generous as always. Flynn, the leader, pocketed them cheerfully. Blood still dripped down his chest, and he didn't even notice. Cheng Ye twitched at the sight. This wasteland really does breed monsters, human or otherwise. The rest of the shift passed quietly. Survivors avoided conveyor number 8, wary after Edmund's exposure. With no new arrivals, Cheng Ye closed his station early. For all its danger, being an inspector had perks. Leaving work early, taking bribes, even slacking off, it was still an iron rice bowl job. Today, he'd even earned praise from the checkpoint chief, Ding Yishan, for his composure. But not everyone was impressed. Deputy Chief Harlan sneered at his combat skills. He's timid, barely above useless. Even with training, I doubt he'll last his first mission. Ding countered sharply. Then train him harder. 100 rounds of free ammo every day until he improves. Bill it to public expense. Harlan agreed outwardly, but behind his mask, disdain flickered in his eyes. In the factional politics of Happiness City, Cheng Ye was nothing but a pawn, propped up to fill the void left by his father's death. Later, stepping through the buffer zone, Cheng Ye passed crumbling apartments, crowded markets, and makeshift shelters. Unlike the neon-lit inner city, this district clung stubbornly to the past, ugly, cramped, and alive with the stench of survival. Finally, he reached his home, the Sunrise Electronics factory workers' compound. By Wasteland standards, it was luxury housing. 12 square meters of personal space, enough to stretch, enough to breathe. At the gate stood 3 shops: Uncle Dong's general store, the infamous Big Meat Canteen, and the resource exchange station. Uncle Dong, 2 packs of nutrient paste, and 1 malt candy. Cheng Ye greeted casually as he entered. Also, my defense comm's out of juice. Mind if I charge it here? Go ahead. Flood season makes power free, Uncle Dong replied. Cheng Ye slipped his phone into the socket, and beneath it, secretly slid in his pendant. For weeks, he'd been stealing electricity like this, little by little. The collector needed 2,000 kilowatt-hours to awaken. Only 50 remained. By tomorrow, it would finally activate. When Uncle Dong handed over the goods, he waved away the discount. 3 coins. No more. Cheng Ye smiled faintly, sipping the blood-red paste. His father had left him thousands of happiness coins, more than enough to survive comfortably. Plus, inspectors earned 500 coins a month. For a single man, it was more than enough. At least in that sense, the iron rice bowl had delivered. This nutrient paste has no real nutrition, just tricks your stomach. If you keep drinking it every day, you'll end up with some deficiency disease. Taking the 5 coins, Uncle Dong shook his head, pulled out a small stool, and sat across from Cheng Ye. Your dad left you a decent inheritance, and now you're an inspector. Why be so hard on yourself? The Big Meat Canteen next door smells so good, doesn't it? Big Meat Canteen? Cheng Ye shuddered, his mind flashing with unpleasant memories. When he first transmigrated, the name had lured him in, but one glance at the menu sent him bolting out without a second's hesitation. Big Meat was the affectionate nickname Happiness City residents gave to cockroaches. A plate full of them, sandwiched in malt candy, supposedly crispy and bursting with juice when bitten. But Cheng Ye decided that unless his life was at stake, he'd eat as little of it as possible, or none at all. For protein, nutrient paste had plant-based protein. It wasn't as efficient, but it was a viable substitute. I can't stomach it. This is better. Fair enough. You grew up in the inner city, where even the worst stuff is synthetic meat. Uncle Dong's wrinkled eyes crinkled, watching Cheng Ye chew the malt candy with loud crunches, a touch of nostalgia in his expression. When you first came out here, you were suicidal. Who'd have thought you'd adapt so fast? In just 2 months, you're already showing some of your dad's spirit. It's the environment forcing me to adapt. No choice. My dad pushed himself the same way back then. Cheng Ye shrugged, feigning nonchalance. Since arriving in this world and getting familiar with it, he never forgot to keep up appearances, never showing weakness, even to those close to him. In this cutthroat wasteland, who knew if the person next to you might turn on you in the next moment? The two chatted idly. As the sun dipped lower, the last sliver of sunset swallowed by the horizon, the defense comm buzzed. Lu bye. Meet at the usual spot. Got a surprise. Big B's calling me, Uncle Dong. I'm off. Take care. Slipping the pendant back around his neck, Cheng Ye hurried out, crossing 2 blocks to the main road and hopping on the buffer zone's only bus. The route connected the east and west ends, spanning the entire buffer zone. Being an electric bus, it ran free during the flood season, so it saw plenty of passengers. Cheng Ye boarded at the electronics factory workers' compound stop and got off at the training ground stop. Stepping off, he landed steadily. The air carried the thick smell of gunpowder, and the vegetable greenhouse-shaped training ground was already lit up. Not far from the bus stop, a scruffy bearded man in a tactical vest, built like a tower, waved him over. Cheng Ye couldn't help but smile. If there was anyone in Happiness City he could trust, it was Big B Lu Bai. As his father Cheng Long's brother-in-arms, during their last mission together, Cheng Long had sacrificed himself to save Lu Bai, entrusting his only son to this rugged man. I haven't even told you about today's surprise, and you're already grinning like that? Meeting up, Lu Bai looked puzzled. Did someone spill the beans? Huh, you don't know? Then why the smile? Lu Bai smacked his lips, pulling out a half bag of dark jerky from his pocket and dangling it in front of Cheng Ye. Synthetic meat from the inner city. Knowing you can't handle big meat, I got this for you. Don't be polite with me. I don't want to tell old Cheng his son starved to death. Thanks, B. Cheng Ye didn't hesitate. If he survived his external duty, he'd have plenty of chances to repay the favor. If he died out there, well, debts die with you. So consider it a loan from his dad. Taking the jerky, he popped a piece in his mouth, chewing slowly, tasting a faint hint of beef. Synthetic meat had meat in the name, but it was just plant protein mixed with a bit of beef powder for flavor. Inner city elites wouldn't touch it, but in the buffer zone, it was a top-tier delicacy. Also, from today until your external duty, you get 100 free bullets daily. What? Don't be shocked. Old Ding approved it. Harlan's crew's been getting cockier, openly taking bribes from survivors to let them pass. Ding's pissed and planning to get serious on the next external duty. It might cost a lot of lives. Mentioning the East-West faction feud, Lu Bai's face grew heavy. Except when it came to protecting Inspector's interests, the two factions were constantly at odds. This was something Happiness City's higher-ups encouraged. The checkpoint held some power, and a single voice would be harder to manage. The way it was now, with Ding Yishan leading the Easterners and Harlan the Westerners, their rivalry was fierce, and a single word from the higher-ups was treated like a sacred decree from the old era. Upping the external duty standards? I'm screwed, aren't I? Cheng Ye's face paled. Even regular external missions were deadly, raising the stakes and getting caught in faction politics. Don't worry, I've got your back. I'll make sure you're the last to die. The promise sounded warm, but it only made the little sense of security in Cheng Ye's heart dwindle further. By the time they entered the training ground, he was in a hyper-focused learning mode. Draw, shoot, fire. The 100 bullets were quickly spent. Compared to before, Cheng Ye's 25-meter pistol shooting had improved. 10 rapid shots with a bullet spread of about 15 centimeters, roughly 6 to 8 rings. In the modern world, that'd be impressive, qualifying him as a skilled amateur shooter. In a Wasteland, it only earned a decent from Lu Bai. You're smart, with learning ability far beyond most. You can mimic my stance to about 50 to 60% proficiency. But shooting doesn't need smarts. Being a bit dumber helps. Take recoil control. You always try to predict and calculate the bullet's trajectory. But a dumbass like me, Lu Bai suddenly drew his pistol, firing 10 shots in a rapid burst. When I pull the trigger, I just slam all my strength into the grip, pounding the recoil into the ground like I'm tamping earth. Cheng Ye stared at the target, his pupils shrinking. The 10 shots had a spread of no more than 5 centimeters, nearly all perfect 10s, Olympic level in the modern world. He'd mimicked Lu Bai's stance and technique, so why was the gap so huge? Know why old Ding never assigns big jobs to Harlan's clever crew. Lu Bai lowered his voice. 2 months ago, in the old city, 3 young guys got their heads cracked open by an acid-spitting tentacle monster. It didn't follow their so-called experience-based attack patterns. Then he yanked open his tactical vest, revealing a gruesome claw mark on his chest. This scar? I took it for your dad. We both calculated the infected couldn't hear gunfire, but that bastard had sharp ears. Tell me, are the Wasteland's rules made for formula-crunching brains? What do I do? Forget technique. Don't think. Let your muscles memorize the feel of slamming recoil, not your brain calculating parabolas. That's 1,000,000 times more useful. Easy to say, hard to do. Cheng Ye nodded dully, unsure if he could ever master Lu Bai's method. But one thing was clear. Until he completed his external duty, survived, and overcame his fear of the Wasteland, he couldn't afford to abandon reason and become a The sound of strikes rang out. Cheng Ye attacked, Lu Bai defended. Fueled by inner fire, Cheng Ye threw punches and kicks like a madman, but he couldn't even break through Liu Bai's defense. If not for fear of hurting his pride, Cheng Ye suspected Liu Bai could block all his attacks with one hand. Damn brute, damn Wasteland. Soon, Cheng Ye was panting, exhausted. Only then did Liu Bai call a stop. Progress. I can feel your anger. That's right, let anger drive your body in combat. Not useless reason. See me as your enemy. Bite me, take me down. That's how you improve. That everything could be brute-forced theory. Cheng Ye didn't argue. He'd long realized the genetic divide. Modern humans excelled at thinking and socializing. Wastelanders excelled at fighting and intimate exchanges with infected. Take interrogating survivors in the isolation zone. Cheng Ye mastered it in 2 months, while Liu Bai, after over a decade, was still barely proficient. His predecessor's combat genes were pitifully weak, a total failure compared to Liu Bai. To bridge the genetic gap, there was only effort and more effort. Training's over. Rest well tonight. I'll cover your morning shift tomorrow. Casual leave was another perk of the Iron Rice Bowl. Liu Bai lived further east at the fertilizer plant workers' compound. They parted at the bus stop, taking opposite buses. As the street scenery sped by outside the window, Cheng Ye felt the nameless fire in his chest still burning, growing fiercer. The helplessness of 2 hands failing against one fueled his constant fear. What if an infected had Liu Bai's combat prowess? Surrender? No, I want to live. I want to go home. I can't die namelessly in this wasteland. Get stronger. I want to get stronger. I must get stronger. Countless voices screamed in Cheng Ye's heart, urging him to grip the pendant around his neck tightly. After tonight, the collector would activate. Useless trinket, if you brought me to this wasteland, do something useful. The night grew dark, gradually enveloping the wasteland. Cheng Ye returned to the workers' compound, climbing the stairwell to the 5th floor of the tenement building and unlocking the security door at the end of the corridor. The single room, just over 10 square meters, held only a 1.5-meter bed and a small desk. All unnecessary clutter had been cleared out to the scrap station after he transmigrated and assessed the situation, including his predecessor's love tokens from the inner city, half a box of love letters from some woman. In the wasteland, there was no room for romance. When survival itself was a challenge, other thoughts were a luxury. Plugging the pendant into the socket to charge, Cheng Ye went to the 5th-floor public bathroom, inserting a card to draw water. The young man in the mirror was thin, his face pale. His sharp features would be considered handsome by modern standards. But in the wasteland, Liu Bai's burly frame and rugged look were the true ideal. Water gushed from the pipe, slightly yellowed from upstream flooding. Free electricity, limited water rations, and a job that kept your belly full. Happiness City's radio broadcasts weren't entirely lies. This place was indeed happier than many sanctuary cities. Of course, that was assuming no massive infected tide struck. The 30-meter Great Wall could fend off any attack, protecting the core residents' safety, but the ordinary folks in the buffer zone would bear the brunt. Entry to the inner city required 1,000 contribution points. As an inspector, Cheng Ye had earned only 19 points in 2 months. For an ordinary person to amass that many points, they'd need to strike it rich with rare resources. Otherwise, a lifetime of hard work would still leave a massive gap. And as an inspector, even if he saved enough points, he couldn't enter the inner city, leaving a faint sense of crisis lingering in his heart. If an infected tide hit and the buffer zone couldn't hold, where would he flee? How would he escape? Veteran inspectors might have secret shelters outside the isolation zone, but as a rookie with neither resources nor skills, where could he build one? Bigby might have one, but in a crisis, he'd prioritize his family. Would he still take Cheng Ye along? After washing up, Cheng Ye returned to his room, his mind racing, unable to sleep. Not until dawn's first light peeked through the curtains did he jolt upright, rushing to the power strip. Touching the pendant, the panel appeared. Current activation progress, 99.8%. Just 0.2% left. Cheng Ye sat on the floor, checking the progress every few minutes. The previous progress took 2 months, and he hadn't felt impatient. But now, he was burning with urgency. Fortunately, 0.2%. 4 kilowatt-hours was reached before full daylight. Finally done. As the thought hit, Cheng Ye's eyes widened in shock. The pen was gone? The moment charging completed, it vanished from the power strip, as if it had turned invisible. But before he could process another thought, a blinding blue light flashed before his eyes. The familiar panel had changed, displaying rows of text. Civilization Collector fully charged, auto-activated and bound. Welcome, Civilization Collector. Cheng Ye. Current rank, Level 1 Trainee. Civilization Collector has entered Sense Mode. Silently say Collector to open or close this panel. Civilization Collector has unlocked functions for your rank. Use your mind to view them on the panel. Enjoy your experience. Trainee Inspector and now Trainee Collector 2. So the Civilization Collector has upgrade levels, with potential for more functions. Skimming the text, Cheng Ye, prepared by 2 months of mental conditioning, wasn't surprised. He quickly mastered controlling the panel with his mind, opening and closing it repeatedly. A Level 1 Collector has just one function, but it suits my job pretty well. His eyes landed on the panel's sole function. Search, LV.1. Current charge, 2 halves, recharges with energy. Searchable targets, living beings. Search conditions, requires target's consent. Search range depends on cooperation level. Current search range, information, 10% cooperation, LV.1. Items, 30% cooperation, LV.1. Skills, 50% cooperation, LV.1. Skills, 100% cooperation, LV.2. Search success rate, 50% for same-level searches, have per level increase. Failed searches refund action points. Note, searches are equivalent copies. Success or failure does not affect the target. Search for information, items, skills. Cheng Ye's mind buzzed with excitement, though he restrained himself. Getting consent wasn't hard. Survivors entering the isolation cages already showed some cooperation. With proper guidance, 100% cooperation might be tough, but 50% was well within his grasp. Information and items made sense, but what counted as a skill? Was Big B's shooting ability a skill? What about the rumored uninfected superhumans with special abilities? Were those skills? Cheng Ye couldn't help but dream. If he could search for such abilities, his chances of surviving the external duty would skyrocket. Pity the success rate isn't high. Even at the same level, it's only 50%. And at my current rank, 1 charge gives just 2 search attempts. I need to choose targets carefully. What are these action points for failed searches? And how do I restore charge? Questions flooded his mind, but his eyes gleamed, deciding not to dwell on the term's meanings yet. A few searches, successful or not, would clarify things. Also, I can't rush. The more critical the moment, the more cautious I need to be. Bigby got me the day off. If I rush to work, it'll seem odd. Using the collector and showing anything unusual would make me a target. Cheng Ye repeated this to himself, suppressing his impulses and continuing to study the civilization collector. In doing so, he discovered something hidden behind the search function. Not quite a function. Collector, Cheng Ye. Current rank, LV.1 Trainee. Search this civilization and gather more information to advance. Life level, 0 below minimum standard. Skills, none, none, none. Current life level allows up to 3 equipped skills. Not yet unlocked. Evaluation, fragile trainee collector. Your priority isn't gathering civilization data, but surviving the natives' hunt. A substandard life level, an empty skill bar, and a warning about being hunted by natives. The panel was bare bones, but reflected Cheng Ye's current predicament perfectly. With my current abilities, I'd be toast in close combat with an infected. Confirming no other functions were available, Cheng Ye closed the collector and began planning his next steps. Happiness City was a standard industrial sanctuary, producing firearms and ammo sold thousands of kilometers away, traded for precious food and tech data. Buying a decent gun wasn't hard for an inspector like him. For instance, Liu Bai's trusty Bison 9mm combat pistol cost just 20 contribution points, a bargain. But while firearms were powerful, their use was limited to clearing infected tides, large-scale team battles, city defense, or human conflicts. External checkpoint missions typically involve deliveries, scouting, or intel gathering, done in teams of 2 to 4, rarely involving direct combat. Firing a gun in the city would attract infected like sharks to blood. Get surrounded, and a failed mission was the least of your worries. Losing your life was the real risk. If I'm lucky and get a delivery mission, I might not encounter any infected. For scouting missions, the best approach is using melee weapons to quietly take out infected, slipping in and out. So, my next skill search should prioritize boosting my close combat abilities. His 25-meter rapid-fire average of 7 rings met the minimum standard for external duty. But in melee, he was far behind, not just in technique, but in courage, experience, and adaptability. If he could find a skill to compensate for these weaknesses, his survival odds would soar. With a decision made, Cheng Ye glanced out the window. A rain curtain, heavy with leaden clouds, rolled in from the horizon. As the rain line shifted south, Happiness City was already feeling its effects. Per past patterns, before the real downpour hit, survivors on the road would hasten their pace. At the checkpoint, that meant an incoming surge of people. Lunch followed the usual routine. 2 packs of nutrient paste for protein and carbs, plus a piece of malt candy for quick sugar. Cheng Ye couldn't bear to eat the synthetic jerky Liu Bai gave him, saving it as a strategic reserve for emergency energy during external duty. After lunch, he stayed by the window until the rain eased slightly, then donned a raincoat and headed to the isolation zone. Perhaps due to the terrifying downpour in nearby Yun City, workers were frantically building flood defenses along the road, making the already narrow alleys feel even more chaotic. Under a roadside shelter, a few new Happiness City residents huddled together, staring anxiously at the churning black clouds on the horizon. Their damp resident permits couldn't secure them a place to stay. For them, finding work quickly was a race against time to secure shelter before the storm hit. Inspector Cheng, you're still at Window 8 today. We had a lot of people this morning, but the afternoon's even busier. If an emergency arises that you can't handle, call for station support anytime. Got it. Cheng Ye nodded, put on his identity-concealing mask, and strode forward. From the passage to the front zone, he could see a dense crowd packed in front of the conveyor belts. At least 700 or 800 people. The rain was one reason, and Yun City's infected tide was another. Some survivors had no choice but to flee, and Happiness City, being nearby, was the obvious choice. Window 8 is now open. Survivors, please line up orderly and enter the isolation cages. As Cheng Ye settled at the inspection desk, the tower's loudspeaker blared. That's the Iron Rice Bowl for you. He'd taken the morning off, and despite the crowd, Window 8 stayed closed until he arrived. As the other 7 conveyor belts stirred, an isolation cage was soon pushed before him. 3 figures huddled inside, 2 women and a man, a common family unit in the Wasteland. Names: Zhou Tian, Yun Zi, Yin Duo. Obviously fake names. Cheng Ye pretended to jot them down while summoning the panel. The blue panel flickered, and the search function displayed their information. Zhou Tian, 42%, searchable range. Information, items. Yun Zi, 55%, searchable range. Information, items, skills. Yin Duo, 18%, searchable range. Information. Just asking their names got 55% cooperation. Cheng Ye was surprised. He'd thought cooperation required truthfulness, but the metric was far vaguer than he'd imagined. Search or not? He hesitated briefly, but decided not to waste a precious opportunity on these 3. From his observations, he'd ranked family unit strengths as follows: 1 man and 2 women, 1 man and multiple women, 1 woman and multiple men, lone wolf, 1 man and 1 woman, 1 man, 1 woman, and a child. This trio was at the bottom tier. They'd struggled to earn a living through manual labor in the buffer zone, so they weren't worth his search. But Yin Duo's low cooperation caught his attention. Tapping the desk, he said, "Yin Duo, see the first thermometer on the table? Pick it up, aim it at your forehead, press, and tell me the reading." Startled by her name being called, Yin Duo's eyes flashed with surprise, but she obediently picked up the thermometer. "Sir, it's 36.9. Good. Now take the second thermometer, aim at your chest, and tell me the reading." "It's 117. The third, 16. As Yin Duo reported the readings per Cheng Ye's instructions, her cooperation on the panel steadily rose. By the time all three devices were checked, it had climbed from 18% to 44%. This gave Cheng Ye a rough understanding of how cooperation was measured. "All right, you three can go register as residents." "What?" Zhou Tian let out a surprised gasp. "Any problem?" "Yes, sir. You didn't ask where we're from, if we face danger, or if we're infected." "I already know. You're from Yin City, encountered danger on the way, but had no direct contact with infected." Zhou Tian's throat bobbed, his face paling. Yin Zi and Yin Duo gasped softly, their eyes shifting as they looked at Cheng Ye. Happiness City Resident Handbook, Rule 1. Never question the professionalism of official personnel. A trainee inspector didn't secure a window in just over a month by relying solely on Cheng Long's connections or Liu Bai's favor. Cheng Ye tapped the desk, eyeing the muddy footprints in the cage. Torrential rains hit. The provincial and county roads from Yun City collapsed 2 weeks ago. The only passable route is an unmarked rural path known to Yun City survivors. The black sandy soil on your shoes is unique to that path's rock layer. Look down. The mud splattered inside the women's jackets is scattered, not dragged, matching panic flight from danger, not combat. And your knees are trembling too fast for long-distance travelers. It matches the symptoms of Yun City refugees fleeing in extreme fear. So, don't ask why I'm not checking further. Your vitals are normal, so get to registration and stop wasting my time with nonsense. Cheng Ye waved impatiently. The trio shrank back, leaving without another word. Were Happiness City's inspectors all this professional? They hadn't said a word, yet he knew everything, leaving them feeling stripped bare, no secrets left. Next, the conveyor belt hummed, bringing another family of 1 man and 2 women. This time, Cheng Ye was faster, verifying cooperation in just over 10 seconds before clearing them. In truth, infected bold enough to openly enter Happiness City's checkpoint were rare. Unlike smaller sanctuary checkpoints, which lacked intelligence support and relied on manpower, Happiness City had tools: thermometers, pulse monitors, and respiratory frequency devices. With a clear travel history and normal vitals, the chance of being infected was negligible. Of course, some deeply latent special infected existed, but the higher-ups didn't expect isolation zone inspectors to catch those. The vast buffer zone and sturdy walls kept all threats outside the inner city. An hour passed in a flash. The crowd at the gate didn't shrink with window 8's opening. It grew as time went on. Cheng Ye had cleared 71 people, but still hadn't found a worthy search target. This was expected. As survivor numbers grew, the proportion of riffraff only multiplied. The randomness of the 8 conveyor belts further lowered the odds of encountering a strong candidate. Based on these survivors' performances, they're likely bottom tier like me. With so many people today, I need to be patient. Cheng Ye didn't want to eagerly search for skills only to find the target's 3 skill slots as empty as his own. Even wasting both chances on strong candidates was better than gambling on these small fry. Another hour passed. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots startled Cheng Ye, making him turn instinctively. In the isolation cage at conveyor belt 4, a man and woman being inspected had their heads blown off by sentries. Then, the same tentacles Cheng Ye saw yesterday, highly latent Deathwhisper Tentacles, emerged from their throats. In small sanctuaries or settlements, these obsession-parasitic infection sources could spawn hundreds of tentacles in a month, easily causing mass disasters. But fortunately, few in the vast wasteland would obsess over small sanctuaries. In a way, the frequent appearance of Deathwhisper Tentacles is a testament to a sanctuary's strength and influence. Cheng Ye sighed inwardly, quickly casting aside his faint fear. The tragedy at Conveyor Belt 4 meant that survivors daring to enter the isolation cages after witnessing a headshot had some substance. As survivor quality rose, a man and a woman appeared at the end of Conveyor Belt 8, transported in a cage. Cheng Ye snapped to attention. But just then, a nearby argument stole his focus. Turning, he thought, holy crap, a man, a woman, and a child, the Wasteland's top-tier combo, finally showed up. Conveyor Belt 7. Western Faction Inspector Garcia roared, slamming the desk with a loud clatter. A family of paupers with nothing to offer. Happiness City isn't a beggar's shelter. You welfare-chasing parasites, damn leeches, should have gone to hell sooner. The man in the isolation cage flushed with embarrassment and anger. The woman behind him pulled their 5- or 6-year-old child closer. The Happiness City they heard about on the radio didn't require an entry fee. But now, Garcia was blatantly demanding that each family member offer something valuable to gain entry, or they'd be kicked out, permanently barred from the checkpoint. Sir, please, give me some time. After a few seconds of silence, the man licked the bloodied cracks on his lips. We won't be parasites. I have strength, I can carry bricks, unload cargo. We'll pay the entry fee as soon as we earn it. As soon as? You think I haven't heard that line 100 times a day? Garcia sneered. Do I look that gullible? Pay up now, 1 valuable item per person, or take your as soon as and go feed the infected in the ruins. The Western Faction's attitude was this disgusting? Happiness City was thriving. So how had it devolved to a corrupt dynasty's end, with inspectors extorting entry fees at the gate? Listening intently, Cheng Ye was stunned, concluding that his late father, Cheng Long, must have been a core Eastern Faction member. Otherwise, his death wouldn't have tipped the balance between the factions so drastically. Take a gamble. Cheng Ye narrowed his eyes, scanning the family in the cage, quietly sizing them up. Well, no wonder Garcia was being so harsh. The man was tall, at least 185 centimeters, his tattered coarse shirt revealing bulging biceps like rocks, veins coiling on his forearms, and calloused knuckles, clearly a formidable fighter, far beyond the average refugee surviving on luck. The woman was slimmer, but her eyes burned with startling intensity, like flickering flames. Her arms, wrapped around the child, were taut, her body steady despite her complex emotions, showing strong mental fortitude. The child's grimy face wasn't healthy, but surviving in the wasteland at such a young age was no small feat. Bet placed. You two, head back to the main gate and wait. I need to handle a dispute, don't rush off. Cheng Ye stood, first directing the man and woman just brought to his belt to return to the gate. Then, in 3 quick strides, he reached Conveyor Belt 7. Garcia, 3 contribution points. This family's mine. You want them? Garcia had noticed when Cheng Ye sent the others away. Hearing this, his narrow eyes, visible through his mask, glinted with intrigue. Sounds like you think you can squeeze more than 3 points out of these paupers. Trying to jack up the price? Cheng Ye smirked, tapping the desk. Listen, don't play games with me. Enjoy picking on Easterners? After work, I'll get Big B to have some fun with you. Using Big B to scare me? Garcia scoffed, extending his right hand. 5 contribution points. They're yours. Deal. Cheng Ye didn't bother haggling. If he had Liu Bai's strength, he'd drag this jerk out after work and beat him senseless. But bluffing with borrowed authority meant knowing when to quit. Besides, with external duty nearing, he had little need to spend points beyond essential gear. Once yesterday's Deathwhisper Tentacle was graded, he'd get about 20 points. Spending 5 was well within his budget. All right, I've sent them back. They're yours. With the unexpected windfall, Garcia's attitude softened. He didn't care how much Cheng Ye could squeeze from the family. Extorting entry fees wasn't exactly honorable, and Cheng Ye's assumption that he was targeting Easterners gave Garcia a convenient excuse. If this reached the higher-ups, someone might face consequences. Go to my Conveyor Belt 8 after you leave. I'll check your identities. Cheng Ye gave his instructions and returned to his inspection desk to wait. The old conveyor belt screeched, its tracks grinding slowly. Within a minute, the family was delivered. Perhaps the fire in his chest hadn't died out, or maybe his wait to grow stronger had been too long. Cheng Ye's mouth went dry, an inexplicable nervousness rising. Listen up. Nobody in this world does anything without a motive. I'm not saving you out of kindness. I have my own goals. No entry fee. Just cooperate fully and answer my questions. Got it? Cheng Ye spoke first, seizing control. The man nodded heavily, his complex emotions evident, his eyes flickering as he looked at Cheng Ye. As a newcomer, he felt like he'd been sucked into a vortex, but to survive, they had to enter Happiness City. Names. Think carefully. I want your real names. Chu Yinfeng, Yu Qingwei. The kid, Chu Xian. As expected of his chosen target, Cheng Ye checked the panel. After giving their names, Chu Yunfeng's cooperation was a measly 9%, with the others even lower, 5% and 0%. The kid must have been taught something, showing zero intent to cooperate with an inspector. Good thing his target was only Chu Yunfeng. The others' cooperation didn't matter. Gender. Chu Yunfeng blinked. Does Happiness City have other genders? I ask, you answer. Obey, don't question me, got it? Cheng Ye repeated the last 3 words, his tone sharper. Male, female, male. Good. Ages. 34, 33, 6. Where from? Red Grass City. Where? Cheng Ye pulled out a map, flipping through it. Don't play tricks. Red Grass City is nearly 20,000 kilometers from Happiness City. What? You're playing a Wasteland board game? Sir, it's a long story. Chu Yunfeng's face soured, as if he'd expected the question, answering honestly. My wife and I were sailors in Red Grass City's oceanic fleet, headed to Hope City for trade. But at sea, we encountered an unknown infected type, causing heavy casualties. The fleet lost its way, drifting for nearly a year. Recalling that dark time, Chu Yunfeng's brows furrowed into a deep crease. Last month, we landed near Yang City's coast, heard Happiness City accepts refugees, and fought our way here. Yeah, right, who's he fooling? Cheng Ye shook his head inwardly. Even modern oceanic ships with ample supplies couldn't maintain Chu Yunfeng's physique after such a journey. That story might fool small-town inspectors with no experience. But seeing the panel's cooperation rise to 31%, Cheng Ye brushed it off. Small lies didn't matter as long as they cooperated with this inspector. Enough with the story. Pick up the table's devices and report the numbers. You know how to use them, right? I do. Chu Yinfeng nodded briskly, realizing Cheng Ye didn't care about his tale. This added more unease to his already doubtful mind. Measure, report. Cheng Ye pretended to record, eyes glued to the panel's changing numbers. When Chu Yunfeng's cooperation finally hit 50.1%, he let out a relieved breath. As expected, wearing the inspector's authority, getting 50% cooperation from outsiders wasn't hard. Sir, wait in the cage. I need to think over your story. Replying, Cheng Ye mentally pressed his first-ever search button. Target, Chu Yinfeng. Current cooperation, 51.8%. Searchable range, information, items, skills. Search target selected, skills, LV.1. Searching, text scrolled before his eyes. After about 5 seconds, a dazzling panel popped up, making Cheng Ye's eyes widen. Chu Yinfeng, LV.1 skills, skilled swimming, beast instinct, night vision, basic mechanical repair, quick draw, basic power, basic perception, simple medical, basic trap making, iron feet, basic wilderness survival, basic woodworking, basic camouflage. How many? Cheng Ye almost thought he'd misread, counting again to confirm Chu Yunfeng had 13 level 1 skills. Even more outrageous, he had unsearchable LV.2, LV.3, and LV.4 skills. The displayed skills alone made him 10 times more badass than Joel from The Last of Us. No, buddy, are you here to be Happiness City's protagonist? Luck hitting a golden legend. Cheng Ye struggled to contain himself, his lips curling involuntarily. 13 skills. What a delightful dilemma. Which to choose? Swimming, night vision, mechanical repair, medical, traps, iron feet, Wilderness survival, woodworking, and camouflage were non-combat skills with limited short-term use for external duty. That left beast instinct, basic power, basic perception, and quick draw. After hesitating, Cheng Ye mentally selected. The panel flickered, then flashed a thrilling success prompt. Search successful. Civilization Collector has recorded basic power, LV.1. It worked. A 50% success rate hitting on the first try sent Cheng Ye into a barely contained thrill. One more chance. He mentally selected again. The panel flickered. Failed. No. Search successful. Civilization Collector has recorded Beast Instinct, LV.1. Both tries hit. Waiting all day was worth it. Jackpot. 2 useful skills added to his blank slate. What changes would they bring? His heart raced, and it took several deep breaths to suppress the urge to equip them immediately. Stay calm. Must stay calm. Now's not the time to stand out. You're good. Go register your resident permits. Pressing the button, the cage door creaked open. What? Chu Yunfeng froze, stunned that it was so easy to pass. But he reacted quickly, realizing Cheng Ye wasn't joking, nodding thanks, and leading his wife and child away. Hey, we'll likely meet again. Watching Chu Yunfeng's figure vanish, Cheng Ye turned, his smile growing. Those 5 points were a steal. With his current search level, he couldn't do much more with Chu Yunfeng. But one day, he'd search all those skills. With 3 LV.4 skills equipped, he'd hang Garcia up and whip him good. Power rises from the hips, strength surges from the waist, energy flows through the arm, and force reaches the fist's edge. A weapon is an extension of the body. Train until it feels like a limb, with strength coursing through your blood and intent unifying your body, to glimpse the martial art of man and weapon as one. In the training ground, Cheng Ye moved swiftly, reciting Liu Bai's teachings while slashing with a short knife. Unfortunately, Liu Bai's majestic blade techniques, in his hands, felt more like chopping vegetables for dinner. Soft and weak, with little force transmitted. Thud! The knife struck the ironwood dummy, bouncing off and leaving a barely visible nick. Modern people's bloodlust and killing instinct have been dulled by a civilized education. I need to watch a dozen short videos just to work up the nerve to kill a chicken. Slashing at people with a knife. Cheng Ye shook his head. If I'm relying on self-study without reckless bravado, I might train for a year and still not be confident against a basic infected. But luckily, I have another way. Sheathing the knife, Cheng Ye moved to a corner and mentally opened the panel. Collector, Cheng Ye. Current rank, LV.1 trainee. Life level, 0. Skills, none. Available, Beast Instinct basic power. Equip basic power. With a mental command, a buzz hit his mind like a hammer striking his skull, stars bursting before his eyes, temples throbbing. It felt as if an invisible hand pried open his head, shoving in memories that weren't his. Chopping, thrusting, upward slashes. In a blurry sea of consciousness, a dark-skinned man wielded a long knife, slashing repeatedly with clumsy yet ferocious vigor. It was as if a moment passed, or a month, a year, or years. When Cheng Ye came to, the man was gone, leaving only the short knife slightly raised in his hand. This feeling, instinctively, he swung the knife. Though still awkward, the force was utterly different. From hips to waist, to arm, to weapon. The force line he'd imagined countless times finally connected. Each swing felt like running, growing stronger, more fluid. Amazing, absolutely amazing. This slash isn't just a downward press. It's hips driving the waist lifting the arm, turning the body into a lever, delivering a hammer-like strike. Liu Bai had taught 3 moves: downward slash, thrust, diagonal lift. Each was a lethal strike. Cheng Ye once thought they lacked power, but with the skill's muscle memory, they now radiated killing intent. Bang! The knife struck the wooden dummy, sparking faintly. Checking the mark, Cheng Ye's pupils shrank. The cut was 2 centimeters deep, slightly above the minimum required for external duty melee combat. Pity. The technique's there, but my physical strength's the bottleneck. If I had Big B's power, this slash could hit 5, maybe 6 centimeters. After assessing, Cheng Ye tried the other skill. But first, he unequipped basic power. The tide of muscle memory faded instantly. The knife, moments ago wielded with growing ease, felt clumsy again. The fluid force of the 3 moves vanished. Thud! He swung a downward slash at the dummy. As expected, the initial shallow nick was replaced by a clear cut, about 7 or 8 millimeters deep. If that's the case, 3 skill slots are more than enough for now. Cheng Ye nodded, thrilled. Equipping skills granted not just experience, but matching muscle memory. Unequipping removed the memory, but the experience and understanding remained. To put it simply, equipping a skill was like a master imparting power, instantly granting high-level mastery and matching strength. Unequipping took back the strength, but the mastery and insight stayed. With the mastery, I know how to train, how to exert force, and I can re-equip to spot practice errors. This is better than a martial arts master teaching hands-on. Cheng Ye basked in his joy. Liu Bai, the brute, was a top-tier fighter but a terrible teacher. All he said was learn anger or abandon reason. Only Cheng Ye's strong learning and mimicry skills hid their genetic gap. Wait, didn't I soul transmigrate? Shouldn't I have a modern mind and Wasteland combat ability? Thinking it over, he chalked it up to his predecessor's genes being an outlier for this era. Otherwise, Cheng Long wouldn't have sent his son to the inner city early, teaching him no combat skills. Re-equipping basic power, the familiar muscle memory returned. This time, his body only trembled slightly, fully accepting the memories. Seems the first equip needs a safe environment. After that, re-equipping has much less impact. Noting this, Cheng Ye quickly equipped Beast Instinct. Braced for a memory surge, he was puzzled when, after a few seconds, he felt nothing. Unequipping and re-equipping, still no difference. A passive skill, maybe? He frowned, pondering. Just then, his defense comm buzzed on the ground. Liu Bai. I'm at the entrance. Come eat. To test the skill's effects, Cheng Ye had skipped dinner after clocking out, heading straight to the training ground. Focused on knife practice, he hadn't noticed his hunger, but now, seeing the message, he felt ravenous, like he hadn't eaten in days. Must be the new muscle memory burning energy. Slotting the training knife into its rack, Cheng Ye hurried to the exit, spotting Liu by waving with a bag in hand. Big B, you hit the jackpot? I said nutrient paste was fine. Opening the bag, Cheng Ye froze. 2 full bags of synthetic jerky and 3 palm-sized soda breads. Despite some moldy edges, a rare delicacy in the Wasteland, even in the inner city. The jerky's Garcia's apology. The bread's from Old Ding. Liu Bai's voice was low. Cheng Ye noticed his mood seemed off. Despite a forced smile, a shadow lingered in his eyes. What happened? I hung Garcia up and beat him. He's in the infirmary now. Liu Bai spoke flatly, as if it was unrelated to him, making Cheng Ye's eyelids twitch. Bro, you beat someone to the infirmary, so why do you look like you got beat? Wait, you beat Garcia over the 5 contribution points I paid? No way, right? It's not because of me, is it? Partly, but not entirely, Liu Bai shook his head. Swapping people between inspectors is within the rules, but that jerk ran his mouth after hours, calling you a wet behind the ears kid, leaning on my name to threaten him, saying the Eastern faction's got no one left. Laughable. Not to mention your dad saved Garcia's father on a mission back then. With the East-West feud at its peak, he shouldn't be the one playing the loudmouth. Old Ding told you to do it. Cheng Ye began to understand, his brows furrowing. His good mood from his strength boost calmed. It should have been a small matter, but with the East-West faction feud, everyone was a card in Ding Yishan and Harlan's game. With the Eastern faction weakened, Cheng Ye's card wasn't as strong as Garcia's. Losing face, Ding Yishan had to play a bigger card to regain control. Let's not talk about it. Eat, then train. No conspiracy beats raw strength. Liu Bai waved it off. They squatted by the bus stop. Cheng Ye ate fast, polishing off 2 bags of jerky and 2 hard soda breads. Poor scholars, rich warriors, without enough energy, training only weakens you. Your appetite's grown. Looks like your training's paying off. Lu Bai was surprised, but Cheng Ye's performance in the training ground shocked him more. Shooting practice aside, that's a slow grind, even for sharpshooters fed by countless bullets. In close combat, yesterday, Cheng Ye attacked, Lu Bai defended. Today, they switched. Here I come. Lu Bai roared, full of bravado, but his punch carried only a fraction of his strength. Thud! A dull impact sounded as Cheng Ye blocked with his elbow, sinking his shoulder and whipping his arm down like a lash. Bold! Lu Bai's pupils shrank. Not dodging, he took the hit on his forearm, feeling the force. Crack! His dark skin reddened from the blow. Though his sturdy bones absorbed most of the impact, the remaining force pricked his ulnar nerve like a needle, causing pain. Finally, some real strength. Lu Bai narrowed his eyes. Days ago, Cheng Ye couldn't even break his defense. Today he felt pain. This leap wasn't just surprising, it was shocking. Get ready, I'm getting serious. Saying so, Lu Bai upped his force from 1/10 to 2/10. It didn't sound like much, but it doubled, instantly pressuring Cheng Ye. Big B's fought and killed for over 20 years, taken down tens of thousands of infected. Too strong. But I'm not weak today. Chop, smash, block, swing. Basic powers techniques flowed through his fists and arms. A beastly aura arose from Cheng Ye. Lu Bai was startled, unconsciously raising his force by 1/2, then another, and another. Crack! Cheng Ye flew back, crashing into the ironwood dummy, nearly vomiting the jerky he'd eaten. Damn it! Lu Bai's face changed, darting like an arrow to catch him. He didn't know why, but for a moment, he'd felt like facing a mutant beast, instinctively upping his force to 4/10. That punch equaled 20 years of an ordinary person's skill. How could Cheng Ye block it? B, your sparring deserves a pay cut. Cheng Ye dry heaved, blood seeping from his lips. Only after suppressing the roiling in his chest did he manage to quip. That punch felt like being hit by a truck on a highway, sent flying without a chance to resist. No techniques, no power, no beast instinct. Wait, it was more like beast mode. Recalling his state, it was like he'd been possessed. Attacking and defending, he'd followed Lu Bai's advice, acting not with thought, but with instinct and reflex. My bad. Lu Bai apologized profusely, his eyes gleaming with joy, the earlier gloom gone. He grinned. Your dad lied again. Your talent's definitely above mine. Talent? On the bus home, Cheng Ye rubbed his aching ribs, abdomen, arms, and thighs. All right, every part of him hurt. This isn't talent. It's all my sweat and effort. Cheng Ye's lips curled into a smile. Though painful, he relished it. Compared to endless stagnation, if pain brought such strength gains, what was a bit more pain? But he quietly resolved to find a skill to quickly recover his physical condition. Otherwise, even if his combat ability grew, he'd be a 5-second hero, needing half a day to recover after one fight. Also, getting dragged into the East-West faction conflict so early is bad news. Thinking of this, Cheng Ye gritted his teeth in frustration. Garcia was a genuine idiot, brainlessly used as a pawn and dragging Cheng Ye into the spotlight with him. Now, beaten into the infirmary by Lu Bai, who in the checkpoint would stand up for him? Who dare? Behind Lu Bai stood the entire Eastern faction, led by Station Chief Ding Yishan. Deputy Chief Harlan? Would he dare send someone to put Lu Bai in the infirmary too? Or target Cheng Ye to match Garcia's fate? Impossible. That would only give Ding Yishan more leverage to seize greater control. The Western faction might be dominant, but not enough to trample the Eastern faction. As long as Ding Yishan was station chief, the Western faction could only chip away slowly, building Harlan's influence, never daring to spark open conflict. Only if their roles reversed, Harlan as chief, Ding as deputy, would the balance shift significantly. Forget it, why dwell on this? Big B's right. No scheme beats raw strength. If I could hang Garcia up and thrash him, none of this would have happened. For now, the external duty in 2 weeks was his priority. Survive that, and he'd have time to figure out how to navigate and profit from the faction struggle. Cheng Ye took 2 deep breaths, pushing faction politics aside, and looked out the window. The rain intensified at night, with visible puddles forming on the roads. Happiness City's buffer zone was large compared to other sanctuaries, but the recent influx of survivors had exceeded its capacity. Under the eaves of buildings offering shelter, canvas tents crammed with numb, hollow-eyed people stretched endlessly, no trace of hope for the future, no hint of the so-called happiness. Happiness, it's fake. Cheng Ye recalled Edmund's dying murmurs from yesterday. Happiness might exist in this sanctuary, but not for these bottom-tier residents. Only by clawing their way into the inner city's high walls could they find a sliver of peace in this chaotic world. Buzz. The bus slowed, stopping 5 stations short of the electronics factory workers' compound. The middle-aged driver turned, shouting to the passengers, "Sorry, flood defenses have blocked the bus route through the main district. Everyone needs to get off here and walk." The doors opened, and Cheng Ye disembarked. Less than 100 meters from the bus stop, sandbags blocked the road, leaving only a narrow passage. 4 armed guards stood on either side, alongside 2 buffer zone workers. "Sir, due to flood defenses, we're strictly controlling foot traffic. After 8 p.m., entry to the main district requires proof of residence." Is strict? Cheng Ye was surprised, but quickly understood. The main district, formed by 3 intersecting old-era pedestrian streets, was packed with residences, malls, and shops. Its aging drainage system couldn't handle a flood of refugees. If a severe flood hit, water couldn't be cleared. Controlling traffic now ensured order could be restored quickly if flooding occurred. When his turn came, Cheng Ye didn't pull out his room key for verification, but instead flashed his checkpoint ID badge. The round badge bore Happiness City's Great Wall on the front, a bold inspector character on the back, and an embedded chip for authentication. Oh, a checkpoint official. The workers scanned it with a defense comm, seeing the prompt, and became instantly deferential. With the rain worsening, if you need anything, call the works department via your comm. We offer 24/7 emergency services. Thanks, you're working hard. Cheng Ye nodded, taking back the badge and moving forward. His black raincoat hid most of his face, but the pale skin on his forehead drew envious glances from refugees in roadside tents. Even in the buffer zone, with its mere 10-kilometer span, there were divisions: outer suburbs, inner suburbs, urban areas, and the main district. Young, living in the main district, Cheng Ye was a clear winner in life. Passing through the gap, he pressed on. The main district's buildings were old, pipelines decrepit, yet puddles were scarce. Shops along the street had stacked sandbags, some waist-high, with shredded vines stuffed in the gaps. Every 400 or 500 meters, a works department foreman led temporary workers, either shoveling clumped silt from drains or pulling debris from outlets with bare hands. A tin megaphone hung around the foreman's neck, hoarsely repeating calls to clear pipes, overcome hardship, and embrace a happy life. The stark contrast made Cheng Ye feel this world was truly mad. In his predecessor's memories, the inner city's technology, if even a fraction were shared, could transform the buffer zone. Yet the higher-ups chose to restrict tech, letting the buffer zone languish in obsolescence, keeping residents teetering between barely fed and starving, clothed but not warm. Without stark contrast, there's no desperate drive to enter the inner city. Cheng Ye saw the same numbness in the foreman's eyes. For those just getting by, the more they knew, the more hopeless the future seemed. Hurrying through outer streets toward the main district center, foremen and work crews grew more common. Suddenly, Cheng Ye paused. Under a building marked Tunyuan Mall at the street's end, a faintly familiar figure worked among the temporary laborers, hauling sandbags to block flood-prone spots. Not far off, a woman shielded a child, huddling under a tent to escape the rain. A real man. Each flood-blocking sandbag weighed at least 70 kilograms. Average workers, frail and weak, needed 2 to carry one. Chu Yinfeng, however, shouldered one on each side, his expression relaxed, as if he had strength to spare. Pity, in the buffer zone, one person can't support a family just by manual labor. Cheng Ye lingered in the street's shadows, watching the crew for over 10 minutes. When Chu Yunfeng headed to the mall's rear to fetch more sandbags, Cheng Ye approached the foreman. "That big guy, strong one, what's his deal?" The middle-aged foreman, questioned by a young man, frowned, about to snap. But seeing the badge spinning in Cheng Ye's hand, his face changed instantly. "Sir, he's a refugee who arrived this afternoon. I saw his strength and him asking around for work, so I pulled him in. He's doing 4 people's work. How many shares does he get?" The foreman hesitated, gauging Chu Yunfeng's relation to Cheng Ye, a fresh refugee and a checkpoint official. If they were connected, Chu Yunfeng wouldn't be here laboring. Figuring this, he answered honestly, "Sir, you know the buffer zone's labor rules. No matter how much work, pays per head. His strength means he's more likely to get picked. That's fair. Give him 4 shares." Cheng Ye waved, his tone firm. "Any issues, have the works department find me." "Why, yes, sir." Cold sweat beaded on the foreman's neck as he nodded hastily. Even as he watched Cheng Ye leave, he didn't dare ask to verify the badge or log his identity. Why would he? The checkpoint, the pinnacle of power in the buffer isolation zone, controlled personnel movement, resource allocation, work scheduling, and external duties. A lowly foreman, even a works department head, bowed before an inspector. Verifying identity was asking for trouble. Explaining the extra shares was simple. Report it. In the buffer isolation zone, lying or embezzling might not kill you, but taking the fall for inspector would lead to a thorough investigation and heads rolling. "Qingwei-san, hungry, huh?" Chu Yunfeng spread his coat, revealing 5 bags of nutrient paste and 2 pieces of malt candy. His stern face, unchanged since entering the city, softened with a faint smile. That wandering merchant didn't lie. In Happiness City, if you're willing to work, you can earn food. "Dad, wasn't just 2 bags? How'd the boss give you so much?" Adults could endure, but the kid, starving, grabbed the candy, munching happily, eyes sparkling. Others in the tent, families of workers, licked their cracked lips enviously. "No idea. The boss said pays per head, but just now he gave me 4 shares, saying I worked hard, didn't slack, and made him look good. He's pleased?" Chu Yunfeng was puzzled. Normally, he'd be paranoid, suspecting a conspiracy. But today's events had left his mind in chaos. Happiness City, famed in the Wasteland, was full of contradictions. One inspector extorted entry fees, pushing him to the brink of violence. Another acted like an old-era philanthropist, treating them kindly, leaving him skeptical. And that second inspector was holding back laughter the whole time, deepening Chu Yunfeng's confusion. Finding work was the same. Some foremen scorned him, preferring scrawny refugees to dawdle and waste time. Others, like this boss, were warm, hiring him after a few words and paying 4 shares. Such stark contrasts dulled Chu Yunfeng's wasteland-honed vigilance. "Yunfeng," Yu Qingwei beckoned, whispering. "I saw a young man by the boss, who seemed very respectful to him. Could it be related to him?" She emphasized him. Their tacit understanding let Chu Yunfeng know who she meant. "You sure? He was masked this afternoon." "Pretty sure. Couldn't see his face, but his build, habits, posture, too many traits match. Only thing's odd." "Odd how?" Chu Yunfeng pressed. His walk felt like yours. That power exertion, I wouldn't have noticed him, but it was so similar." Yu Qingwei stammered, unable to say it felt like seeing a young, lean Chu Yunfeng from their early days. "Too far-fetched. He's like me." Chu Yunfeng was shocked. "I didn't notice his walk this afternoon, since he was sitting. He helped us. Could we really be connected? I don't know if I misjudged. It's night, raining." Yu Qinghui's explanation sounded like a cover-up. After years surviving the wasteland, their martial senses were sharp. "Misjudge?" Chu Yunfeng fell silent, alternating between shaking and nodding his head, then handed a warm nutrient paste to Yu Qinghui. "Drink. Whatever his motive, he helped us twice. We owe him. I'll find ways to repay him tenfold later," he paused. "But for now, we focus on finding a place to stay before the storm hits and a steady job. Don't overthink the rest." Dear Happiness City residents, good morning. This is Happiness City's morning radio, joining you at 6 a.m. sharp. I'm your host, Little Sun, hoping to pack warmth and joy into these airwaves for you. First, let's check the weather. Look outside. A playful storm is gently blanketing Sher Province, including Yun City, Yang City, and our own Chuan City's Happiness City, all embraced by this sweet rain. But this mischievous downpour might be having too much fun, and flash floods like hide-and-seek infected could pop up anytime. Travelers, keep your eyes peeled. Don't let the flood sweep you to another province. Speaking of our neighbor Yun City, good news. Their infected tide has finally subsided. Sadly, Yue's sanctuary wasn't so lucky, taking heavy losses and now cowering in underground facilities. Little Sun sends them cheers and hopes the gloom lifts soon. Oh, and an important reminder. Some water-loving infected may be stirred by the rain for an impromptu trip. Happiness City's brave warriors heading out, stay on guard. Don't let these savage creatures spook you. Next, regional updates. Sha Province has seen strange thick fog lately. People stepping and vanish like they're lost in cotton candy. Hidden by clouds, perhaps? Hai Province reports a new tentacle infection source, a whopping 30 meters long, a distant cousin of the Deathwhisper Tentacle. EW so gross. The cheery female voice from the battered radio clashed with the Wasteland's grim tone. Amid the rain's patter, Uncle Dong lounged in a wicker chair, one leg crossed, fanning himself with a palm leaf, grumbling curses, gasps, or curious murmurs at the broadcast. The morning radio, airing every 3 days, was one of the buffer zone's few entertainments for the masses. Unlike the nightly broadcasts, always stern and laced with deathly warnings, as if ignoring them meant being torn apart by infected. Little Sun's reports felt comforting, turning infected into friendly neighbors. But joy was fleeting. In a blink, the half-hour news ended, wrapping up tidbits from across the wasteland. The closing tune drifted from the radio's speaker. All right, the director's rushing me, so that's it for today. But before we go, a quick word for our Happiness City family. Don't fear the changes. Our dedicated guards patrol 24/7 to minimize infected threats, and our real-time info-sharing network with over 20 nearby sanctuaries keeps us ahead of every shift. And of course, our top-notch inspectors block all infected at the checkpoint, ensuring every resident's safety from the source. Get up, carry Little Sun's energy, and make today vibrant. That's it. The sweet, cutesy voice faded into static. Uncle Dong cursed, dissatisfied, pulling his hand from his pocket. Damn rain, cutting Little Sun's broadcast 2 minutes short, skipping the final sweet song. Glancing at the wall's electronic clock, its hands just past 6:31. Uncle Dong smacked his lips. His injured right arm ached in the damp weather. Gotta make more money for surgery. Damn rainy days, probably no business today. But thinking of the costly surgery, he dragged himself up, slowly raising the shop's shutter. The rusty chain clinked, the old gears screeched, and as the shutter rose halfway, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared. Holy crap! Uncle Dong jumped, his retired warrior's courage faded, stumbling back 2 steps. Bang! The shutter was caught by hands, lifted from outside, revealing a young man's sharp jawline beneath the red eyes. Little Cheng. Recognizing Cheng Ye, Uncle Dong sighed in relief, though his heart still pounded. Why were you here so early? His words caught, memory jumbling. Just 1 day apart, Cheng Ye's state was startling. His skin was paler, veins visible like rain-soaked vines. His once flat physique now showed muscle definition, his chest hinting at an inverted triangle. With years as a veteran warrior, Uncle Dong noticed Cheng Ye's hands seemed larger, a sign of martial training, indicating open vital pulses, enhancing weapon grip or barehanded power. Uncle Dong, how much nutrient paste you got? I'll take it all. Cheng Ye's voice rasped like sandpaper on rust, unsettlingly hoarse. Uncle Dong frowned, but didn't ask, soon returning with a box of nutrient paste. 35 bags. How much can you drink? It's on me today. No answer. Cheng Ye grabbed 2 bags, squeezing them into his mouth. Milky liquid dribbled down, his throat bobbing with loud gulps. Truth be told, Happiness City's nutrient paste wasn't bad. Like being milk diluted tenfold, It had a faint sweetness and grassy note. This was Cheng Ye's only relief since transmigrating. Unlike many Wasteland novels where researchers made awful food for the masses, sparking class revolts, Happiness City's nutrient paste, while bland and life-draining, was healthier than modern junk food. 6 bags, 8-10. Uncle Dong squinted, noting Cheng Ye's frantic eating. His pallor faded, a flush returning. His exposed skin, no longer waterlogged and pale, regained a healthy hue and sheen. Especially his hands, Uncle Dong stared, envy and a touch of jealousy flickering. Vital pulse hands, a martial artist's coveted trait. Old-era martial arts mystique, limited by human gene shifts, only resurged in the Wasteland as genes reverted to primal savagery. Uncle Dong, despite a lifetime of training, never touched the threshold, yet young Cheng Ye was already close. People really do make you mad. After the 18th bag, Cheng Ye stopped, the gnawing hunger in his gut finally bearable. Uncle Dong. He'd prepare an excuse, but Uncle Dong waved it off. No need to explain. Your dad left you a gene-purifying serum, and you held off using it until now to maximize its effect. Gene-purifying serum? What's that? Captain America stuff? His predecessor, obsessed with inner-city romance and poetry, knew nothing of such elite tech, leaving Cheng Ye thinking he was set to be a Wasteland idol. Since Uncle Dong offered an excuse, Cheng Ye shelved his prepared story about taking special drugs. But he stayed cautious, wary Uncle Dong was testing him with a fabricated tale. So he didn't admit it, laughing. Uncle Dong, joking? Never heard of a serum. I was too busy at work yesterday to eat. I'm starving. Never heard of it? Good. Eat on time from now on. Uncle Dong chuckled, pushing the box over. These expire in 2 days. Take 'em all. How much? I said it's on me. You denying me face. Thanks, Uncle Dong. Any trouble, come to me. Cheng Ye thumped his chest, making a bold promise, and left with the box. Uncle Dong, surviving 20 years on the battlefield and retiring to open a shop, wasn't just clever, he was a tough operator. Investing a box of nutrient paste to earn my favor? Fine, I need him to keep quiet. Our goals align. Back in his room, doors shut, Cheng Ye downed 10 more of the 17 remaining bags, finally feeling full, banishing the hunger, clouding his mind. In the public bathroom, shirt off, the mirror showed a body no longer frail. Overnight, a layer of lean muscle had formed, not exaggerated but radiating strength. Staring at himself, Cheng Ye was stunned. Too terrifying. The skill's benefits far exceed my imagination. Science couldn't explain it. LV.1 basic power didn't just bring technique and muscle memory. It gave him this muscular transformation overnight, saving months of training. Is it because the muscle memory for power needs sufficient muscle to support it? If I find a physique-boosting skill, will I get another massive leap? Back in his room, Cheng Ye was caught in a delightful dilemma. The sudden strength surge boosted his confidence for surviving the external duty. But such obvious overnight changes made staying low-key harder. Beep, beep, beep. A call request flashed on his desk's defense comm. Who's calling this early? Curious, Cheng Ye glanced at the screen and froze. Not Liu Bai, but a name he'd never expected. The call was from none other than the checkpoint station chief, Ding Yishan. Cheng Ye was genuinely surprised. In his 2 months since transmigrating to the Wasteland, he'd never met this mysterious chief. Searching his predecessor's memories, he'd only seen Ding once, when leaving the inner city. Ding had personally greeted him, instructing everyone to treat and train him well, ensuring Cheng Long's passing was without worry. Why is he calling me? Cheng Ye's mind raced, but his hands were quick, pressing the accept button. Hey, little Cheng, it's me, Station Chief Ding. A warm voice came through the defense comm. Not disturbing your sleep this early, am I? Good morning, Chief Ding. Cheng Ye raised his tone, moving to the window to glance below, chuckling just right. The rain was heavy last night. I couldn't sleep, so I went out to see if I could help. Just got back to wash up and head to work. Huh, you've got your dad's spirit, kid. Looks like you're the model for hard work at the station. A hearty laugh came from the other end. It's good for young folks to hustle. I was just thinking how to bring this up, and you've made it easy. Chief, I'm all ears. Here's the thing. Ding's slow, kindly tone, like an 80-year-old village elder, shifted as he got to business, his voice taking on a chief's authority. As a top-tier university grad, Cheng Ye's mind automatically filtered fluff, distilling Ding's 3-minute talk to a few key points. Garcia's beating by Liu sent him to the infirmary. The Western faction was unhappy but had no grounds to complain, being in the wrong. The Western faction would likely target Cheng Ye, a trainee inspector in work and life. As station chief and Qianglong's comrade, Ding was pulling him out to lay low. Chief, you've thought of everything for me. My dad's last words said you're a rare, honest man in this world, and if I'm ever stuck, to seek your advice. I'm useless, always causing trouble for the station. Cheng Ye's voice cracked with emotion. On the other end, Ding's stern tone softened. Little Cheng, I've let you down. Your dad entrusted you to me, and I couldn't shield you from this mess. Don't worry, after your first external duty, I'll bring you back. Let's see who dares talk nonsense then. Chief, don't say that. Back and forth they went. 2 minutes later, the call ended. Cheng Ye's teary act vanished, his face turning grave. In just minutes, he'd seen Ding's emotional intelligence, enough to thrive in the Wasteland or even modern bureaucracies with his top-notch diplomacy and acting. Could Ding, like his predecessor, be an old-era human whose genes didn't mutate toward combat? But moving me from the main gate to rapid inspection to lay low, Cheng Ye sneered. The buffer isolation zone had 3 checkpoints, the main gate for regular inspections and the north and south gates for rapid inspections. The main gate handled external survivors, while the others served certified personnel, scouts, sentries clearing infected, or licensed scavengers. At first glance, the main gate seemed riskier, dealing with survivors from all over, more likely to encounter infected. But reality, based on Cheng Ye's knowledge and experience, was the opposite. At the main gate, survivors were caged, their attack capabilities halved even if infected. 8 armed guards per conveyor belt stood ready in watchtowers, ensuring inspector safety. Any anomaly, and the subject was shot dead. Thus, despite a higher chance of infected, the main gate's annual casualty rate stayed below 5%. Rapid inspection posts, however, had no cages or armed guards. Inspectors faced subjects directly, searching them up close. Even if infection was confirmed, they relied only on nearby patrol teams. But that protection was a sham. If Ding Yishan arranged it, the supporting guards might sit back, watch him fight infected, and if he got infected, he'd catch a few peanuts for a physical exorcism within seconds. Rapid inspection posts' annual casualty rate never dips below 30%. Even veteran first or second-term inspectors often die from carelessness. Cheng Ye's thoughts raced, quickly grasping the deeper reasons behind this shift. Since the buffer isolation zone's creation, the checkpoint had grown, now exceeding 2,000 staff, including guards, workers, and sentries. Yet, the inspector count remained fixed at 150, never increasing. There were only 2 ways to become an inspector: hereditary, passing from parent to child; election, where the chief selects someone with significant contributions to fill a vacant slot. This flawed system ensured that faction quality could vary greatly. For example, before Qianglong's death, his combat power was a 10. After Cheng Ye took over, it dropped to 1, yet he held the slot, weakening the Eastern faction's overall strength. Or, if the Western faction's new generation grew faster, the Eastern faction would decline, losing checkpoint control. First, Ding had Bigby beat Garcia into the infirmary. As long as Garcia lives, he occupies a Western slot, blocking replacements. Then, using me as an excuse to move to rapid inspection, he silences the Western faction while paving the way for Eastern plans. If I die with no heir, he can pick a strong candidate to fill my slot, boosting the Eastern inspector's strength. What a dingy, Sean. What a cunning double-edged scheme. A massive sense of urgency gripped Cheng Ye. His predecessor's inner-city antics were no secret to Ding. In Ding's eyes, Cheng Ye's value was likely below a 3, a liability in the Eastern faction, always putting them on the defensive. Garcia, though young and unreliable, had 2 years as an inspector, surviving over a dozen external duties with rich combat experience. In the Western faction, he was at least a 5 or 6. His presence might not tip the scales, but his absence would disrupt their plays. A small card against a bigger one. If both could be eliminated, it'd be a win for the Eastern faction. If it were Big B, he might have bought the lay low excuse. No, with Big B's killer instinct, he'd never end up at rapid inspection. Rapid inspectors held as much power as danger. Suspect infection? 1 slash, and if wrong, a report sufficed. Send Lu Bai there, and heads would roll in days. Damn, the external duties hurdle isn't even here yet, and I'm already dragged into the East-West clash. But it boils down to my weakness. Too frail to hold this iron rice bowl. I'm a target for coveting and scheming. If I had Big B's strength, faction fights or rapid inspection wouldn't faze me. Yesterday, he might have hesitated or feared. But now, with fine rain tapping the glass, humid air seeping in with the scent of earth, a strange calm washed over him, steadying his nerves into resolve. Basic power gave him the experience and technique to barely meet external duties minimum. But limited by his weakest link, physical fitness, his damage output was capped. Now, overnight, feeling the new tendons in his arm, he sensed the latent explosive power in his muscles. Everything had changed. Trained by muscle memory, his weakest link was patched, his overall strength soaring. Still far from Big B's human weapon, but against last night's 4-tenths punch, he wouldn't fly helplessly anymore. It's both danger and opportunity. If I prove my worth and return to the table, I'll secure my inspector's seat. Cheng Ye flipped his right hand. The pendant in the socket flickered, then appeared in his palm. Using both search chances on Chu Yunfeng yesterday, overnight experiments clarified the collector's recharge rules. LV.1 searches needed 100 kilowatt-hours per charge point, far less than the 2,000 kilowatt-hours for activation. More crucially, the pendant's physical control had transformed. Within 10 meters, he could toggle it between tangible and intangible with a thought, summoning it to his hand instantly. This made recharging simple. As long as the rain kept the hydroelectric plant humming, even a 2.5 square socket could supply 50 kilowatt-hour daily. That meant a search chance every 2 to 3 days. Search alone isn't enough. I plan to gear up for external duty later, but I need to prep now. My contribution points are tight, but borrowing from Big B should tide me over. But since Ding's sending me to the north-south checkpoints, he's likely counted on Big B helping, so... Cheng Ye's eyes flickered, grabbing the defense comm to call Lu Bai. Dark clouds hung low, and figures hurried by. As the only workers' compound far from the main district, the fertilizer plant workers' compound exuded a solitude that clashed with the buffer zone's usual bustle. For many, the reason to settle here was simple and straightforward. Space. Unlike the cramped Sunrise Electronics factory workers' compound, where Cheng Ye lived, with its single rooms of just over 10 square meters, fine for one person, but instantly crowded for a family, the fertilizer plant workers' compound offered more. Built around a decade into the old era, it consisted of standard apartment buildings. Some units, once used as employee dormitories, spanned about 40 square meters, compact yet practical. Others, allocated to veteran factory workers as a perk, reached nearly 60 square meters. As one of the most senior inspectors at the checkpoint, Lu Bai had chosen to settle his family here, not only for the comfort of his wife and daughter, but also for an additional reason. Here, far from main district's clamor, they were also distanced from certain risks. If an infected tide broke out, the distance from the main district to the outskirts would serve as a buffer, buying precious time to escape. It was, in essence, a buffer within the buffer zone. Yes, I understand. I'll head out as soon as possible. Hanging up the defense comm, Lu Bai stood by the living room window, his grim expression blending almost seamlessly with the lead gray clouds outside. What's wrong? They're not making you go on an external mission in this weather, are they? A voice came from the master bedroom, followed by the soft creak of a wooden sliding door. A middle-aged woman in pale blue loungewear stepped out, her fluffy curls loosely tied up, faint lines at the corners of her eyes creasing with worry. Luo Xiaoxue, Lu Bai's wife. The two were childhood sweethearts, supporting each other through life, and now parents to a daughter. Station Chief Ding called, Lu Bai said, turning his head, forcing a smile that looked worse than a grimace. The rain won't stop, and the hydroelectric power station is struggling. I'm about to guide the Inner City's emergency team to support the engineers. Inner City emergency team? Luo Xiaoxue frowned. The power station is only 80 kilometers from Happiness City. You could walk there blindfolded. Why does an inspector need to guide them? I can't figure out what the higher-ups are thinking either, but the station chief already agreed, so I have to go whether I like it or not. Lu Bai let out a sigh. It was a tumultuous time. Not only had infection sources been unusually active since the start of the year, but natural disasters were relentless, constantly testing the resilience of every sanctuary city. Take Yin City's UES Sanctuary, for example. With a population of over 400,000, it had nearly been overrun by an infected tide, according to reports. That road to the power station has been cleared countless times over the years. Ordinary dangers aren't a problem, but this time, the tricky part is that water-loving infected are targeting the station. I'll likely have to stay there for a while, guarding until the situation is fully under control. But if I leave, there'll be no one to look after Cheng Ye. That kid's stubborn, with great comprehension and talent, but he's just taken on the inspector role and is about to face his first external duty. I can't have Cheng Ye. Luo Xiaoxue pursed her lips. Cheng Long and Lu Bai were brothers in arms, and with Cheng Long entrusting his son to Lu Bai, the latter took the responsibility to heart, especially since yesterday, when Lu Bai, in a rare moment, brought out his prized liquor for a couple of drinks. Though she hadn't asked why, she could guess it was because the past 2 months of training Cheng Ye had shown promising results. Don't worry too much. Maybe you'll only be gone a few days, and... Her words were cut off. The defense comm in Lu Bai's hand buzzed. It's Cheng Ye. Making a shushing gesture, Lu Bai walked to the window, his mind in turmoil. Setting aside the upcoming training plans, he had promised to accompany Cheng Ye on his first external duty. Now, with this emergency summons, it was hard to say if their schedules would align. The sound of rain mixed with static crackled through the defense comm, clearing his throat. Cheng Ye said, Ahem, Big B, not interrupting your morning training, am I? No, Lu Bai replied, instinctively straightening his back, his voice low. I've got. Both voices erupted simultaneously through the comm, only to stop abruptly. The atmosphere grew heavy until Cheng Ye broke the silence with a light chuckle. Big B, can I go first? Go ahead. Lend me some contribution points. I'll pay you back later. What for? To buy some weapons and gear. I can't keep using the training knife forever. I need a proper melee weapon. Buying gear. Lu Bai frowned. Don't get ahead of yourself. You only made a bit of progress yesterday, and now you're rushing? The training knife is called that for a reason. It prevents bad habits. Switching to standard weapons too soon could ruin your foundation, and fixing that later is tough. Come on, it's the situation forcing my hand. On the other end, Cheng Ye sighed. Old Ding called earlier, reassigning me to the north and south gates to lay low for a bit. At the rapid inspection posts, without a proper weapon, I might not survive an encounter with an infected. What? Lu Bai's shout echoed through the room like thunder. Old Ding said, quickly repeating the contents of Ding Yishan's call. Cheng Ye paused. I'm guessing Old Ding didn't call you to send you on an external mission, did he? I'll talk to him. Either I go and you stay, or I stay and go with you. Lu Bai was straightforward, not one for scheming, but that didn't mean he was naive. Cheng Ye had laid bare the core of the conversation. If Lu Bai couldn't understand it, how could he have survived this long in the cutthroat wasteland? Don't be rash, Big B, listen to me. Confirming his suspicions, Cheng Ye grew calmer. The station chief assigned you to a mission for the inner city. You can't push it off, and you shouldn't. Going to the north and south gates lets me avoid some of the western factions targeting. As for the risks, didn't you say before? An inspector's prestige in the buffer zone isn't earned by standing at the main gate looking tough. It's at the north and south gates' defense lines. If the infected want to get in, they'll have to step over our bodies first. That respect is earned with our lives. I know the dangers of the rapid inspection posts. If I can't even handle this, I probably won't survive external duties either. His clear, logical persuasion came through the calm. Liu Bai's hand trembled as he gripped the device, his heart sinking. In that moment, he wished Cheng Ye weren't so mature that he'd act childish and beg him to stay and protect him. Then, no matter what, even if it meant quitting the inspector team, Liu Bai would stay. But Cheng Ye's words were laced with clarity and resolve, leaving no room for argument. Big B, we're not the type to get all sentimental. Let's not drag this out. You go handle your external mission. Let's not meet up for a while. That'll draw less attention from the Western faction. Cheng Ye continued, explaining that from the moment Deng Yishan made his move, he knew he had to face this alone. Even if Liu Bai found an excuse to stay, there would surely be other schemes waiting. Better to act decisively, pretend to be oblivious, and use the civilization collector to find a way to break through. You thought this through before calling me, didn't you? Liu Bai sighed. You could have asked me to stay. I owe that to your father. He's him, and I'm me. What you owe him, I owe you. All right. If that's how you feel, I respect your decision. Liu Bai gritted his teeth. I'm heading out for the external mission soon, so I won't have time to handle the paperwork. I'll have your sister-in-law arrange for 100 contribution points to be sent to you by tomorrow morning at the latest. Got it. I've told you some things about your father before. The rest, I plan to tell you after your first external duty. Listen up. More than half the people at the checkpoint owe him favors. Getting them to fully repay that debt is tough, but some are willing to offer a partial return. For the North and South Gate rotations, each gate is 5 days. For your first shift, make sure you pick the South Gate. The South Gate is held by our Eastern faction. I'll make arrangements so no one gives you trouble. They'll do everything they can to keep you safe and help you through the toughest early days. But the North Gate is controlled by the Western faction. My influence doesn't reach there. The only reliable contact I have is someone whose father was saved by your grandfather and who was saved by your father himself. At a critical moment, he could save your life. With the endless rain, water-loving infected are swarming toward our Chuan city. It's unclear if they'll hit the checkpoint, but you need to stay vigilant. I'll compile a list of specific threats to watch out for before I leave and have your sister-in-law deliver it to you. As for weapons, in a rapid inspection outbreak, firearms are often useless except for intimidation. In the heat of the moment, melee weapons are the best choice. You need distance to fire back, so don't go for anything too long. Short knives or axes are often better for survival than long spears or swords. From the looming threats and dangers to weapon choices and combat details, Liu Bai laid out everything meticulously, like a father about to embark on a long journey. At the end, he made Cheng Ye repeat it all back. Only after confirming that Cheng Ye had memorized everything did he take a deep breath and say, almost word by word, "Stay alive. You have to stay alive. Of course. Don't worry, I'm tough as nails. I'll be waiting for you to come back and join me for my external duty." Laughter came through the calm before it disconnected, but the shadow weighing on Liu Bai's heart lingered. A thunderclap roared, rattling the window panes. A blinding white flash of lightning tore through the heavy clouds, briefly illuminating the world and Liu Bai's face. Half anger, half helplessness. Happiness City, a massive sanctuary among the Wasteland's finest. If even inspectors had a fight to survive here, what chance did ordinary people have? Since he had already been assigned to the death sentence of the North and South Rapid Inspection Posts, Cheng Ye simply skipped work, too lazy to even call the checkpoint remotely to request leave. The North and South Gates were managed by the Eastern and Western factions, respectively. The central checkpoint, meanwhile, was overseen by the two factions on a rotating basis, and today happened to be the Eastern faction's turn, with Station Chief He Fei on duty. Station Chief He, something came up, and I might not be able to report to the checkpoint for a while, Cheng Ye said, but before he could finish, He Fei's hearty laughter came through the receiver, mingled with the constant beeping of communicators in the office. Cheng Ye, Station Chief Ding already mentioned your situation. Don't worry, The rapid inspection posts are a big responsibility. It's not easy for a newcomer to take on that role. I'll approve your leave until the day after tomorrow. Prepare well and don't let down Station Chief Ding or everyone's expectations. Yifei emphasized the word expectations. The implication was clear. Taking leave to prepare was fine, but don't think about using it to dodge the rapid inspection post. Got it. Thank you, Station Chief He, for understanding. I'll report on time. After a few pleasantries, Cheng Ye hung up, surprised to have gained an extra day off. The tight preparation time suddenly felt much more manageable. He fetched water and washed his face. The slightly cold water splashed against his skin, washing away the exhaustion of a sleepless night. Staring into the mirror for a long time, Cheng Ye suddenly cracked a faint smile. Having abruptly arrived in this unfamiliar wasteland, everything familiar, friends, family, social ties, and especially his appearance, had vanished in an instant. This left him with a profound sense of emptiness and unreality, as if he were detached from the world. A voice in his mind had kept shouting, "What's the point of struggling? Give up. Giving up might let you return to the familiar earth, free from this man-eating wasteland where you're suffocating in vain." This thought had been festering over time. For the past 2 months, Cheng Ye often woke from nightmares, standing by the window or on the rooftop, more than once tempted to reset and try again. But now he suddenly realized those thoughts had completely vanished. It seemed to have happened last night, as if with the growth of his strength, they had disappeared entirely. Even stranger, as he gazed at his reflection, countless new thoughts flooded his mind. He was struck with a realization, a discovery, that he might actually be starting to like this world, that he was reluctant to leave, not just because, like Earth, there were people here who genuinely cared for him and treated him well, but because this world, fraught with danger and undercurrents, was just too damn thrilling. The games between people, the struggle between the two factions, the calculations that could mean life or death at any moment. Compared to the repetitive daily grind on Earth, where securing a stable job meant seeing the rest of your life laid out predictably, this life was exhilarating. Damn, am I a masochist or something? Liking thrills and being fed up with repetition should be two entirely different traits. Cheng Ye thought it over and decided he leaned more toward the latter, but his personality had been suppressed by his environment, unable to shine through. If given another chance to choose between the two worlds, Cheng Ye wasn't entirely sure he'd firmly choose to return to Earth, to a life as predictable as an NPC's. With my identity, there's no way I could integrate into the Western faction. It wasn't just his Eastern appearance, but also Cheng Long's influence and Liu Bai's status. Unless Cheng Ye could completely sever those ties, the Western faction would never accept him. So, to survive, there's only one straightforward way: get back to the table and prove my worth. This wasn't actually difficult for Cheng Ye. His strength had undergone a dramatic transformation, far surpassing the impression Ding Yishan had of him. Without relying on anyone's help, I'll get through the initial phase at the rapid inspection post. Then, I'll find the right opportunity to show off my combat skills and overall ability. I refuse to believe that if my value surpasses Garcia's, Ding Yishan would still risk going all in with the Western faction. Wiping the water droplets from his face, Cheng Ye returned to his room and stuffed the remaining 7 bags of nutrient paste into his backpack. To quickly adapt to the inspector role, he had focused most of his energy on mastering the inspection process, memorizing the theoretical knowledge, and even breaking a minor checkpoint record. But this allocation of time meant his understanding of infected entities and the Wasteland world was limited, or rather, he hadn't had the time to care about learning it to survive. Now, assigned to the rapid inspection post, these were things he needed to grasp urgently. 2 days should be enough to familiarize myself with common infected response methods. Cheng Ye put on his raincoat, grabbed his backpack, and headed out. After the delay from a few phone calls, it was past 8 o'clock, and the main district was bustling again. Along the way, low-lying areas were indeed flooded, with residents inside desperately scooping water out with buckets, looking disheveled. Perhaps due to the influx of new residents, relief tents had been set up outside several large malls. Anyone newly registered in Happiness City could claim 3 bags of nutrient paste per day for 3 days with their resident permit, free of charge. Additionally, the Works Department had set up several Work for Relief recruitment tents. Cheng Ye pushed through the crowd, scanning the hastily scrawled posters, which outlined 3 main tasks: repairing old underground drainage systems and various pipelines. Payment was per person, with 16 happiness coins per day, equivalent to 8 bags of nutrient paste. Compared to surface drainage work, it was a lucrative job. However, the difficulty was significant, as the underground environment was complex, filthy, and carried a high risk of injury. Assisting official teams to expand the buffer zone's lateral area. The current buffer zone was built on Chuan City's old industrial area, surrounded mostly by empty wastelands and abandoned factories. Creating more living space would accommodate more refugees and ensure personal space. Payment was also per person at 12 happiness coins per day, leaving the buffer zone to scavenge in the city ruins or gather resources from designated locations. As was customary, after the summer rains, a cool, rainless autumn would follow. Simple canvas tents couldn't withstand the harsh winter, so building materials had to be prepared in advance. Construction during autumn would allow more weatherproof housing to be built before winter. Due to the high risks, this task compensation varied based on the type and weight of materials recovered. Winter. The first 2 tasks reflected the buffer zone's current development priorities, repairing the old city and expanding laterally. This wasn't surprising, as most high-rise buildings from the old era, weathered by time, had become hazardous. Repairing them was far more challenging than rebuilding from scratch. Add to that the elusive, mutated beasts and highly threatening infected entities, and the city ruins were a forbidden zone for life, ventured into only by daring scavengers. The third task, however, highlighted the buffer zone's current vulnerabilities. With refugees flooding in like a tide, the buffer zone was already stretched to its limit. When winter hits, everything freezes. The dam's power won't be enough to supply the inner city, let alone the buffer zone. Power outages are certain, and heating is out of the question. If we don't expand frantically in autumn, everyone in tents will turn into popsicles. Pushing out of the crowd, Cheng Ye wiped the water from his face, quietly taking note. With the thin walls of the workers' compound, if outside temperatures dropped below -20 degrees, the inside would feel like an icebox, and illness would strike within days. But now wasn't the time to worry about surviving winter. First, he had to figure out how to survive the rapid inspection post before he could think about tackling the coming natural disasters. Boarding the bus, its mud-caked wheels splashed through puddles, the vehicle rocking violently on the muddy road. Cheng Ye gripped the handrail, his gaze sweeping over the dilapidated buildings retreating rapidly through the blurred rain outside. He usually traveled from the main district to the southern training ground, but this was his first time heading north. Unlike the south, with its open spaces and factories, the north was an old industrial residential area. Tightly packed houses lined the roads, their walls covered in moss and cracks. Some windows lacked glass, haphazardly boarded up with broken planks, while others stood wide open, revealing pairs of lifeless eyes staring out. As the journey continued, the hoarse announcer called out, "Library Station," and Cheng Ye stepped off the bus alone, under the collective gaze of the passengers. A damp, hot breeze mixed with rain slapped his face, water splashing onto his rain boots. Looking up, he saw a 3-story building, once a community service center, now converted into a so-called library. Warm yellow light poured through its glass windows. In the gray, cold-toned world of this rainy, overcast day, the orange glow in the rain stirred a rare sense of happiness in Cheng Ye's heart. As a modern person, Cheng Ye was no stranger to libraries. He couldn't count how many days and nights he had spent hunched over, frantically typing papers. He never imagined he'd encounter a library in the Wasteland. Though its exterior was shabbier than even some rural elementary school libraries, gazing at it stirred a familiar sense of warmth in Cheng Ye's heart. Taking a few steps forward, He pushed open the library's fence gate. To his surprise, the gate's hinges were remarkably smooth, despite its rusty appearance, suggesting regular maintenance. Behind the gate, Cheng Ye noticed a prominent wooden sign. Survival Library. This library houses hundreds of books containing survival knowledge submitted by survivors from across the Wasteland, authentic and effective, greatly increasing your chances of surviving encounters with infected entities. Reading fee: 5 happiness coins/hour, 20 happiness coin deposit required upon entry, no credit allowed. Borrowing fee: priced based on the book's rarity, requires collateral. You may submit valuable information or books. If verified as valid by the librarian, you will receive varying rewards. 5 coins an hour? Cheng Ye raised an eyebrow. No wonder the passengers on the bus had given him strange looks when he got off. A day's work repairing drainage pipes paid 16 happiness coins, not even enough for the entry deposit. A few hours of careless reading could bankrupt an ordinary resident. Even for an inspector like him, with a monthly salary of 500 happiness coins, he wouldn't dare linger here without restraint if not for the inheritance left by Cheng Long. The training ground only costs 10 coins a day, but here it's 5 coins an hour. Now I'm curious about the quality of their collection. Cheng Ye didn't mind spending happiness coins, especially for knowledge, if the sign's claim held true that these books could significantly boost survival odds against infected entities, then let alone 5 coins. Even 50 would be worth it. Following the worn tiled path, he entered the library courtyard. At the main entrance, Cheng Ye hesitated briefly, then took off his raincoat, folded it neatly, and hung it by the window. He scraped the mud off his boots on the nearby steps. Creak. Pushing open the library door, a faint musty smell mixed with the aged scent of paper hit him. Cheng Ye peered inside. As expected, it had the unpretentious style of an old-era library. 3 old tungsten filament lamps hung from the ceiling, casting a dim, warm glow. 2 rows of wooden shelves stood neatly aligned, their boards slightly sagging under the weight of yellowed books. Beyond them was a setup Cheng Ye knew well, a study room. 4 large, sturdy wooden tables, each paired with 2 solid wood chairs. Since no one else was present, the table lamps were off, leaving the interior somewhat dim. Ahem! A sound came from behind the door. Following the noise, Cheng Ye noticed a desk tucked behind it. A slightly hunched, middle-aged Western woman sat on the bed, her gaze fixed on him. Seeing no water dripping from Cheng Ye's clothes and no mud on his shoes, her expression softened slightly. "Welcome, guest. You're the only reader today. If you're short on funds, I can make an exception. 3 happiness coins per hour, or 10 coins for a full day's reading." The woman's face was pale, her gray hair disheveled over her shoulders, hinting at malnutrition. Yet her voice was gentle, like a spring breeze, lingering softly in the ear, starkly contrasting her frail appearance. A discount. Cheng Ye was mildly surprised but quickly understood. The high price posted outside was likely a filter to deter those without basic purchasing power or who didn't value the library's model. Those who made it inside wouldn't balk at 5 coins. Offering a discount created a pleasant surprise, and 10 coins for a full day made people feel they'd lose out by not spending it. "Here's the deposit." Cheng Ye reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 10 happiness coin notes. "May I ask?" "AC Gwen. You can call me by my name, guest." "All right, Miss Gwen. I'd like to learn about the types of infected entities and how to deal with them. Which book would you recommend?" The first shelf is entirely dedicated to those books. If you're facing infected entities soon and need quick results, go straight to the 3rd row. Those are concise combat manuals, but I suggest taking the time to read from top to bottom to build a solid foundation. Gwen sat up slightly. The second shelf holds Wasteland survivor journals. The 1st, 4th, and 7th books in the 3rd row contain first-hand accounts of rare, special infected entities, if you're interested in those. The 3rd and 4th shelves are special survival manuals. Rest assured, every book is valuable, containing the author's insights into the Wasteland and unique survival techniques. They may not help your current situation immediately, but use one once, and you'll see they're worth their weight. Thank you. Her detailed response and advice made Cheng Ye realize this was likely due to his care in removing his raincoat and cleaning his shoes. It seemed the Wasteland wasn't devoid of mutual respect after all. Cheng Ye smiled inwardly, recalling his grad school days when he was the only one allowed to eat in the library, saving half an hour of cafeteria trips. That half hour daily, over months, saved days of time. Why? Because he'd built a good relationship with the librarian. The same applied now. Gwen's guidance saved him the effort of searching and sorting through books himself. In that case, I'll start with the first shelf. 2 days should be enough to skim through everything there. Pulling out the first book from the first shelf, Cheng Ye glanced at the title, surprised to see familiar Chinese characters. The Origin of the Infected. The content was exactly what he was eager to dive into. In the reading area, Gwen had turned on the lights, not the soft warm glow, but a slightly cold white light that sharpened his focus. The choice of lighting aids reading. If you need tea or food service, just call me. Thank you. Cheng Ye nodded, sat at the wide wooden table, and gently opened the book to the first page. The somewhat scrawled handwriting, with some cursive text requiring focus to decipher, unexpectedly gave him a sense of crossing time, like opening a historical tome. Do you believe in fate? Do you believe in prophecies? Do you believe in the end of the world? I never did, but reality taught me a harsh lesson, forcing me to believe in destiny. On December 21st, 2032, in the old era, if it weren't the 20th anniversary of the Mayan prophecy of doomsday, it would have been an ordinary day, forgotten by all. Even I, an author of apocalyptic novels, only remembered it when I saw related reports. Oh, the Mayan doomsday prophecy? Haha, 20 years later, who'd still believe in doomsday? It was just a hyped-up topic for capitalists, like Valentine's Day on May 20th or Singles' Day on November 11th, destined to be archived in history and forgotten. But it came. This doomsday arrived 20 years late. That day, at 4 in the afternoon, I opened my window and saw an unforgettable sight. An enormous glowing object visited Blue Star, its long tail filling the sky, outshining even the sun. Experts speculated it was an extraterrestrial life form leaping through a wormhole. I don't know if that's true, but its brief appearance changed Blue Star's fate, tearing apart the fragile veneer of civilization. Fragments from the comet fell across Blue Star, large and small, sparking a frenzy of pursuit. Everyone was eager to learn or discover something from these fragments. Nations engaged in open and covert struggles, hoping to unlock technological breakthroughs. They did find something. The terrifying S1 virus emerged, carried by saliva and blood. The virus swept the globe in just 3 months, spreading wildly. Infected individuals resembled zombies from movies, but were far more horrifying. A single scratch or bite triggered a terrifying transformation within 10 seconds, turning victims into indiscriminate attackers, rapidly expanding the infection's reach. Despite humanity's resilience and the infected's carbon-based limitations, the S1 virus raged for 4 years. Only when the Human Federation formed, sanctuary cities rose, and organized combat units created containment zones was this nightmare temporarily sealed. Below the text was an illustration of a man with a grotesque face, body tilted, eyes cloudy and white, gums exposing broken canines, drool dripping from his mouth. Zombies? Cheng Ye's brow twitched. Perhaps influenced by movies, he found zombies more troublesome than the bizarrely powerful infected entities. After all, a single bite meant infection, making crowded sanctuary cities even more dangerous. Fortunately, for the text, these zombies were still bound by carbon-based limitations. They could run, but their decaying muscles and bones made them slower than a healthy adult male. Fearless of death, they became clumsy moving targets, easily trapped by human setups. Once humanity rallied and formed combat units, the zombies' doomsday arrived. Mortal flesh couldn't withstand heavy machine gun fire. Incendiary bombs turned even the largest hordes into mere kindling for the flames. In the winter of 2037, Old Era, when the last S1 one infected was reduced to ashes in an incinerator. Grand celebrations erupted across Blue Star. Survivors left sanctuary cities, returned to city ruins, and embraced, weeping, as if proclaiming the rebirth of civilization. I was fortunate to survive this catastrophe, cheering the end of the apocalypse. Yet the infinite energy the S1 virus granted zombies sparked greed in some. They sought the secret to immortality, to bypass carbon-based limitations. In secret underground labs, the original virus was preserved and studied. Under human guidance, the S1 virus abandoned its inefficient widespread transmission, focusing instead on pushing life forms to their limits. In the spring of 2041, the S2 virus was accidentally born. The unique S2 virus lost its broad infectivity. Humans required over 48 hours of close contact with the infection source to become hosts. Once infected, humans finally achieved the initial goal, breaking through the genetic limits of carbon-based life. During this period, giant infected towering tens of meters, speed infected reaching near sonic velocities, flying infected, and intelligent infected capable of mental control emerged. But due to fixed transmission methods and humanity's sustained military strength, the S2 virus was easily suppressed in just 1 year and 4 months, with all infection sources destroyed. But with 1 and 2 comes 3 and 4. After the S2 virus revealed its evolutionary potential, could humanity truly resist the lure of genetic transcendence? If the S1 virus was a natural disaster, unpredictable and impossible to prepare for, then the S2 virus was undeniably a man-made calamity, born from human greed and the primal yearning encoded in our genes. Whoa, isn't this the armored titan from Attack on Titan? Flipping to the first illustration of an infected entity, Cheng Ye felt a jolt of recognition at the familiar form. A roughly 20-meter-tall giant, its body covered in insect-like armor plates, wielded a chemical factory smokestack as a weapon. The absurdity reminded him of Lu Zhishan uprooting a willow tree in some wild tale. Opposite the giant stood 8 massive cannon barrels, each over a meter in diameter. Cheng Ye wasn't sure what would happen when they clashed, but he knew the giant's fate would be grim. Modern technology wasn't like the maneuver gear in manga, requiring humans to swing around slashing necks. Within the range of those cannons, truth reigned supreme. Further down, more illustrations followed. A speed infected with Achilles tendons stretching up to its neck, a flying infected sprouting wings from its back, and an intelligent infected with a brain occupying half its body volume. Compared to zombies, Cheng Ye found these infected almost comically foolish. Their exaggerated forms clearly took a wrong turn in evolution. No matter how naive humans were, they wouldn't see these as viable for sustained development. Naturally, their suppression in just over a year was hardly surprising. With 1 and 2 comes 3 and 4, so it's no shock if it happens again. The author's question at the page's end didn't surprise Cheng Ye. It felt almost expected. The S-series viruses were immensely dangerous, but carried equally immense potential rewards. Turning to the next chapter, as expected, the S3 virus made its debut. The S2 virus was eradicated in the summer of 2043. For the next 5 years, human civilization rapidly recovered. Sanctuary cities were dismantled, and humans returned to familiar urban lives, everything seemingly back on track. Until the S3 virus emerged. Despite decades of research, the origin of this unique virus remains unknown. It no longer infected humans, but targeted animals and plants, perfectly blending the traits of S1 and S2. Spread through water sources, it radiated globally in just 6 months, enabling flora and fauna to break their limits, producing astonishing effects. It's unimaginable that this planet could go so mad. Ordinary soil and plants, catalyzed by the virus, could produce a special plant, the 9-turn ginseng fruit, capable of rejuvenating an 80-year-old back to their 20s, restoring youth instantly. Even more unbelievable, with the 9-turn ginseng fruit's emergence, Increasingly bizarre, mutated creatures and plants appeared. Mutated beetle meat granting tens of tons of strength, 100-segment grass enabling limb regrowth, and superhuman recovery. Lava lotus bestowing fire-breathing abilities, and wind cluster leaves allowing low-altitude flight. Many called it a spiritual resurgence, heralding a grand era of competition for humanity. Others claimed it was a return to the primordial age, with mythical immortal artifacts reawakening to lead humanity back to a cosmic pinnacle. I don't know who's right, but I'm certain this virus is far more terrifying than S1 or S2. It perfectly exploited human nature, targeting humanity's weaknesses, precisely striking at our ultimate desires for immortality, power, and transcendence. As rejuvenating fruit flesh was frantically fought over, and ability-granting fruits hit the black market, the S3 virus, with the gentlest approach, executed a slaughter more thorough than the previous two disasters. It didn't need to destroy human order. Human greed shattered everything on its own. Humanity went mad. Everyone went mad, driven insane by the pursuit of transcendence and power. Censored, scratched out. Laughably, humanity endured the relentless bombardment of S1 and S2 without signs of civilizational collapse. Yet, after the S3 virus, which didn't directly affect humans, the losses were catastrophic. Vast cities emptied, an all-out war erupted. The page ended. No illustrations. Cheng Ye was plunged into deep shock, the words pulling him into that frenzied era, showing him how human nature was laid bare in the age of transcendence, turning weapons meant for external foes into daggers piercing civilization itself. An era of grand competition, where everyone could become transcendent. Even ordinary people hiding in sanctuary cities succumbed to greed, and the Foundation began to spiral out of control, dragging human civilization into the abyss. Inexplicably, Cheng Ye's thoughts turned to Earth. If this virus appeared on Earth, could humanity withstand the successive catalysts of S1, S2, and S3? One thing had always puzzled him. The blue star wasteland he now inhabited was, aside from some geographic names, indistinguishable from the Earth he knew before transmigrating. Could it be that I didn't cross to another world, but traveled through time? Cheng Ye couldn't help but speculate. Changing place names wasn't hard. With transcendent powers at play, redrawing regional boundaries was trivial. The text description of the transition from the old era to the new era seemed to reinforce his theory. The chaos wrought by the S3 virus lasted a full 15 years, reducing Blue Star's population to under 2 billion. Wars erupted everywhere, and each new transcendent object sparked grand spectacles involving millions. This farce ended not because humanity recognized the virus's danger, but because the S3 virus mutated again, giving rise to S4. In the autumn of 2063, Old Era, the S3 virus splintered into the unique S4 virus. Laughable, isn't it? It's like a cycle. S4 reverted to S2's traits, losing broad transmission and targeting only specific groups via airborne spread, specifically those who were already transcendent. What? Cheng Ye's heart skipped, nearly exclaiming aloud. Living through the eras described might obscure the S-series virus's terror, but looking back from S3 to S4, wasn't it just a scam? Lure people in, then slowly slaughter them. Transcendent individuals infected by S4 saw their powers spiral out of control, their genetic chains fracturing, turning them into walking corpses driven by base instincts, what we call primal infection sources. Though S4 didn't directly affect ordinary people, the mutated powers within transcendent individuals remained deadly pollutants. A rare few who contacted this power might inherit a sliver of transcendence, but most repeated the same fate, gaining power while losing sanity, becoming infected entities driven by instincts, fragmented memories, and pre-death habits, replaying broken fragments of their lives. The various infected entities we encounter today can be traced back to these transcendent individuals of the old era, their abilities rooted in those origins. Due to the primal infection sources, stealth, and uniqueness, human technological weapons became largely ineffective. To preserve civilization, sanctuary city programs were restarted to protect ordinary people while isolating the spread of infection sources. The first rekindled sanctuary city was completed in 2070. To prevent future generations from repeating history's mistakes, survivors made a bold decision: sever ties with the old era, redraw the planet's map, erase continents, and ruin cities polluted by primal infection sources, and bury parts of history that caused immense harm to civilization, ushering in the new era. Old Era 2070 became New Era Year 1, and human civilization set back on track, embarking on a grueling struggle destined to last centuries. Sadly, my lifespan is nearing its end, and I won't see the true conclusion of this catastrophe. But perhaps there's an S5 or an S6, don't you think? Flip. Unknowingly, Cheng Ye had reached the final page of The Origin of the Infected, his gaze lingering on the author's question, written as if with their last ounce of strength. S5? S6? The S-series viruses had mutated only 4 times, yet nearly pushed human civilization to the brink of collapse. If another shift in mutation occurred, reverting to S1's broad transmission mode, with zombies reappearing, zombies that had surpassed carbon-based limits. Cheng Ye shivered, realizing this wasteland might be far more dangerous than he'd imagined. At the same time, a thought struck him. It's New Era Year 35 now. If I can find the buried history and prove this is Earth, then I didn't cross to a parallel world, but traveled 80 years into the future. The possibility that he hadn't crossed to another world, but had instead traveled through time, was good news for Cheng Ye. It meant his roots were still on this planet. Perhaps one day, if he gained enough power to return to the ruins of Yang City, he could find the rental apartment he once lived in, dig out the spare change hidden in the mattress seam, and see the motivational slogans he'd scrawled on the wall for his grad school exams. Of course, after 80 years and the rise of transcendent powers, who knew what the ruins had become? Perhaps everything would feel utterly foreign to Cheng Ye. But wasn't life all about holding on to a sliver of hope? If I followed the normal timeline, even if I landed a stable job right after graduation, I likely wouldn't have survived the S1 virus 7 years later. But the end of the world, did the Mayans really predict an alien life form visiting Earth? Cheng Ye muttered to himself, more inclined to believe it was a beautiful coincidence. Returning The Origin of the Infected to the shelf, he pulled out the second book and began reading. Transcendent Diary, a first-hand account of a transcendent, chronicling the entire journey from an ordinary person to someone who abruptly acquired a transcendent item and rose to the peak of life. Though the text lacked the visceral impact of a video, Cheng Ye could still discern 2 words between the lines. Man-eating. To become a transcendent, one had to climb over the corpses of others. You had to fight to seize, or you'd never rise in this world. Because of this, some transcendents with deep obsessions and unique abilities, after losing their sanity to the S4 virus, became akin to earthbound spirits. They were hard to track, nearly impossible to kill, and contact risked spreading infection. Humanity opted to erase these areas from maps and history, cutting off exploration at the source. Opening the third book, Distribution of Primordial Infection Sources, Cheng Ye found it wasn't a sanctuary city map provided by the checkpoint, but a world map he recognized, though missing many regions. For instance, the Japanese archipelago and the entire Antarctic continent were gone. On the domestic map, Cheng Ye's gaze sharpened as he spotted a pitch-black block and 4 orange-red ones. Black means no entry, and orange-red indicates extreme danger. Like a cracked sponge plunged into water, Cheng Ye greedily soaked up this rare wasteland knowledge. The patter of rain outside became the perfect white noise, shielding him from the buffer zone's chaos. He lost track of time. The rain eventually eased, heavy clouds parting to reveal a thin ray of sunlight. His defense comm vibrated with a message, snapping Cheng Ye back to reality. Already 6:30? He'd entered the library at 9, and in a blink, nearly 9 hours had passed. On the wooden table, 3 stacks of books towered half a person high. Gwen had permitted this because Cheng Ye read so quickly and with such focus. After randomly quizzing him with 2 questions to confirm he wasn't skimming, Gwen gladly allowed him to grab multiple books at once, saving trips back and forth. "Mr. Cheng, are you hungry? We sell nutrient paste here at the same price as outside." Gwen poked her head out from behind a shelf, waving. If you have other needs, don't hesitate. The Survival Library offers the utmost courtesy to wise and studious guests like you. Glancing at his defense comm, Cheng Ye shook his head with a smile. "Sorry, work's calling. Thanks for the hospitality. I'll be back tomorrow to read more." "All right. The rain stopped at 4, and I've dried your raincoat. It's in a bag by the door. Just bring the bag back tomorrow." Also, Gwen limped over, and Cheng Ye noticed her left leg was disabled, explaining why she stayed curled up on the small bed. "You can go. I'll put these books back and note down the ones you haven't finished." "Thank you so much." Cheng Ye nodded, understanding this was Gwen's way of investing in him. Much like Uncle Dong giving him free nutrient paste that morning. The real Wasteland. Show the value others care about, and you'd receive the best treatment. Perhaps one day, these investments would yield 10-fold, 100-fold returns, altering life's trajectory. Leaving the library, the sky had shifted from leaden gray to clear. Most of the heavy clouds had dispersed, the remaining ones, like crumpled cotton, lazily scattered across the horizon. A few rays of sunlight pierced through the gaps, one landing on the bluestone slab outside the library, mingling with the crisp post-rain air. Cheng Ye took a deep breath, feeling the heaviness in his chest swept away. "Feels great," compared his body back on Earth, ravaged by years of academic grind. This one was absurdly strong. A stiff neck, slightly rigid back, and numb calves needed only a brief stretch to return to normal. But with the clouds still churning on the horizon, Cheng Ye knew the rain had only paused. Unless a new cyclone formed to push warm air forward, the rain front would linger over Chuan City. Beep, beep, beep. His defense comm vibrated again. Having turned off Do Not Disturb mode, it switched directly to a call interface. It was Luo Xiaoxue. "Hey, Sister Luo, I was just at the library." Okay, I'm heading over now." Hanging up, Cheng Ye didn't wait 2 minutes before squeezing onto a bus back to the main district. With the rain gone and the main district's lockdown lifted, the bus was filled with workers in coveralls, chattering about special plants they'd encountered while clearing land. Cheng Ye instinctively thought they meant transcendent plants that could grant humans powers, but after listening closely, he shook his head with a wry smile, chiding himself for getting lost in his reading. After the S4 virus outbreak, most transcendent plants perished, with only a few achieving symbiosis with infected entities. These were the special infected Gwen had mentioned. Retaining plant characteristics, they could move but didn't actively attack humans and were widely distributed across Blue Star. Rumors claimed their plant parts could still grant transcendent powers without infection risk, so Wastelanders scoured the earth searching for them. Yet, after all these years, no one had reportedly found one or struck it rich. The workers' talk of mutated plants was akin to modern folks discussing lottery tickets. Everyone knew these weren't the miraculous special infected, but they clung to a faint fantasy of striking it rich. Transcendent powers. Who wouldn't be tempted? Truth be told, after learning about Transcendent's might, Cheng Ye's heart burned with desire. Unlike ordinary Wastelanders who'd only heard of Transcendent's prowess, he had witnessed such power. Well, in movies and anime, that is. Screech. The bus's nearly bald tires squealed on the wet road as the announcer droned, "Happiness Bank Station." Cheng Ye stepped off his second visit here. The first was the day after transmigrating to sign for the inheritance left by Cheng Long. Little Cheng. As Cheng Ye squinted at the bank building in the distance, a gentle female voice called from nearby. Turning, he saw Luo Xiaoxue approaching with a middle-aged man sporting a slick-back hairstyle, both looking at him in surprise. "You've gotten so buff in just 2 months?" "Huh? Have I?" Cheng Ye scratched his head, deflecting. All thanks to Big B. He's been drilling me every day. Even if I slacked, there'd be some results. Really? Luo Xiaoxue eyed him skeptically. When Cheng Ye had left the inner city's high walls, she and Lu Bai had gone to pick him up. In her memory, Cheng Ye was a scrawny, pale, quiet kid who kept his head down. Now, 2 months later, the young man before her had shoulders broad enough to strain his shirt collar, with defined forearm muscles and a vibrant, masculine energy. His smile carried a sharp, decisive air that seemed to seep from his very bones. Sister Luo, if I was still like before, Bigby wouldn't trust me to handle the north and south gates alone, right? Lu Bai was 35, Luo Xiaoxue 34. With his original body's age of 19, calling her sister might seem odd, but pre-transmigration Cheng Ye was 26, not far off. That's true. Luo Xiaoxue studied him for a while longer before suppressing her suspicions, turning to introduce the man. This is your Uncle Song, one of the works department managers. He knew your dad and Lu Bai well. He'll help you borrow some contribution points for now. No rush to repay. Let your Big B cover it for you. Thanks, Uncle Song. Cheng Ye called out promptly, and the slick-back man gave a kind smile. No need to be formal. I was comrades with Chung Long Little Chung. If you need anything, come straight to the works department. No way I'd trouble you, Uncle Song. Borrowing contribution points today is already a huge help. Exchanging pleasantries, the three entered the Happiness Bank Buffer Zone branch. Its interior resembled a modern rural credit union, with 4 service counters, all empty at this hour. No surprise there. Unlike freely circulating happiness coins, contribution points were tightly controlled across Happiness City's domain. Every point's expenditure was recorded and traceable, so ordinary people rarely came here. For a trainee inspector like Cheng Ye, the borrowing limit was only 100 contribution points every 6 months. This was also why Lu Bai had offered exactly 100 points. Inspector Cheng, please note, borrowing contribution points from others must be for legitimate, justified purposes and used solely by you. If an audit finds the points were used otherwise, penalties range from double to 10 times the amount, depending on the severity. As Cheng Ye signed, the clerk behind the counter issued a reminder. Happiness coins were essential for ordinary residents to settle and thrive in the sanctuary city. Their value was anchored in the inexhaustible energy from the hydroelectric power station, the minerals around Happiness City that could be mined for decades, the formidable industrial strength of the inner city, and a military force capable of crushing small-scale infected tides head-on. With this trifecta of resources, industry, and military might, Happiness City didn't even need to expand farmland. It could easily trade with surrounding sanctuary cities, large settlements, and small outposts for ample agricultural products to meet the daily needs of over 1 million people. Even when the city's leadership made impulsive, idealistic decisions, like waiving electricity fees during the rain-soaked summer or lowering the price of nutrient paste by 1 happiness coin during harvest season, the market remained stable. Residents naturally saved money to prepare for price spikes during the resource-scarce winter and spring. Coupled with timely official regulations, happiness coins retained some purchasing power even outside Chuan City, in other cities and sanctuaries. However, contribution points, a tier above happiness coins, operated on an entirely different logic and foundation. Contribution points could be exchanged for strategic resources and restricted items. For example, upgraded firearms, fine-tuned to military standards, used rare alloys for enhanced durability and optimized ballistics, far surpassing common market weapons in lethality. Or high-tech electronics, like military-grade communicators, thermal detectors, and specialized gear for combating infected entities, each a life-saving tool in the Wasteland. And, of course, the melee weapons Cheng Ye was now borrowing points to buy. For a modern person, crafting melee weapons wasn't the challenge. The difficulty lay in the materials. Take, for instance, steels like Damascus 52100 or 15N20, often featured in forging competitions. In a Wasteland, these were no longer top-tier materials. The truly valuable ones, requiring contribution points to purchase, were what Cheng Ye had just learned about today, transcendent minerals. These might start as ordinary iron ore, but when contaminated by the power of transcendence or infected entities, could develop extraordinary properties. The price varied wildly depending on the degree of contamination. Take Liu Bai's short knife as an example. With just under 20 grams of common transcendent mineral, it maintained exceptional sharpness while boasting unmatched hardness and toughness, far beyond modern materials. Of course, I understand. Knowing the clerk was kindly warning him, likely due to his trainee status, to avoid penalties for breaking rules, Cheng Ye wasn't surprised and nodded lightly. Contribution points were so valuable and lacked a fixed anchor, so it was only natural they couldn't be freely traded. In Happiness City, the channels for earning contribution points were extremely limited. Only specific official positions had steady access, like inspectors who detected infected entities sneaking into the city, earning a certain number of points, Works Department staff who exceeded reclamation expectations, also receiving points, or engineers ensuring city infrastructure ran smoothly, awarded points per cycle. Beyond that, contribution points were only given to those who made tangible contributions to Happiness City. For instance, sentries who discovered hidden infected groups while on external duty could earn points upon verification, or scavengers who found valuable items in city ruins, earning points based on the item's worth. This was a highly incentivizing policy, but if contribution points could be freely traded, their value as a measure and behavioral guide would be severely diminished. Thus, Happiness City explicitly ruled that contribution points could be lent, but each person had a maximum quota per cycle. Ordinary residents could borrow up to 10 points every 6 months. Trainee inspectors like Cheng Ye had a 10-fold increase, up to 100 points. Of course, the system wasn't without loopholes. For example, if Cheng Ye wanted a pistol worth 20 points, Liu Bai could buy it and gift it to him, bypassing borrowing restrictions. The clerk's earlier reminder addressed exactly this. Happiness City had a monitoring system. Minor rule bending might be overlooked, but if someone reported a violation, the fines, ranging from double to 10 times the amount, could bankrupt the offender instantly. "All right, I've signed." Cheng Ye nodded, handing the signed application form through the window. The clerk rapidly typed on the keyboard, and a few seconds later, Cheng Ye's defense comm buzzed. Happiness Bank Buffer Zone Branch. New Era Year 35, June 26, 1847. Song Yongfeng, from the Works Department, has transferred 100 contribution points to you. Current balance, 143 points. Why 143? Cheng Ye tapped to view the transaction history. New Era Year 35, June 26th, 7 o'clock. Regular salary deposit of 24 contribution points. Balance, 43 points. Note, infection source verification completed. Rated, Stage 2 initial. So, it's the reward for the Deathwhisper Tentacle settled together. At 7 a.m., Cheng Ye had been on the phone with Ding Yishan, missing the transfer notification. The 5 points promised to Garcia hadn't been transferred either, as Garcia was rushed to the infirmary after Liu Bai's beating. With 143 points, minus the 20 for the pistol, there's enough for materials. Even if transcendent minerals are expensive, using less will suffice for my current needs. With resources in hand, Cheng Ye felt at ease. For firearms, he had no grand demands. A bison pistol like Big B's would do for self-defense. When external duties came, he'd consider upgrading to a more powerful submachine gun or rifle if needed. But melee weapons were different. A good one required extensive user familiarization. Take Liu Bai's short knife. Though made from ordinary materials initially, he'd patched and used it for over a decade, reluctant to replace it. Little Cheng, Sister Luo, since the points are transferred, I'll head back to the Works Department. Tucking the transfer receipt into his backpack, Song Yongfeng turned with a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. Good thing this rain has been intermittent, giving our buffer zone's drainage system a breather. Otherwise, another day of downpour, and while the suburbs might hold, the main district would be paralyzed by flooding. Old song. Hasn't the Works Department predicted how many more days this will last? As I walked out, Luo Xiaoxue couldn't help asking with concern. My husband's off supporting the hydroelectric station. If the rain keeps up, he might be stuck there for a while. According to the Inner City's Meteorological Bureau, it'll last at least half a month. That long? Yeah, since the start of this year, reports from sanctuary cities haven't been optimistic. Weather stability is breaking down, and who knows what strange events are coming. Song Yongfeng's smile faded, a trace of worry creeping in. The threat of erratic weather was no less severe than an assault by an infected tide. Right now, it was just heavy rain, and the buffer zone could manage by clearing drains. But what about a blizzard? Even without a blizzard, if the upcoming autumn saw reduced crop yields, the ripple effect in Happiness City would be a disaster affecting everyone. Moreover, infected entities' activity patterns were tied to weather, like the water-loving infected following the rain front. If the weather remained this chaotic, it was hard to say whether a large-scale infected tide might hit Happiness City's outskirts by winter. Take care, Uncle Song. They watched Song Yongfeng board a bus and disappear into the distance. Only then did the two turn back, sitting side by side on a bench outside the bank. With Song Yongfeng, the outsider, gone, the atmosphere between the two relaxed considerably. Though their last meeting was a brief encounter when the original Cheng Ye had just emerged from the inner city's high walls, barely exchanging greetings, Cheng Ye inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity with Luo Xiaoxue. If he had to describe it, she was like a female version of Big B, unpretentious, straightforward in speech, action, and dealings with others, exuding a generous demeanor. After a few polite exchanges, Cheng Ye swiftly changed the topic. Sister Luo, when did Big B leave? Not long after your call. The inner city folks are different from us in the buffer zone. Always acting like infected are chasing them. I don't know much about the hydroelectric station. Is Big B? No need to worry about him. Luo Xiaoxue interrupted, pulling a palm-sized booklet from her bag. That route to the station, he and your dad walked it at least 100 times. He could do it blindfolded. As for infected, she continued, the hydroelectric station is Happiness City's most critical asset, guarded by two 500-man security teams. Safety isn't an issue. To put it bluntly, an infected tide that could breach our buffer zone's defenses would struggle to even get close to the station. He just has to stay there for a while and can't come back yet. But with the constant rain lately, water-loving infected will show up more frequently. This booklet is my compilation of ways to handle common water-loving infected. It might not be as comprehensive as what your Big B could put together, but you can cross-reference it with your inspector training for mutual validation. Thank you, Sister Luo. This is too much trouble for you. Cheng Ye quickly took the booklet, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. In terms of combat prowess, Lu Bai was undoubtedly superior, but when it came to organizing information, Luo Xiaoxue was clearly being modest. During a break after training, Lu Bai had mentioned something in passing. 8 years ago, the checkpoint's authority wasn't as extensive. Back then, the buffer zone was co-managed by the checkpoint and the security bureau. The former handled sentinel duties, while the latter dealt with infected and regional safety. Luo Xiaoxue was a security bureau instructor at the time, training newcomers daily and rushing to the front lines to face infected during outbreaks. After several buffer zone reforms, the security bureau was dissolved by Happiness City's leadership. Its powers and personnel merged into the checkpoint. Luo Xiaoxue, pregnant at the time, chose to leave and became a full-time housewife. Years had passed since then. Flipping through the booklet, Cheng Ye couldn't help but sigh. Sister Luo, you haven't lost your touch. If I master this, can I call myself your student? Hey, you little smooth talker. Luo Xiaoxue was momentarily stunned, then rolled her eyes, her smile growing warmer. Lu Bai had been talking about Cheng Ye a lot recently, and she'd formed a simple impression of him. Smart, diligent, hardworking, and highly talented. A young version of Cheng Long, no less. But meeting him today, she realized the real Cheng Ye was nothing like the one Lu Bai described. That earlier comment? Cheng Long, the honest guy, could never have come up with something so slick, even if he tried for a lifetime. It's not smooth talking, it's the truth. Cheng Ye winked. But Are there really this many water-loving infected roaming Sher province? A quick skim showed the booklet listed over 60 different infection sources. Each had unique abilities, and dealing with them together was far more complex than simple addition. A ton. Luo Xiaoxua nodded firmly. Sher province has a well-developed water system, naturally attracting all sorts of water-loving infected. With the rain front shifting south, who knows if they'll migrate with it? These are just the ones documented around Happiness City in the last decade, not even the full list. Memorize these, and you won't panic during a standard infected ambush. As for those that retain some sentience after infection, I heard from Lu Baiyu dealt with a Deathwhisper Tentacle infected just the other day. Yeah, he likely drowned and was possessed by a Deathwhisper Tentacle, clinging to an obsession to reach Happiness City. Exactly. Those are the ones to watch out for. Regular infected hide and ambush, but as long as you're cautious, know their abilities, and have the checkpoint support, they're unlikely to get you. But sentient infected are different. They disguise themselves, deceive your judgment, and some can even bypass detectors. You need intricate verbal traps to spot their flaws. Perfect timing. Let me share some classic examples. One's your Big B, and I encountered firsthand. To ensure Cheng Ye didn't underestimate the threat, Luo Xiaoxua explained in meticulous detail, her insights far surpassing the superficial training from the inspector program. These weren't textbook platitudes, but hard-earned lessons from direct encounters with infected. With his survival on the line, Cheng Ye listened intently, interjecting with questions. Despite it being their first real conversation, their exchange flowed seamlessly. Ding-dong. It wasn't until 8:30 p.m., when the bank staff pushed open the door to close up, that they realized they were still sitting outside, engrossed in conversation. Let's go. Your Big B's not home tonight, so there's a spare bed. We'll continue at home. One taught, one listened. One asked, one answered. The questions were sharp, the answers thorough. Luo Xiaoxua slapped the bench's armrest, no longer seeing Cheng Ye as just a promising junior, but as an unpolished gem. Having been an instructor for nearly 6 years, she'd seen plenty of geniuses, but none compared to Cheng Ye. His ability to draw connections and grasp concepts quickly was something she'd only read about in books describing old-era humans. Back then, humans didn't worry about survival or pursue martial prowess. Their brains were highly active, learning and adapting at speeds multiple times that of Wasteland humans. Is that okay? Cheng Ye scratched his head. I've got a day off tomorrow before reporting to duty. How about we? No how-abouts. Right now, tonight. No wonder these two got along. Lu Bai and Luo Xiaoxua's personalities were perfectly in sync. Seeing no way out, Cheng Ye followed her onto a bus headed for the suburbs. Come by whenever you have time. You're on your own now, right? Yeah. Wait, why did this feel increasingly off? It was like déjà vu with a grad school advisor. Cheng Ye recalled how, after getting into grad school, his advisor had said something similar, making him naively think he'd receive true mentorship, maybe even a shot at a PhD. But he soon learned the advisor said that to everyone, dragging them all to volunteer for public service work, earning them mockery as slaves from peers. What are you thinking about? Oh, just that I should definitely come learn from teacher Luo more often. TCH. Luo Xiaoxua clicked her tongue. This knack for spouting nonsense without thinking. Neither Lu Bai nor Cheng Long had it, nor did most inspectors she'd met, but Cheng Ye had mastered it naturally. I used to think you became a trainee inspector in 2 months because of the favors your dad left behind. I haven't needed or used those favors yet. Fair point. The bus rattled along, and by the later stops, only the two remained. The fertilizer plant workers' compound was indeed remote. No matter how spacious, Cheng Ye wouldn't choose to live there. Otherwise, getting to the central checkpoint would mean a half-hour bus ride at minimum, not to mention trips to the library or the south gate on the buffer zone's far side, basically modern rush hour commuting all over again. Entering the compound, Lu Bai's home was on the 5th floor of Building 4. Before Luo Xiaoxua could pull out her key, the security door swung open, revealing a small head with a ponytail. Mom, why were you so? The words cut off as the girl saw Cheng Ye behind Luo Xiaoxue. She ducked back, leaving just a pair of bright, curious eyes peeking through the door crack. That mischievous spark made Cheng Ye's lips curve into a fond smile. This is your brother Cheng Ye, Uncle Cheng's son, the one your dad's always talking about. Cheng Ye Gitch. Her slightly childish voice fell out of place in the Wasteland's grim tone, but softened the tension Cheng Ye had been carrying. Indeed, the hope of new life was the greatest weapon against fear. Perhaps because he had absorbed so much information in a single day, exhausting his mind, or maybe because the room no longer felt so empty, now filled with a touch of human warmth. Cheng Ye slept exceptionally well that night. For the first time since transmigrating to the Wasteland, he felt truly rested. But it's only 7:30. Cheng Ye sat up, taking deep breaths to expel the lingering heaviness in his chest. When he first arrived in the Wasteland, his original body was frail. Compared to his peers in the Wasteland, or even to the modern folks who lived on takeout and lacked exercise, he was significantly weaker. Now, 2 months later, after just 5 hours of sleep, he felt invigorated. This positive change filled him with joy. Awake already? As Cheng Ye stepped out of the bedroom, Luo Xiaoxue, also an early riser, was watering plants with a kettle. She looked up and greeted him. The apartments assigned to inspectors in the fertilizer plant workers' compound were typically 2-bedroom units. In the Wasteland, where cooking was unnecessary, kitchens were often repurposed into multifunctional spaces. For instance, Lu Bai's family had turned theirs into a small vegetable garden. Cheng Ye Gitch, you're up. Come quick. Hearing him, Lu Yi scampered over from the living room. Though the buffer zone of Happiness City was far more orderly than other parts of the Wasteland, it still lacked the luxury of schools. Lu Bai and his wife couldn't bear sending their 5-year-old daughter to a private academy just for education. As a result, Lu Yi's world had been confined to the fertilizer plant workers' compound, her interactions mostly with adults around Lu Bai's age. Cheng Ye was the first young person she'd gotten close to. Children naturally lack wariness, and with Luo Xiaoxue not discouraging her affection, Yi had already warmed up to her gidge after just one night. Now, with a flushed face, she tugged at Cheng Ye's sleeve, dragging him to the living room to show off her garden. This is big cabbage, this is small cabbage, this is round cabbage, this is fat cabbage. Several flower pots lined the living room, holding slightly wilted cabbages. Based on their size and shape, Yi enthusiastically categorized them into different types. Cheng Ye crouched down, inspecting the leaves curiously. Don't you like growing other vegetables? I do, but Daddy only brought back cabbage seeds. Then next time I go on external duty, I'll bring you some other seeds, okay? Yay. Thank you, Cheng Ye Gitch. At the mention of other vegetables, Yi's eyes sparkled, like a fluffy little beast spotting prey. Luo Xiaoxue, tending the garden, shook her head secretly and called out, Cheng Ye, don't spoil her. Around Happiness City, you can't grow vegetables. Can't grow them? Go wash up first. I've got water ready for you. You'll understand soon. All right. Cheng Ye nodded, perhaps because the suburban water pipes were newer. The tap water was a faint white, free of the sharp chlorine smell found in the main district supply. When he returned after washing his face, Luo Xiaoxue was in the corner of the living room, heating water on a simple induction cooker with 3 heads of round cabbage beside her. Sister Luo, I'm fine with nutrient paste. No need to cook vegetables for me. How precious were vegetables in Happiness City? At least from the original body's memories, Cheng Ye found no trace of them. Everyone, from birth, consumed nutrient paste. Even inner-city residents were no exception. During festivals, celebrations involved synthetic meat or farmed chicken sandwiched in bread. Nothing more. You're mistaken. These things aren't valuable. They're just rare here. Don't rush, Luo Xiaoxue said, tearing the cabbage leaves and dropping them into boiling water. After blanching for a dozen seconds, she fished them out with chopsticks. Try it. Then I'll dig in. He was already staying at their home. What was one meal? Having consumed nothing but nutrient paste for over 2 months, His taste buds were desperate. The thought of cabbage's crisp sweetness made his throat bob. He picked up a piece with chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. But after 2 chews, his expression shifted. First surprise, then a frown, and finally deep thought. Why is there no flavor? Calling it like chewing wood was an exaggeration, but the texture was worse than wood. It was like rolling sawdust in his mouth. Not only was there no cabbage flavor, his tongue couldn't detect a single trace of taste. Looks like you've had real vegetables in the inner city. Your dad spared no expense for you. Those are precious here, requiring contribution points and a quota to obtain. Turning off the cooker, Luo Xiaoxua smiled. That's why I said we can't grow vegetables here. Whether it's cabbage, celery, or lettuce, anything grown in soil ends up like this. Cheng Ye set down his bowl and chopsticks, his brows furrowing into a shape. Focused on survival before, he hadn't paid attention to such details. Food that kept him alive was enough. Even learning about infected entities only started when he was assigned to the north and south gates. Who had time to wonder why people drank nutrient paste instead of eating vegetables? Is it because of transcendence? You nailed it, Luo Xiaoxua replied, her tone heavy. Not just Chuan City. 3/4 of Shi Province's land was contaminated by a powerful transcendent. Plants grown here continuously lose their qualities. Today it's texture, tomorrow flavor, and the day after, maybe even nutritional value. The longer they grow, the more they lose. What about bringing an uncontaminated soil from elsewhere? Cheng Ye blurted out. If it was just flavor, that wasn't a big deal. There were plenty of seasoning techniques. A spoonful of evaporated milk could make anything taste rich and sweet. But if nutritional value was lost, seasoning became pointless. Eating it could harm the body, making nutrient paste the cheaper, better option. No use. Luo Xiaoxua shook her head. That transcendent may be long gone, but their infection source lingers somewhere in Shi Province, still eroding the land. Fresh soil brought in gets assimilated within days. It's not just soil, even rocks get sick. But what you just ate only lost flavor. It's still nutritious. Is it? Cheng Ye asked, and even as he left the fertilizer plant compound, his mind wrestled with this bombshell. If anything grown in soil was affected, didn't that mean grains were impacted too? I was thinking of settling down and starting a small garden outside the city. Now that's shot down from the root. No. If Happiness City's trade channels fail and we can't import nutrient-paste materials, won't the city face a famine? Beyond natural disasters, more threats loomed over Happiness City's residents. A single spark could ignite them all, turning them into a slaughtering scythe. Like his original self, many didn't bother to learn about these dangers, or if they did, they were powerless to act. This world is definitely hiding more than I've uncovered. Interesting. Cheng Ye quickened his pace toward the bus stop. For ordinary people, land contamination meant losing critical production capacity, forcing reliance on the city's nutrient paste to survive. But he was different. Upon learning of transcendent contamination, his first thought wasn't despair, but opportunity. If he could overcome the contamination, couldn't the vegetables and grains he grew fetch astronomical prices? And, crucially, gain the leverage to break free from Happiness City when the time came? No rush to research this now. Time's tight. Today, I need to finalize my weapon and finish reading all the books on the library's first shelf. There were plenty of places in the buffer zone to exchange contribution points for supplies. For instance, right below the workers' compound, where Cheng Ye lived, next to the Big Meat cafeteria, there was a supply exchange where many restricted items could be purchased. But to acquire transcendent minerals for crafting melee weapons, there was only one place in the entire buffer zone. Happiness Great Wall Station. The announcer's voice rang out, and Cheng Ye's eyelids twitched as he disembarked with the crowd. As the closest point to the Happiness Great Wall, this was undeniably the heart of the buffer zone center. Looking up, the over 30-meter-high wall loomed like an impassable chasm, cutting off countless prying gazes from the buffer zone. Under the sunlight, the wall surface was pockmarked, some areas stained with dark brown patches, whether dried blood or corrosive marks left by infected assaults, it was hard to tell. At the base of the wall, 10-meter-high metal watchtowers stood evenly spaced every 50 meters, encircling the perimeter. At their center was the dream destination of hundreds of thousands of buffer zone residents, the Happiness Gate, a massive alloy door, about 15 meters tall and 7 meters wide. No wonder the original host was scared enough to swallow pills and end it all within a day of passing through that gate. Standing in the middle of the street, facing the gate, Cheng Ye's gaze pierced through the smaller passage used for daily foot traffic, catching a glimpse of the inner city beyond. It truly felt like two separate worlds. The buffer zone was steeped in the ancient aura of the old era, while the inner city was a futuristic tech utopia straight out of human imagination. From spotless alloy floors to skyscrapers flashing neon even in daylight, it sparked an irresistible urge. Unfortunately, the stringent contribution point rules barred 99.9% of buffer zone residents, including inspectors like Cheng Ye, from entry, unless he one day rose to Ding Yishan's position as station chief. He might occasionally get a chance to return to the inner city. Shifting his gaze from the wall, the street was lined with shops, from weapon modding stores to second-hand protective gear stalls, the air thick with the scents of motor oil, rust, and faint disinfectant. As the safest place in the buffer zone, 90% of contribution point transactions happen here daily. Cheng Ye scanned the area and quickly spotted his target, an unassuming two-story building tucked among the bustling shops. Transcendent Minerals Buffer Zone Branch. This was the only place in the buffer zone to buy transcendent minerals and the sole provider of mineral-based weapon forging services. Buyers placed orders, which were sent to the inner city for crafting by master smiths, then delivered back to the buffer zone via truck to complete the transaction. "Sir, looking to forge a handy weapon?" Seeing Cheng Ye head straight for the shop, the greeter at the door lit up and approached eagerly. "Yes. Do you have your own materials for us to forge? Or are you buying our minerals?" "Buying." Cheng Ye kept it brief, wary of revealing his intentions in the crowded street. He understood the principle of not flashing wealth. The greeter, Xiao Chui, caught on immediately, ushering him inside and gently closing the door. "Don't laugh, sir, but this shop runs on rare customers. We don't open for 3 years, but when we do, it's enough to eat for 3 more." He continued, "The minerals here are samples. Pick what you like, and we'll place a remote order for inner-city forging. If you're in a rush, we also have ready-made weapons. Order now, and it'll be in your hands by this afternoon. Let's see the transcendent minerals first. All right, please follow me to the second floor." Following Xiao Chui upstairs, Cheng Ye noticed the shop was nearly empty. 1 person on the first floor, 1 on the second. Including Xiao Chui, the entire shop had just 3 people, truly living up to its rare customer reputation. "Master Lu, this guest wants to see transcendent minerals. I'll leave him to you." After introducing Cheng Ye, Xiao Chui nodded and quickly descended the stairs, leaving ample privacy. The so-called Master Lu was a burly 7-foot man with a bushy beard, looking rather unkempt. "We currently have only 3 types of transcendent minerals. What kind of weapon are you forging?" "A short knife. I only need a small amount mixed in." Naturally, using all transcendent minerals would cost tens of thousands of contribution points at least. Master Lu gave a hearty laugh. "And contrary to rumors, more isn't always better. These minerals come from the infection sources created by transcendent sins. Too much can harm the user. There's such a thing." Cheng Ye's heart stirred, not expecting transcendent materials to carry such nuances. "For a short knife, you want precision for throat cutting and close-quarters bloodletting. Too much sharp mineral dulls its agility. Luckily, we just got a perfect material for knives." Bending down, Master Lu rummaged under the counter and pulled out a transparent glass bottle. A fiery red stone, the size of a mung bean, lay at the bottom, its surface shimmering with fine, visible patterns, faintly glowing with firelight. This was a mineral imbued with a transcendence power? Cheng Ye's eyes widened. It was his first time seeing something entirely absent from the modern world since transmigrating. Through the glass, the stone looked beautiful and mysterious, but he couldn't discern much else. Fire iron. Just 3 grams grants basic properties. The first strike gets a speed and power boost, depending on a user's technique, ranging from 5% to about 10%. That incredible! Cheng Ye's excitement surged, and he blurted, "How many contribution points?" 1 gram is 50 points. For 3 grams, with suitable auxiliary materials and labor, 200 points. How much? It was like a bucket of cold water. Cheng Ye froze. 50 points for 1 gram? Good grief. With contribution points purchasing power in the buffer zone, ordinary people couldn't even afford to look at it. Please understand, the cost of mining these minerals is immense, often paid in lives. And they're essentially non-renewable. One used, one gone. No mass production. Master Lu's words echoed what Lu Bai had mentioned before. Many scavengers tirelessly scoured the wasteland, hoping to strike it rich with such minerals. If they were cheap, who would risk death adventuring in the wastes? All right, any chance for a discount or a partial credit? Cheng Ye pulled out his ID badge, introducing himself. I'm a new inspector at the checkpoint. Haven't been on the job long, so I'm short on points. Could you make an exception? Master Lu instinctively wanted to refuse, but the word inspector gave him pause, and he hesitated. After a moment, he stood. Please wait. Let me check with the main branch and see what the manager says. No trouble at all. Returning the bottle to the counter, Master Lu stepped into the second floor's only private room, dialing his defense comm. Master Su, here's the situation. After briefly explaining Cheng Ye's case, Lu added, this inspector looks young, but he's no showboat. He's got some real foundation. Is that so? A skeptical tone came from the other end, but no further questions followed. All right, give him a discount. Waive the labor and base material fees. Just charge for the mineral. Got it. Hanging up. Cheng Ye was stunned. Even with just the mineral cost, it was 150 points. Gritting his teeth, he said, any chance for more leniency? I've got 143 points. Can I owe the remaining 7? 7 points? Huh? Lu could decide that much and nodded. No problem. Come pick the knives for him. In the private room, blueprints were spread out, showcasing dozens of short knife designs. From standard scout daggers and tactical straight knives to versatile bayonets and folding knives. Cheng Ye browsed until his eyes locked on a unique silhouette, defying traditional weapon crafting logic and leaning toward modern multi-tool designs. Cyclone Spike, a brutal weapon, Master Lu introduced. The tip is razor-sharp like a cone, with a false edge. When piercing, it twists the wound open with force. Hit a vital spot, and with the double twist knob at the tip's base, the lethality is nothing short of terrifying. Plus, this Cyclone Spike has a threaded quick connect, allowing it to attach to a steel pipe as a spear shaft, turning it into a mid-range triangular short spear. That's the one, Cheng Ye decided almost instantly. With Transcendent minerals so costly, he wouldn't have enough points for a second weapon anytime soon. Choosing a Cyclone Spike, versatile for close defense, and convertible to a mid-range spear was like saving 150 points outright. Wise choice. A flicker of surprise crossed Master Lu's eyes, quickly hidden in his wrinkled smile. After over a decade in the trade, he could gauge a person's character from their weapon choice. Someone picking a long-handled tactical knife and still feeling insecure was likely a coward. A ruthless type choosing a 3-inch assassination spike probably lived on the edge. An inspector picking a Cyclone Spike, designed for lethal human kills rather than infected? Interesting. In the past, only those with their lives on the line dared use such a weapon. It'll take 3 days to forge. Come back after 1 p.m. on July 1st to pick it up. Leaving the shop, his contribution points were completely wiped out, and he was even 7 points in debt. As slivers of sunlight filtered through the clouds danced on his shoulders, Cheng Ye touched the pickup receipt in his pocket, his excitement lingering. In the perilous wasteland, a suitable weapon was the foundation of survival. Its significance was no less than buying a car or a house in the modern world. In just 2 months, I've managed to buy my own Transcendent weapon. It felt almost surreal, even if it meant borrowing 100 points from Song Yongfeng and owing the shop 7 more. Compared to modern folks taking on 30-year loans, Cheng Ye could only marvel to himself. He'd landed in a great era. If he'd transmigrated to a Fallout-style Wasteland or one where he'd have to scavenge food alongside zombies, with the original host's frail body, surviving until now would have been a long shot, let alone getting a weapon. Thank you, Happiness City. At least in this moment, I'm truly happy. Cheng Ye was a man content with what he had. With his contribution points zeroed out, he shelved any thoughts of browsing firearms. The standard-issue pistol for inspectors wasn't useless, and without external duties, he didn't urgently need a Bison combat pistol. Besides, working the north and south gates offered chances to contain infection sources. With luck, a couple of days on duty could earn enough points to buy a firearm. Of course, it was better not to be that lucky. The more he learned about Special Infected, the more he understood the struggle of surviving in the Wasteland. Especially from Luo Xiaoxiue's cases last night. One involved a Special Infected that infiltrated undetected, amassing enough contribution points to pass through the Happiness Gate into the inner city. Fortunately, the inner city's monitoring system was robust. Before the infected could accumulate enough power to trigger a secondary outbreak, it fell into a testing trap and was exposed. Had it gone unnoticed, Happiness City's scale would likely be half its current size. Boarding the bus to the library, Cheng Ye took a back row seat and summoned his collector panel. The watery blue interface was simple but fully functional. In the top right corner, like a phone's battery indicator, it showed the current charge progress. LV1, 32%. The night before last, I charged 26 units at home, 23 at the library yesterday, and only 18 at Big B's place last night. Cheng Ye calculated silently, unable to hide his delight. Reaching 50% allowed one search. Even without using every minute efficiently yesterday, the charge rate was faster than he'd estimated. At this pace, he might have enough for a search by tomorrow morning. Flipping to the collector's personal page, he was surprised. The night before last, starving and sleepless, the data hadn't budged. But after a proper rest last night, the panel updated in sync with his sleep. Updates require sleep. Noting this rule, Cheng Ye scanned the panel. Collector, Cheng Ye. Current rank, LV.1 trainee, 0.7/100. Collect more information units to level up. Life level, 0. Skills, basic power, beast instinct empty, not yet unlocked. Evaluation. You've escaped the bottom of the food chain, where natives could casually hunt you, but you're still far from the minimum standard of a civilization collector. Focus on searching for transmissible information to quickly gain progress and advance your rank. Well, at least I'm not just a roadside bug natives can kick to death anymore. Beyond the evaluation, Cheng Ye noticed the ranks section now showed specific upgrade requirements. The 0.7 likely came from the 2 skills he'd acquired, with the 100 being the threshold to move past trainee status. If one search yields 0.3, then 100 points would need over 300 searches. That's nearly 16,000 energy units. Even without factoring in the hydroelectric station's dry season or price hikes, charging 50 units a day would take over half a year. After crunching the numbers, Cheng Ye felt the long road ahead. Leveling up was far harder than becoming a full inspector. But he had a hunch the collector could charge through other means, not just electricity. In this environment, though, electricity was the only energy source he could access. Only after establishing himself in the buffer zone could he explore other energy sources for the collector. To speed up leveling, as the evaluation says, I need to focus on searching for transmissible information. But what counts as transmissible? Cheng Ye pondered. When the announcer called Library Station, he had a vague outline of ideas, but they'd need multiple searches to verify. Mr. Cheng, you're here. As Cheng Ye pushed open the door, Gwen looked up from her small bed and greeted him. The books you didn't finish yesterday are already sorted on the second desk. Thank you, Miss Gwen. Cheng Ye nodded. pulling a 10 happiness coin from his pocket. Yesterday, he'd paid 20 coins and hadn't taken the remaining 10. Now he offered it as a deposit. But Gwen shook her head. No need. The deposit is just to screen guests. Your care for books and respect for knowledge don't require a deposit to prove. Oh, Cheng Ye chuckled, not pocketing the coin. Then please use these 10 coins to get me some nutrient paste. Saves me going out at lunch and losing reading time. All right, I'll heat it and bring it over at lunchtime. Despite only one day here, Cheng Ye felt more at home in the library than his own place. Passing the shelves, he reached the reading area and paused in surprise. No wonder Gwen placed his books on the second desk. Someone was at the first. She looked like a woman, but her attire was odd. A large black headscarf covered her head, a mask hid her face, and she wore a rare scavenger outfit in the buffer zone. Tattered beast hide paired with flat travel shoes. Glancing over, Cheng Ye noticed she was reading the books Gwen had recommended yesterday about special infected, with a few stacked beside her. Another bounty hunter dreaming of striking it rich? Mildly curious, Cheng Ye looked away, discreetly plugged his pendant into the socket, and sat at the second desk to speed read. Soon, the sound of pages flipping filled the air. The woman glanced over, frowning, but seeing Cheng Ye engrossed in reading, not making noise to get attention, she shook her head helplessly. 100 ways to counter infected. Kill infected right. Master these 8 points. Earth, air, water, fire, migration, and reproduction infected sources. A deep dive. Must read for real men. Learn this to save a decade in the Wasteland. 1,000 readers, 1,000 hamlets. People of different temperaments handled infected in vastly different ways. Some excelled at waiting patiently, others preferred striking first. Some swore by never fight close if you can go ranged, while others insisted close combat is more efficient. Less reliance on range dulls adaptability. Each had their stance, perfectly reflected in the survival books they wrote. Cheng Ye absorbed it all with an open mind, devouring the core insights from each book. Compared to the diversity of modern perspectives, the Wasteland's views were tame. Modern folks dealt with what? Open a short video app, and you'd get 100 bizarre takes in a minute, dodging censorship with wild creativity. Discussing hot-blooded anime, even Boruto's reputation could flip from trash to audiences lost their fire. So the book's polarized opinion struck Cheng Ye as almost endearingly stubborn. Why pit range against close combat? Why make waiting and striking mutually exclusive? Different scenarios called for different solutions, and his job was to sift through all possibilities for the optimal one. Unknowingly, the sky darkened. By the time Cheng Ye finished the last book on the first shelf, the wall clock had just struck 8. Outside, a fine rain began to fall again. The woman at the first desk had left at some point, her table wiped clean by Gwen, gleaming faintly. Raining again? Huh. Cheng Ye stood, his gaze distant, returning the books to the shelf in order. 2 days in this tranquil library had calmed his restless heart. But this was still the Wasteland. According to some books, infected tides were classified by scale. Swarm, tide, plague, disaster, ruin, and extinction. Since the new era began, extinction-level tides were theoretical, never seen. But ruin-level tides had struck 4 times, each carrying millions of infected, with old-era, earthbound, transcendent spirits mixed in. A sanctuary city, far larger than Happiness City, once tried to stand against a ruin-level tide in its path. The outcome was predictable. Despite deploying every resource, it couldn't stop the tide. In less than half a day, the city fell, its millions contaminated into new infected, nearly triggering an extinction-level catastrophe. Fortunately, as it neared that threshold, the Transcendent within hit their range limit and retreated. Humanity seized the chance to break the massive tide into smaller surges, diverting them in different directions, barely containing the disaster spread. With Happiness City's current strength, forget stopping an extinction-level tide. Even a ruin level would be like a mantis blocking a cart. Before true catastrophe strikes, I need to amass enough strength. At the very least, enough to escape. Leaving the library, Cheng Ye opened the panel and glanced at the charge level. 44%. Based on a full charge of 200 kilowatt hours, the 6% shortfall equated to 12 kilowatt hours. Just this small gap left. I'll charge it tonight at home, and by tomorrow, I'll have enough for one search. The power restrictions for buffer zone residents were still too strict. Cheng Ye considered sneaking into a factory or hunting for charging ports on buses or transport vehicles, where high power outlets were surely available. But after weighing the options, he decided it was too risky. With his current status and strength, he couldn't afford the consequences of being caught. If someone reported his anomaly to the inner city, and he was mistaken for some kind of special infected entity, it would likely bring immediate catastrophe. Stay steady, don't get reckless. Cheng Ye silently reminded himself, quickly dismissing those dangerous thoughts. He looked up at the sky. A fine drizzle hung in the air, and dark clouds loomed low as before, suggesting another storm was brewing. As expected, the main district went in a lockdown right away, leaving the bus back home completely empty. By the time Cheng Ye verified his identity and returned to the Sunrise Electronics factory workers' compound, it was nearly 9:30 p.m. Uncle Dong's shop had long since closed, but the Big Meat Cafeteria's kitchen was still lit, likely preparing ingredients for the next day. I need to get used to living alone soon. Cheng Ye shook his head. The past 2 months had flown by, filled with martial arts training and passing the inspector's assessment, so time hadn't felt heavy. But with Lu Bai gone, there wasn't even anyone to talk to anymore. As if sensing his thoughts, just as Cheng Ye reached the 5th floor and before he could open his door, the defense comm at his waist chimed. He pulled it out and sighed. As expected, it was Luo Xiaoxue. His predecessor's old man had been lucky to make such loyal friends in the Wasteland. Cheng Ye doubted he could promise to care so devotedly for a friend's child after their death. Hey, Sister Luo, I just got home. Closing the security door, Cheng Ye answered the call. You're starting at the rapid inspection post tomorrow. Why are you getting home so late instead of resting? I went to the library to read for a bit. I haven't faced an infected entity head-on yet, so I wanted to prepare as much as possible to handle things smoothly when the time comes. The other end of the call went silent for 2 seconds. Cheng Ye, don't stress yourself out so much. Relax a little, Luo Xiaoxue said, slowing her speech to comfort him. When I first went to the front lines, I was in a similar state, always imagining infected entities as some monstrous flood or beast, terrified I'd lose my life if I wasn't careful. But after real combat experience, I realized a lot of that fear was just in my head. Infected entities are, at their core, flesh and blood. Their so-called special abilities only become truly deadly when they form a large-scale tide. If you follow what I told you yesterday, you'll hold out just fine until your brother gets back. Truth be told, neither Lu Bai nor Luo Xiaoxue had much talent for scheming or political maneuvering. Though both were aware that this personnel shuffle had dragged Cheng Ye into the vortex of the East-West faction struggle, they still clung to the hope that he could lay low and wait for the storm to pass. Am I overthinking this? A flicker of doubt crossed Cheng Ye's eyes, but it vanished the next second, his gaze firming with resolve. You only get one life, and there's no room for a second mistake. Until he had the strength to ignore any plots or schemes, it was never wrong to plan for the worst. I've got under control, Sister Luo. Don't worry. Going to the library to read is relaxing in its own way. I've been training so hard with Brother B lately that my body's still aching all over and hasn't fully recovered. No kidding. You've practically transformed into a different person. On the other end, Luo Xiaoxue chuckled. Just rest well. Your Brother B arranged everything before he left. No one will give you trouble at the South Station tomorrow. It's all Eastern faction people there, and they all owe your dad favors. South Station. Cheng Ye's smile faded. Sister Luo, unless something unexpected comes up, I'm planning to go to the North Station first. What? A loud crash came through the receiver, the sound of a kettle hitting the floor, followed by Luo Xiaoxue's roar. Are you out of your mind? The North Station is all Western faction territory. A newbie like you, looking to die faster? Garcia is still lying in the infirmary. The Western faction hates Liu Bai's guts. You're his protege. If you go there, won't they target you to death? Luo Xiaoxue's tone was unusually heated. If she hadn't met Cheng Ye, didn't know his style or way of thinking, she might have just thought he was being impulsive and could be talked down. But knowing he had his own way of thinking and making decisions, she couldn't fathom why he'd take the risk of going to the North Station. She didn't dare imagine how Liu Bai would lose it if he came back and heard Cheng Ye had stubbornly gone to the North Station and gotten into trouble. Even veteran Eastern faction inspectors dreaded being rotated to the North Station for duty. A rookie like you, who's never worked a rapid post and is just a trainee inspector, walking into the enemy's stronghold, isn't that just asking for death? And another thing, the devil's easy to deal with, but his minions are a nightmare. Even if the North Station chief doesn't give you trouble, the guards and staff under him will trip you up at every turn. Listen to me. If you go to the North Station and something happens, your brother bee will tear the whole checkpoint apart. Luo Xiaoxue's emotions grew more intense, her voice trembling, as if she might burst through the defense comm if Cheng Ye didn't agree right then. Sister Luo, calm down first. Don't scare Yi. Hear me out. Cheng Ye hadn't planned to explain so much, but thinking of how good Liu Bai's family had been to him, he couldn't let it go. If he didn't clarify his choice, Luo Xiaoxue would probably worry herself sleepless every night. I know everything you're saying. Don't worry. Didn't you say yesterday that I'm as clever as old-era humans? Then why are you being so stubborn now? It's not stubbornness, it's human nature, Sister Luo. Let me ask you something. What kind of relationship do you think exists between inspectors and the staff and guard below them? Luo Xiaoxue went quiet for a few seconds before replying in a low voice. There are only two ways to become an inspector. Inherit the position from your parents or get promoted by the station chief when there's a vacancy. Those with no hope of climbing up might be friendly to you, but the ones who qualify for promotion, knowing you have no heirs, would probably want to tear you apart. Wrong. A crack of thunder exploded outside. The rain grew heavier, fat droplets smashing against the glass like war drums. Wrong. Sister Luo, the checkpoint's waters run far deeper than you think. Cheng Ye stood and pushed open the window, letting the sound of the rain drown out his voice. As long as the higher-ups don't abolish the inheritance system, anyone at the checkpoint who dares to openly covet a position will make enemies of every inspector in both the Eastern and Western factions. Put yourself in their shoes. If Brother B wants to pass his inspector role to E in the future, but someone at the station is eyeing that spot, would you just let it slide? In some ways, the East and West factions fight tooth and nail, but in others, it's about the shared interests of all inspectors. Even if they hate me to the bone and wish I'd drop dead the next second, they wouldn't dare cross the line before I'm gone. Luo Xiaoxue fell into a long silence, with only the sound of rain pouring through the receivers. This was an angle she'd never considered. Now that Cheng Ye had pointed it out, it seemed to make sense. It was also a limitation of the era, clouding her understanding of the dynamics between inspectors and the guards below them. In ancient terms, it was easy to grasp. The checkpoint station chief was the emperor and the inspectors were feudal lords. If a lord died without an heir, the emperor could award their land to a deserving minister or general. But if a lord was still alive and someone was impatient enough to try to take their land by killing them, would the emperor tolerate it? Would the other lords? Even if everyone wanted that lord dead, they wouldn't tolerate a subordinate entertaining such ambitions. Why? Because who could guarantee their own heirs would always hold the inspector's seat securely? If no one speaks up for me today, tomorrow's shackles will be my own fault. Knowing this, Cheng Ye wasn't worried at all about being targeted by subordinates at the North Station. And even if someone pulled a stunt like Garcia, he had plenty of ways to deal with it. Then why not just go to the South Station? Isn't it the same? Luo Xiaoxue, after holding back for a while, still sounded unconvinced. Even if the subordinates don't give you trouble, would the Western faction's inspectors and station chief let you off? That's another issue, Sister Luo. Can you trust me? Cheng Ye sighed. Some things couldn't be said outright, like the fact that the person who most wanted him dead right now would was Ding Yishan, while Harlan might not actually want him to die at the North Station. After all, if Cheng Ye, a mere 3, died, the Eastern faction could immediately promote a stronger candidate, at least a 6 or 7, to fill the gap in their combat strength. Meanwhile, the Western faction had just lost a key player. This shift would tip the balance back to a delicate equilibrium. So go to the North Station now, even if he wasn't familiar with the rapid inspection process, was the relatively safer choice. If he followed Liu Bai and Luo Xiaoshui's advice and went to the South Station knowing nothing, a trainee inspector getting into an accident, that would be all too normal. I trust you, but your brother B and I don't want to see Cheng Ye, big brother, and me. Liu Yi's voice piped up through the receiver. Though she didn't know what they were talking about, she wasn't going to be left out. Haha. E, why aren't you asleep yet? There's thunder, so scary. Daddy's not home, and I'm worried about him. Don't worry. Next time your dad goes out, how about I go along to protect him? No way, no way. Daddy says you're super weak, and I have to protect you when I grow up. Ouch. That stung. Sister Luo, take Yi to bed soon. I promise. Nothing will go wrong. Thanks to Yi's teasing, the mood lightened, no longer as heavy as before. And even if I do get targeted, I'll just head straight to the South Station tomorrow. They won't dare say anything. You promise? Sensing she couldn't dissuade him, Luo Xiaoshu sighed and relented. It wasn't that she couldn't think of counterarguments, but Cheng Ye's performance last night and his maturity now reminded her faintly of the first time she met Chenglong years ago. I promise, I'll stay alive until Brother B gets back. Boom! Lightning snaked across the sky, and rain fell like pearls. The longer the warm, humid air brewed, the more ferocious the downpour when it finally broke. In the latter half of the night, Cheng Ye jolted awake, leaping up and mentally recalling the charging pendant. Power outage. The sudden alert from the civilization collector made Cheng Ye think at first that a thief had broken in. Fortunately, after checking the panel, it was just a notification that the energy input had paused. Click! He tugged the lamp cord by his bed, but there was no response. It seemed all the circuits were down. Cheng Ye picked up the defense comm by his pillow and checked the time. 4 minutes to 6. No point trying to catch more sleep. He got dressed and slid off the bed. Holy crap, what a downpour! Glancing out the window, Cheng Ye was stunned. The rain formed a solid white curtain, far more intense than any storm he'd ever seen. In just 6 or 7 hours, the courtyard of the Sunrise Electronics Factory Workers' Compound had accumulated enough water to reach his calves. In the darkness, he could see a dozen people with flashlights clearing the drainage outlets in the yard. Their efforts were in vain, though, as the streets beyond the compound were equally flooded. Whoosh! It was like a small river surging through the streets, carrying leaves and debris in its chaotic flow. Under the relentless rain, the buffer zone's usual veneer of calm was stripped away, revealing its ancient, weathered decay. At its core, this place was still a relic of civilization from 100 years ago in the old era. When it was designed and built, no planner could have imagined that a century later, this land would host several times its intended population. If I ever have the chance to build a settlement, I'll make sure drainage is a priority from the start. Cheng Ye mused dreamily, his thoughts drifting far. If he hadn't glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of transcendent power, uncovering the wonders hidden beneath the Wasteland's ruins, he'd have been content to cling to his inspector position forever, locking in Happiness City's Iron Rice Bowl. But now that he knew what was out there, how could he settle for being trapped here? At the very least, if he died, he'd die chasing transcendent power and freedom. Rubbing the edge of the pendant, Cheng Ye summoned the panel. The charge level in the top right corner had just crossed 50% before the outage. This meant that at the rapid inspection post, if he found a target, he'd have a chance to boost his strength again. 7 o'clock. The rain eased slightly, but the flooding worsened. Cheng Ye put on a raincoat and wrapped tape around the edges of his high-waisted rain boots to keep water out. But no one could have predicted that his first step out the door would land in a puddle deep enough to reach his knees. Damn it! The old tenement buildings, influenced by outdated architecture, had high thresholds at their entrances. This caused water to pool inside, unable to drain, piling up until it submerged the first floor steps like a fish pond. Haha, brother, I was just about to warn you. Someone burst out from the security door by the stairs, holding a blue plastic bucket. Cheng Ye peered over and saw the man's apartment was practically a fish pond, yet he was still grinning. With this flooding, we don't have to go to work today, and we still get paid. The man seemed to sense Cheng Ye's confusion and explained cheerfully, "Plus, I heard the inner city's engineering team is discussing renovating tenements like hours after the storm. Renovate, short of tearing it down and rebuilding." Cheng Ye doubted a renovation would improve the tenements much. But if they could fix the drainage pipes, upgrade the electrical systems, and maybe give every resident 6 square millimeter wiring, that'd be fantastic. You're heading to work, right? Come on, I'll carry you out. Seeing Cheng Ye hesitate at the staircase, the man set down his bucket and walked over. No need to be shy with me, old Sunday. We're neighbors, and besides, you're working for the buffer zone's sake. That's way better than slackers like me living off handouts. Speaking of handouts, Cheng Ye couldn't help but notice old Sun seemed almost proud of it. Thanks then. Quit dawdling, hop on. Carrying Cheng Ye on his back, the man waded through the compound, one careful step at a time. By the time he set Cheng Ye down at the entrance, the water reached past his thighs, with yellow mud caking his legs below the knees. I'm off. If you come back tonight, I'll carry you again. Old Sun tossed out the offer and trudged back through the water. Watching his determined figure, Cheng Ye suddenly felt that maybe the hearts of people in the Wasteland weren't as bad as he'd thought. The bad might be worse, but the good hadn't completely vanished. On the other side, oh my gosh, go easy. Don't knock my shelves apart. Uncle Dong's voice pierced through the rain. Cheng Ye stood on his toes to look and saw water up to calf level in the general store. 4 or 5 workers were hunched over, scooping water out with basins. Someone's elbow bumped a wall-mounted shelf, sending plastic bottles and cans clattering down. Uncle Dong slapped his thigh in distress, looking ready to dive in and save his goods. Uncle Dong, with your old arms and legs, don't add to the chaos. Cheng Ye stepped forward and grabbed the old man. Otherwise, if you slip and hurt yourself, a trip to the infirmary will cost more than what you'd make selling this stuff. Little Cheng, Uncle Dong turned, his slightly gray hair plastered to his forehead, looking like a soaked old hen. If I hadn't been quick last night, this freak rain would have drowned me in my shop. That bad? You bet. I was sorting inventory in the basement, dozed off for a bit, and suddenly water came rushing in. In less than half a minute, it was up to my neck. The row of shops at the compound's entrance, built in the old style, all had basements for storage. Cheng Ye's eyelids twitched as he exclaimed, "Maybe stop using the basement for now. If you don't have a place to stay today, come to my place." "No way. If I don't watch this shop, how am I supposed to sleep?" Uncle Dong shook his head and pulled a half box of nutrient paste from the salvage goods. 30 packs, fresh stock from yesterday. I saved it for you. If this freak rain keeps up, this stuff's going to be snatched up like crazy. Thanks. Cheng Ye opened the box, stuffed the nutrient paste into his backpack, and handed over a stack of 10-denomination happiness coins. A pack of nutrient paste was currently 2 happiness coins, and the coins in his hand totaled at least 12 or 13. For once, Uncle Dong didn't protest. In a storm like this, nutrient paste prices would only skyrocket. Hoarding a batch and reselling at 5 coins a pack wouldn't be hard. More importantly, even with money, you might not get any if scalpers snatched it all up. And sure enough, as Cheng Ye walked toward the North Station checkpoint, every shop selling nutrient paste had long lines out front. He didn't spot Chu Yunfeng's family, unsure if they'd found a place to stay or stocked up on nutrient paste. Ugh, why am I thinking of Chu Yunfeng the moment I get a search opportunity? Cheng Ye felt a spark of temptation. Compared to taking a gamble at the checkpoint, milking Chu Yunfeng's golden legend status was way more appealing. 13 level 1 skills, minus the non-combat ones he didn't need right now, left skills like basic perception and quick draw, which sounded incredibly useful just from their names. But he also knew that with that family's wariness, showing up without a good reason might not get him the 50% cooperation needed. The best approach was to wait for another encounter at the checkpoint. Cheng Ye had a gut feeling that with Chu Yunfeng's abilities, he wouldn't settle for manual labor in the buffer zone forever. Not to mention supporting a family, with the way things were going. Price hike, price hike. Nutrient paste is 5 coins a pack now. Shouts rang out from the roadside. Scalpers, sniffing out the storm's business opportunity, were already hawking nutrient paste at a premium. Some people grumbled and shoved their way out of lines, only to grit their teeth and pay double to grab crumpled packs from the scalpers. No choice, nutrient paste was in high demand and cheap, making it hard to fake with tech or tricks. In hot weather, it lasted 5 days at most, and it took a day to get from the factory to buffer zone distributors. Plus, most people, exhausted from a day's labor, lacked the energy or savings to stock up in advance. Because of this, any disaster in the buffer zone sent prices swinging wildly. Can't Happiness City's officials step in and regulate? Lock up these damn scalpers and execute them. Yeah, these black-hearted vultures profiting off disasters. Don't let me catch them in the ruins. Get real. Where do you think the scalpers get their stock? Where? You saying the Resource Bureau big shots are handing it to them to sell? You can tell you're new here. Listen up. In the buffer zone, you can eat whatever, but don't talk reckless. If a patrol guard heard that, you'd be dragged to the security bureau and beaten half to death. Cheng Ye hurried through the crowd, the sounds of cursing and chatter rising and falling around him. For some reason, last night's anxiety about heading to the rapid inspection post had given way to a restless excitement, especially hearing and seeing the refugees' frustration, despair, curses, and defeat. He felt the old era's easygoing, non-competitive nature slipping from his genes with every step toward the North Station checkpoint. In its place, the Wasteland's savage ferocity and ruthless drive to fight were awakening in his blood. This wasn't an era where everyone had hope, where civilization marched toward revival. It was a transcendent Wasteland era of life and death struggles, where the strong sought to dominate everything. The Collector opened a path upward, giving me the potential to keep getting stronger. Brotherby protected me when I was at my weakest, giving me the ability to stand my ground. Now, it's finally time for this world to meet my arrival. The main district was flooded, and the suburbs weren't faring much better. A thin layer of water, just over the shoe tops, swirled in small eddies across the ground. Cheng Ye trekked nearly 4 kilometers north before spotting a bus stopped at platform. Sir, due to the storm damaging the buffer zone's power infrastructure, we've been notified that starting today, buses will end free operations and return to standard fares, the middle-aged driver said, wiping the windows with a rag as he saw Cheng Ye approach. Also, the bus needs at least 5 passengers to depart. If it's fewer than 5 and you want to go, you'll need to pay 5 times the fare. During the flood season, the hydroelectric plant's abundant power could be used freely. But with the relentless storm threatening the plant, they had to open the floodgates to relieve pressure. As a result, the free bus service, which had lasted only a month and a half, abruptly ended, reverting to normal paid operations. How much for one person? 2 coins. Let's go. I'll pay for 5. Cheng Ye glanced at the empty street behind him and slipped a 10-denomination happiness coin into the fare slot. If it were a shorter distance, he'd have walked, but the north and south stations were in the outer suburbs, at least 15 kilometers from the main district. All right, let's head out. The driver, following Works Department regulations, noted Cheng Ye's decisiveness and sensed he wasn't ordinary. He quickly stowed the rag, slid into the driver's seat, and after a brief motor warm-up, the bus shot forward like an arrow. Along the way, Cheng Ye saw several buses coming from the opposite direction and long lines of a dozen or more workers heading to the city. When the wheels hit puddles, they kicked up waves half a person high, splashing onto pedestrians' raincoats, sparking a chorus of curses. Even so, not one person chose to board a bus to the main district. Was it always like this? Cheng Ye, sitting in the front row, couldn't help but ask the driver. Before? It was way worse, the driver said, pausing his grip on the wheel with a grin. Now, these folks can't at least scrape by in the city. Back then, any major disaster in the buffer zone would leave bodies strewn across the streets. 1,000 people could vanish just like that. As he spoke, the driver swerved sharply, the wheels drifting to avoid a puddle. The overhead light flickered twice with the bus's jolt. Cheng Ye's gaze swept outside, and that simple maneuver earned thumbs up from the refugees on the roadside. Back then, even corpse collectors had to queue by district. Things are so much better now, right? Better? Cheng Ye fell silent, his mind inexplicably drifting to Edmund Rack's dying wails. Happiness, it's fake. When all the beautiful fantasies in his head were shattered, how much pain must he have felt in that moment? The bus rumbled over uneven roads, pressing forward as the fertilizer plant workers' compound blurred into a gray shadow in the rain. Suddenly, Cheng Ye's eyes sharpened. "Sir, need to stop here?" the driver asked, catching Cheng Ye's reaction in the rearview mirror. "Yes, stop here." The fertilizer plant compound was about 2 kilometers from the North Station checkpoint, but through the window, Cheng Ye spotted a familiar figure standing in the rain, craning their neck in anticipation. As he got off, the figure hurried toward him, heedless of the mud and rain splattering their pant legs. It was none other than Luo Xiaoxue. "Sister Luo, what are you doing out here so early in this downpour? You must be scared alone at home." "Cut the nonsense. You're heading to the North Station. How could I sleep?" Luo Xiaoxue's voice was hoarse, as if she'd stayed up all night. "The North Station isn't some man-eating pit. Didn't Brother be worked there plenty of times?" A warmth spread through Cheng Ye's heart. In his past life, he'd been a rootless weed, growing up in an orphanage. Though he'd never lacked friends to talk to, he always quietly envied those who spoke of family bonds. Now it seemed this must be what family felt like, someone genuinely caring, worrying for you from the bottom of their heart. He's him, and you're you. Last night on the phone, Luo Xiaoxue had been hesitant, still uncertain even when they hung up. But today, Cheng Ye saw only a razor-sharp resolve in her expression. She was no longer just a stay-at-home mom, but had reverted to the warrior from 8 years ago who fought infected entities. Every person has their own fate, set by the heavens and shaped by their own choices. Everything you told me last night, I'm treating it like nonsense. I didn't want to hear it then, and I don't want to now. But today, I'm standing here waiting for you, and I want you to look me in the eyes and answer me. Luo Xiaoxue spoke deliberately, her expression solemn. Following fate is easy, defying it is hard. The path you've chosen is tough. It's not just a mountain pressing down on you. It's a 1,000-ton boulder that can crush you to dust in an instant. Step forward today, and you face endless peril. Step back even half a pace, and life becomes worse than death. To survive, you have to fight with everything you've got. Cheng Ye, are you ready to go all out to fight to the death? Fight to the death. Luo Xiaoxue's barrage of questions left Cheng Ye momentarily stunned. But soon, a grin spread across his face, his lips curling into a slight arc. For over 2 months, he'd stood on rooftops countless times, never lacking the courage to die, but always searching for a reason to give up. Now, not only had he failed to find a reason to quit, he'd found one to keep fighting to live. So why fear a life-or-death struggle? Besides, he was alone now. The people at the checkpoint all had families, concerns, and interests tying them down. Who would dare step up and fight him to the death? Sister Luo, trust me. Aside from infected entities, no one at the checkpoint can touch me. Patting the standard-issue pistol at his waist, Cheng Ye's grin grew bolder. The inspector role wasn't high-ranking, but in the buffer zone, few could threaten his life so easily. In contrast, taking someone else's life required only a lift of his hand and a gentle pull of the trigger. No hesitations, no restraints. At worst, he'd flee to the Wasteland, living among infected entities, roaming the ruins and wilds. Good, I trust you. Luo Xiaoxue nodded firmly, reaching into her bag. To his surprise, she pulled out a bison combat pistol, the one Cheng Ye had considered buying. Its condition suggested it was fresh from the factory. Clearly, Luo Xiaoxue had braved the dark early morning to get it from the resource exchange station for him. That gun of yours is too weak. It's fine for scaring people, but it's lacking against infected entities. Use this. It's got more power. If someone comes for your life, let them taste a bullet first. Got it. Cheng Ye carefully took the pistol and slid it into the empty holster on his right. I'm off then. Go. Remember, I'll be here waiting for you to come home after work. Yeah, no more words were needed. That single promise weighed heavily on Cheng Ye's heart. Turning around, he saw the bus still waiting where it had stopped. Seeing Cheng Ye's glance, the driver waved with a smile. You paid 5 times the fare, so I should get you to your destination. Thanks. As Cheng Ye boarded, the driver, lost in thought, shook his head with a sigh. Sir, you got a heavy killing aura. It'd scare the faint-hearted to death. And if someone's not scared, then they probably want to die, the driver said with a shrug. Back when I was scraping by outside before joining Happiness City, I'd steer clear of people like you. Oh, what did you do? No laughing, but I was a third-rate assassin, the middle-aged driver said, chuckling and scratching the back of his head. But after I got a wife and kid, the ties in my heart became shackles. I couldn't keep up that line of work. So now, I'm even more wary of people like you. Scared I'll snap and spill blood in a fit of rage? Not quite. We're all just scraping by, not like those inner-city lords. No need to fight to the death. Then what? Some things are better left unsaid. Cheng Ye's smile faded, and he gave the driver a curious look. The Wasteland was vast and full of wonders. If even a bus driver was this sharp, surely no one at the massive North Station would be foolish enough to cross him. The main district was flooded, and the suburbs weren't faring much better. A thin layer of water, just over the shoe tops, swirled in small eddies across the ground. Cheng Ye trekked nearly 4 kilometers north before spotting a bus stopped at a platform. Sir, due to the storm damaging the buffer zone's power infrastructure, we've been notified that starting today, buses will end free operations and return to standard fares, the middle-aged driver said, wiping the windows with a rag as he saw Cheng Ye approach. Also, the bus needs at least 5 passengers to depart. If it's fewer than 5 and you want to go, you'll need to pay 5 times the fare. During the flood season, the hydroelectric plant's abundant power could be used freely. But with the relentless storm threatening the plant, they had to open the floodgates to relieve pressure. As a result, the free bus service, which had lasted only a month and a half, abruptly ended, reverting to normal paid operations. How much for one person? 2 coins. Let's go. I'll pay for 5. Cheng Ye glanced at the empty street behind him and slipped a 10-denomination happiness coin into the fare slot. If it were a shorter distance, he'd have walked, but the north and south stations were in the outer suburbs, at least 15 kilometers from the main district. All right, let's head out. The driver, following Works Department regulations, noted Cheng Ye's decisiveness and sensed he wasn't ordinary. He quickly stowed the rag, slid into the driver's seat, and after a brief motor warm-up, the bus shot forward like an arrow. Along the way, Cheng Ye saw several buses coming from the opposite direction and long lines of a dozen or more workers heading to the city. When the wheels hit puddles, they kicked up waves half a person high, splashing onto pedestrians' raincoats, sparking a chorus of curses. Even so, not one person chose to board a bus to the main district. Was it always like this? Cheng Ye, sitting in the front row, couldn't help but ask the driver. Before? It was way worse, the driver said, pausing his grip on the wheel with a grin. Now, these folks at least scrape by in the city. Back then, any major disaster in the buffer zone would leave bodies strewn across the streets. 1,000 people could vanish just like that. As he spoke, the driver swerved sharply, the wheels drifting to avoid a puddle. The overhead light flickered twice with a bus's jolt. Cheng Ye's gaze swept outside, and that simple maneuver earned thumbs up from the refugees on the roadside. Back then, even corpse collectors had to queue by district. Things are so much better now, right? Better? Cheng Ye fell silent, his mind inexplicably drifting to Edmund Rack's dying wails. Happiness, it's fake. When all the beautiful fantasies in his head were shattered, how much pain must he have felt in that moment? The bus rumbled over uneven roads, pressing forward as the fertilizer plant workers' compound blurred into a gray shadow in the rain. Suddenly, Cheng Ye's eyes sharpened. Sir, need to stop here? The driver asked, catching Cheng Ye's reaction in the rearview mirror. Yes, stop here. The fertilizer plant compound was about 2 kilometers from the North Station checkpoint, but through the window, Cheng Ye spotted a familiar figure standing in the rain, craning their neck in anticipation. As he got off, the figure hurried toward him, heedless of the mud and rain splattering their pant legs. It was none other than Luo Xiaoxue. Sister Luo, what are you doing out here so early in this downpour? You must be scared alone at home. Cut the nonsense. You're heading to the North Station. How could I sleep? Luo Xiaoxue's voice was hoarse, as if she'd stayed up all night. The North Station isn't some man-eating pit. Didn't Brother B work there plenty of times? A warmth spread through Cheng Ye's heart. In his past life, he'd been a rootless weed growing up in an orphanage. Though he'd never lacked friends to talk to, he always quietly envied those who spoke of family bonds. Now it seemed this must be what family felt like, someone genuinely caring, worrying for you from the bottom of their heart. He's him, and you're you. Last night on the phone, Luo Xiaoxue had been hesitant, still uncertain even when they hung up. But today, Cheng Ye saw only a razor-sharp resolve in her expression. She was no longer just a stay-at-home mom, but had reverted to the warrior from 8 years ago who fought infected entities. Every person has their own fate, set by the heavens and shaped by their own choices. Everything you told me last night, I'm treating it like nonsense. I didn't want to hear it then, and I don't want to now. But today, I'm standing here waiting for you, and I want you to look me in the eyes and answer me. Luo Xiaoxue spoke deliberately, her expression solemn. Following fate is easy, defying it is hard. The path you've chosen is tough. It's not just a mountain pressing down on you. It's a 1,000-ton boulder that can crush you to dust in an instant. Step forward today, and you face endless peril. Step back even half a pace, and life becomes worse than death. To survive, you have to fight with everything you've got. Cheng Ye, are you ready to go all out to fight to the death? Fight to the death. Luo Xiaoxue's barrage of questions left Cheng Ye momentarily stunned. But soon, a grin spread across his face, his lips curling into a slight arc. For over 2 months, he'd stood on rooftops countless times, never lacking the courage to die, but always searching for a reason to give up. Now, not only had he failed to find a reason to quit, he found one to keep fighting to live. So why fear a life-or-death struggle? Besides, he was alone now. The people at the checkpoint all had families, concerns, and interests tying them down. Who would dare step up and fight him to the death? Sister Luo, trust me. Aside from infected entities, no one at the checkpoint can touch me. Patting the standard-issue pistol at his waist, Cheng Ye's grin grew bolder. The inspector role wasn't high-ranking, but in the buffer zone, few could threaten his life so easily. In contrast, taking someone else's life required only a lift of his hand and a gentle pull of the trigger. No hesitations, no restraints. At worst, he'd flee to the Wasteland, living among infected entities, roaming the ruins and wilds. Good, I trust you. Luo Xiaoxue nodded firmly, reaching into her bag. To his surprise, she pulled out a bison combat pistol, the one Cheng Ye considered buying. Its condition suggested it was fresh from the factory. Clearly, Luo Xiaoxue had braved the dark early morning to get it from the resource exchange station for him. That gun of yours is too weak. It's fine for scaring people, but it's lacking against infected entities. Use this. It's got more power. If someone comes for your life, let them taste a bullet first. Got it. Cheng Ye carefully took the pistol and slid it into the empty holster on his right. I'm off then. Go. Remember, I'll be here waiting for you to come home after work. Yeah. No more words were needed. That single promise weighed heavily on Cheng Ye's heart. Turning around, he saw the bus still waiting where it had stopped. Seeing Cheng Ye's glance, the driver waved with a smile. You paid 5 times the fare, so I should get you to your destination. Thanks. As Cheng Ye boarded, the driver, lost in thought, shook his head with a sigh. Sir, you've got a heavy killing aura. It'd scare the faint-hearted to death. And if someone's not scared, then they probably want to die the driver said with a shrug. Back when I was scraping by outside before joining Happiness City, I'd steer clear people like you. Oh, what did you do? No laughing, but I was a third-rate assassin, the middle-aged driver said, chuckling and scratching the back of his head. But after I got a wife and kid, the ties in my heart became shackles. I couldn't keep up that line of work. So now, I'm even more wary of people like you. Scared I'll snap and spill blood in a fit of rage. Not quite. We're all just scraping by, not like those inner-city lords. No need to fight to the death. Then what? Some things are better left unsaid. Cheng Ye's smile faded, and he gave the driver a curious look. The wasteland was vast and full of wonders. If even a bus driver was this sharp, surely no one at the massive North Station would be foolish enough to cross him. Sir, we've arrived at the North checkpoint. Please take your belongings, and welcome to ride again next time. The driver stopped the bus at a platform 400 meters from the checkpoint, standing to address Cheng Ye. My defense comm ID is 41504, surname Tion. If you need a ride later, you can call me anytime. You'd pick me up in a bus? Cheng Ye chuckled. Counting it up, this was the third person after Uncle Dong and AC Gwen who seemed eager to invest in him. Oddly, the latter two had only met him once, barely exchanging a few words before wanting to back him. Not just the bus. I also do delivery for the works department and have a small truck. Master Tion pointed at the checkpoint outside the window. If you can get charging clearance from the works department, I can drive the truck beyond the checkpoint too. Cheng Ye nodded, entering the ID into his defense comm. Fair warning, you might never get a call from me. No, I'm good at reading people. Someone like you won't stay confined in a peaceful place. Here's hoping. Grabbing his backpack, Cheng Ye stepped off through the back door, squinting toward the checkpoint. Happiness City's buffer zone was enclosed by a perimeter of iron netting, forming a massive arc to block outsiders and mindless infected entities. The 3-meter-high netting, topped with sharp barbs maintained and replaced regularly, was complemented by watchtowers every 500 meters, making the buffer zone far more secure than those of other sanctuary cities. Unless it could fly or burrow, no infected entity or human could enter the buffer zone without passing through one of 3 checkpoints: the central main checkpoint and the north and south sub-checkpoints. Unlike the main checkpoint, built when Happiness City was founded and only expanded within its original framework, the north and south stations were completed 12 years ago. Inner-city construction teams used heavy machinery to drive foundations 20 meters into the ground, ensuring these massive structures could withstand any assault. Shaped like ancient fortresses, square and imposing, the 8-meter-high, nearly 1-kilometer-long walls loomed like gray beasts, enclosing an internal space of almost 1,200 acres. In front of the main gate, 8 channels, resembling modern highway toll booths, stood neatly aligned like the open throat of a giant beast. Each channel's entrance was equipped with automatic steel spike barriers and self-sensing machine gun turrets. If the embedded metal detection coils sensed an intruder, the turrets would unleash full firepower, turning the trespasser into a sieve. After passing the entrance, the inner city divided the checkpoint into 6 zones. Entrants were sorted into the first 4 isolated zones based on their type. Zone A, primarily for vehicles. Zone B, primarily for scavengers and ordinary people with resident permits. Zone C, visitors from other sanctuary cities. Zone D, special personnel such as patrolling sentries, inspectors on external duty, or inner-city guards. The remaining 2 zones were Zone E, the administrative office, and Zone F, the combat readiness area. The former was where Cheng Ye would soon handle his onboarding, while the latter was a rest area for checkpoint patrol guards. Now this is what a checkpoint should look like. Cheng Ye couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The central main checkpoint, used for refugees and survivors, was kept simple to ease their wariness and fear. But the north and south stations were Happiness City's face to the world, handling traffic from neighboring sanctuary cities. If they looked run down or shabby, it would diminish the city's prestige in the eyes of outsiders and embarrass Happiness City's leadership. As an industrial sanctuary city, Happiness City also needed to flex its strength here to attract more partnerships. Hey, you over there? What are you staring at? If you're heading out, line up at the channel. Cheng Ye's lingering gaze drew the attention of a few patrolling guards under the checkpoint wall. The north and south stations aligned with the east and west factions. Easterners typically used the south station, where following the rules meant they were rarely targeted. But coming to the north station by mistake, leaving might only earn you some snide remarks, but entering would guarantee a thorough shakedown, with a layer of profit skimmed off. So, Cheng Ye, with his Easterner appearance, stood out like a sore thumb. As for the channel the guard mentioned, the wall had 3 gates, smaller ones on either side for pedestrians and a larger central gate for vehicles. Though it wasn't yet 8 o'clock opening time, over a dozen people were already lined up at the right side pedestrian gate, waiting to head into the Wasteland ruins. Hey, I'm talking to you. Pretending you can't hear. Seeing Cheng Ye unmoved, 2 guards approached, grumbling. But the next second, when they saw the badge in Cheng Ye's hand, their expressions changed dramatically. In the blink of an eye, their earlier impatience, disdain, and irritation vanished, replaced by fawning respect. "Inspector, sir." The taller guard, sweating nervously, stammered, "What brings you here?" "Station Chief Ding's orders. I'm transferred from a central main checkpoint to work the north and south stations, starting today." "Station Chief's orders?" The guard blinked, instinctively saying, "For duty, shouldn't you be at the south station?" "I wanted to start at the north station." "Any problem?" No problem." There was an unspoken consensus among the guards. No matter how fiercely the East and West factions clashed, or how intense the inspectors' rivalries were, it had nothing to do with low-level guards like them. Whether Ding Yishan or Harlan ran the checkpoint today, neither would offer them a shot at becoming an inspector. With the path upward locked tight, meddling in factional disputes was the dumbest move. Even with Cheng Ye's Easterner face, these Western faction guards had to treat him like one of their own and serve him well. Otherwise, one report to the higher-ups wouldn't kill them, but it would surely cost them their hard-earned positions. Taking Cheng Ye's badge, the guard scanned it with his defense calm, his deference growing. "Inspector Cheng, please proceed. The onboarding office is at the 4th window in Zone E. I've notified them." "Good. Is it fine if I wait here for a bit?" Waiting for some people. Otherwise, it's a hassle to deal with things unprepared later." Cheng Ye squinted with a smile, and the guard froze, then shrank back, realizing what he meant. He'd seen plenty of bold people, but someone as brazen as Cheng Ye was a first. "You got something to say?" No, the guard said, shaking his head quickly. "Sir, we're just tools of the checkpoint. Whether you or another inspector uses us, we wouldn't dare have other thoughts." "Is that so?" Cheng Ye stepped forward, casually resting his left hand on the guard's shoulder. "Then why don't you tell me what's going on at the North Station right now?" "Oh, you just said you're a tool I can use." "What? I can't use you now." No, I didn't mean that." The tall guard jumped, a sheen of sweat breaking out on his back, wishing he could slap himself. "Why do you have to open your big mouth?" He was just standing there looking, and you had to say something. "Now look, this guy's clearly no pushover. Don't talk, and you offend him directly. Talk, and if he stirs up trouble inside, you'll take the blame." "Damn it." Cursing his fellow guard's maker in his head, the tall guard forced a bitter smile. "Sir, what exactly do you want to know?" "Break down the power structure at the North Station for me, from highest to lowest." "Power structure?" Relieved it wasn't about digging into a specific inspector's private info, the guard exhaled and quickly said, "The highest authority at the North Station is definitely Station Chief Ben Downs. Below him is Deputy Station Chief Evan Davidson, but the deputy's often out on external missions, so he's rarely seen. After the station chiefs, inspectors like you hold the most power. The checkpoint's rule is that zones A, B, C, and D are assigned randomly and rotate weekly. Shifts run from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. and 4 p.m. to midnight. So 8 inspectors are on regular rotation here each week. Go on. Below that are the inspector's children, handling clerical work and verifying entrance information. They have official positions." Cheng Ye narrowed his eyes. "As far as I know, inspector's heirs can't work at the checkpoint before inheriting, right?" "In principle, yes, but..." The tall guard hesitated. To prevent an inspector's death from leaving their heir unprepared, the station chief allows them to intern unpaid, taking on some tasks to train early. Nice move, unpaid internships. Cheng Ye couldn't help but sigh. What a clever tactic. What was a checkpoint salary, really? Did anyone actually live off those few happiness coins? Stationed here, just skimming a little profit could bring in several times the base pay. Even an honest guy like Liu Bai, who never skimmed, could easily pocket thousands of happiness coins a month. This so-called unpaid internship could only fool idiots. No, even an idiot would understand what it meant to hold a bit of power at the checkpoint. And below that are regular folks like us. Observers, guards, staff, errand runners, meal deliverers. Basically, we assist the inspectors. As long as we're in the station and not outside. We're at your beck and call, no complaints. That's all I know. If you have any other questions, Inspector. None. Cheng Ye didn't press the guards at the entrance, who were clearly at the bottom of the checkpoint's food chain. It wasn't a sudden bout of kindness. Through their brief exchange, he'd already pieced together where his potential troubles might come from. But were they big problems? To stand firm at the checkpoint, it wasn't about who your father was, but about tactics, courage, and sheer grit. In a way, this place was still an extension of the Wasteland, just with a few more protective rules. His fingers brushed the Bison combat pistol at his waist, the cold metal sending a chill up his arm. Looking up, he glanced at the dark firing ports on the wall. Noticing the machine gun operator deliberately avoiding his gaze, Cheng Ye let out a soft chuckle. All right, they should be ready by now. Open the gate for me. Ah, yes, right away. The tall guard, as if granted amnesty, scurried to the gate in a few strides, swiping his card to verify his identity. Thud! The heavy blast door slowly swung outward, revealing the interior as the gap widened enough for 3 people to pass side by side. It wasn't as high-tech as the inner city, but the overall style matched the buffer zone's old-era aesthetic. A straight main road of gray-black epoxy resin stretched toward Zone E's end, where a few cargo trucks awaiting clearance were being inspected. On either side of the road, neatly aligned workstations stood in orderly rows. Dark green plastic steel windows were half open, and acrylic electronic signs at the entrances displayed scrolling red LED text. Data room, archives, registration office, inspection room, disinfection station, and so on. Despite the night-long downpour flooding the buffer zone, there was little standing water here. A few workers in blue overalls swept water with scrapers, channeling it into drainage ditches on either side, leaving only winding streaks behind. Just head to the registration office. A staff member will handle your North Station inspector registration. Thanks. Not being hassled by Cheng Ye and even getting a thank you, the tall guard found it peculiar. When he'd called himself a tool earlier, it wasn't self-deprecation but a statement of fact. After all, the Wasteland didn't support idlers. Being used as a tool by an inspector was an honor. Yet now, an odd feeling stirred in his chest. It must be my imagination. Why would an inspector treat us like people? The gate closed. Watching Cheng Ye's figure blur in the rain, the tall guard shook off the absurd thought along with the rainwater. It had to be his imagination. Entering Zone E, Cheng Ye didn't rush to the registration office, but stood observing for a moment. Everyone, from the bustling staff to the workers sweeping water, had Westerner features. His Easterner face was indeed conspicuous at the North Station. Strangely, though, no one seemed to notice him. Not a single curious glance came his way. When he looked at them, they flinched as if he were a ferocious beast. They're that scared of me? This surprised Cheng Ye, but it also confirmed he'd made the right move. Rather than starting at the South Station, fumbling through unfamiliar rules and getting pushed into a ditch, he'd rather charge into the North Station, ready for a fight from the get-go. Like now, everyone knew this Easterner inspector was here to stir trouble. Ordinary folks, unable to meddle in faction disputes, scrambled to stay clear, fearing entanglement. This made his enemies instantly obvious. 20 or 30 pairs of eyes watched from the workstations along the road. Even when Cheng Ye met their gazes, they didn't flinch, their looks filled with amusement and disdain. In the few minutes since the guard passed the message, They'd already pulled up Cheng Ye's info and figured out why he'd been sent to the rapid inspection post. Offending a Western faction inspector and still daring to barge into the North Station? Did he think Westerners were soft targets? Sure, the regular staff lived in fear of offending inspectors. But these people didn't. After all, they were set to inherit their parents' inspector roles. Why would they care about a kid whose dad died early and took the job young? In the eerie atmosphere, Cheng Ye headed to the registration office. The staff along the road scattered, ducking into workstation alleys. Meanwhile, the young people in the workstations silently opened their doors, gathering in twos and threes, subtly encircling Cheng Ye and the registration office. Hello, I'm a trainee inspector, here to report for my first day at the rapid checkpoint. At the window, Cheng Ye presented his badge. The registration office was about 20 square meters. A young man in his 20s sat at the window. With classic Westerner features, gray-blue pupils, bloodshot whites, and greasy hair plastered to his forehead, it was clear he'd been up all night. Do you know the rules of the rapid checkpoint? The young man sized up Cheng Ye, muttering without reaching for the badge. Nope. Cheng Ye shook his head honestly. I was a trainee at the central main checkpoint before. This is my first time at a rapid checkpoint, so I'm not clear on any special rules. Good that you don't know. The young man stood, chuckling lightly. Inspector Cheng, here's the deal. Every trainee inspector reporting to the rapid checkpoint has to prove their ability to handle the job on their first day. How do I prove that? Simple. The young man grabbed a few sheets of paper and stepped out, standing beside Cheng Ye and pointing into the distance. See those cargo trucks waiting to leave at the end of the channel? Yes, the third one. All its cargo declarations are here, but we found several items don't match the list. Find 3 discrepancies, and you pass the registration test. Following the young man's gesture, Cheng Ye squinted. 6 trucks were being inspected. 5 belonged to Westerners, but the third was an Easterners. That easy. The young man blinked, then flashed a mocking smile. Just that easy. They wouldn't dare hassle Cheng Ye outside the rules, but within them, pitting Easterners against each other was too entertaining. Pick, he's coming. Tell the truck to close its doors. Got it. As Cheng Ye approached, the inspector named Pick quickly stashed the paperwork. All good, sir. Your cargo's clear. Really? The Easterner driver, visibly anxious, let out a long breath. He usually went through the South Station, but last night's storm had blocked the roads there, forcing him a detour to the North Station for clearance. These guys had big appetites. He'd shelled out nearly 200 happiness coins to get their nod. Wait. Just as the driver was about to board, Pick raised a hand. Sorry, a trainee inspector thinks there's an issue with your cargo. Please step out for a secondary check. What? Following Pick's gesture, the driver's face fell. Damn it. An Easterner inspector at the North Station? What was going on? Sir, facing Cheng Ye, the driver was clearly at a loss. Normally, cargo checks were minor tasks. You could run 100 trips and not have an inspector personally intervene. At the South Station, he knows some faces from regular payoffs, but at the North Station, if they found contraband, he was done for. Smuggled industrial goods from Happiness City could fetch double or triple the price of regular cargo. The profit margin was split, with the checkpoint taking the lion's share during entry due to the declaration forms, leaving drivers a small cut. Everyone understood and let it slide. But getting flagged before leaving? If contraband was exposed, the consequences were unthinkable. I got a tip from the registration office that several items in your cargo don't match the declaration, so I'm here to verify. The driver's face darkened, and he shot a glance at Pick. To his dismay, Pick lowered his head, clearly dodging his accusing stare. Fine. Took my money and ratted me out, trying to get me killed? A flicker of madness crossed the driver's eyes, and his gaze toward Cheng Ye grew hostile. But then, don't panic. You're old Zhang from East District's Autumn Grocery, right? Cheng Ye tossed out a random name with a smile, deliberately slowing his speech. I bought a Defensecom Charger from you before. What? Don't remember me. CH Charger. The driver froze. His surname was Bai, not Zhang, and he'd never heard of an Autumn Grocery in the East District. But hearing Cheng Ye's words, he paused, realizing there might be a way out. If he could survive this, his burning anger vanished instantly. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly played along. "Sir, how could old Zhang forget you? I just didn't expect to see you on duty at the North Station. You're heading out in this storm? The roads here are slippery in the rainy season. Not easy to leave. Why not go through the South Station?" Cheng Ye circled the so-called truck, kicking the burrs on its tire edges. With no oil production around Happiness City, all trucks were new energy battery vehicles, boxy like old Arajimbe vans. "Well, sir, I planned to go through the South Station last night. It's closer. But the storm flooded the city roads, so I had to detour to the North Station." As a seasoned smuggler, old Zhang answered instinctively while his mind raced, picking up on the words Cheng Ye had emphasized. North Station, slippery roads. Catching the keywords, old Zhang swallowed hard, realizing what Cheng Ye was hinting at. And not easy to leave wasn't a death sentence. It meant there was still a chance. As for why not go through the South Station? Knowing the East-West faction rivalry, old Zhang's pupils narrowed, and it clicked. "Sir, you know old Zhang. You must know I'd never do anything illegal. If there's really a mismatch, it's not my cargo. It's from some guys last night who asked me to take their stuff out." "Oh, who?" A glint flashed in Cheng Ye's eyes, and his satisfied smile deepened old Zhang's confidence in his guess. Biting the bullet, he turned to pick. "It's Camillo Luke from West District's Wisteria Factory, a worker. He asked me to take some stuff to an outside settlement. Said it was prearranged." Wisteria Factory, a Westerner factory specializing in small industrial goods. Pick's face shifted, about to speak, but Cheng Ye's expression hardened, cutting him off. "Let me see it. I heard there were 3 discrepancies, right? Maybe it's these items." "Right away, sir." Opening the jean bay's rear door, old Zhang swiftly pulled out 3 black oil paper packages. "Open them." Peeling back the edges, the packages revealed colorful PCB boards, full of electronic components. Some nerve. These are industrial goods the buffer zone explicitly bans for private export. Cheng Ye feigned anger. "This Camillo Luke doesn't want to live, does he? Smuggling this stuff out. All right, you can go. I'm digging to the bottom of this today to see who's bold enough to flout the buffer zone's rules." "Yes, yes, sir." Seeing Cheng Ye wave him off, old Zhang's eyes lit up, thinking he'd dodged a bullet. Though he seemed caught in the East-West faction feud, he resolved that even if the sky fell, he'd stick to the South Station next time. He'd rather break a contract than come back. This damn North Station and its motherless Westerners could go to hell. The Jean Bay roared to life, leaving the 3 oil paper packages behind as its tires skidded through the water. Visibly, not just Pick, but every Westerner watching looked like they'd swallowed a dead fly. "That's it." Picking up the packages, Cheng Ye's lips twitched. "Child's play, so naive. 3 items, enough to prove myself, right? You're good." Taking the badge, Cheng Ye handed over. The young man's face soured as he went inside, rapidly typing to process the onboarding. The young people outside the registration office exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of shock and, like the young man, frustrated powerlessness. The anticipated dogfight didn't happen. Cheng Ye had casually leveraged his authority. The Easterner driver played along to shift the blame, and the accusation landed squarely on a Westerner. "Jamie, you're not seriously letting him on board that easily, are you?" A voice crackled through the earpiece, darkening the face of Jamie, who was about to return the badge. "Your uncle's still in intensive care because of Lu Bai." "Shut up." Jamie cursed under his breath, but his fingers inexplicably loosened, and the badge clattered to the ground. Water flowed along the road. By the time he chased after it, the badge had spun into the drainage ditch, caught in a pile of garbage. "Nice one." Humiliate him by making him dig through trash. Laughter erupted through the earpiece. The surrounding young people, clueless, thought Jamie was humiliating Cheng Ye and began clapping lightly. Initially flustered, Jamie felt emboldened by their encouraging looks. "Inspector Cheng, you didn't catch it. Wanting to help." "Oh, really?" Cheng Ye scratched his head, smiling innocently. "No need. I'll pick it up myself." He bent down toward the ditch, retrieving the badge from the garbage amid snickers and wiping it on his pant leg. Ha ha, coward. That's his courage, daring to come to our West Station. An inspector rummaging through trash, eye-opening. The mocking voices rose and fell. Though it caused Cheng Ye no real trouble, the mental jab was their delight. Even Jamie smirked with disdain, as if he'd led a victory against an Easterner. All done reporting. Cheng Ye returned, wiping the badge clean with his shirt. I'm officially a North Station inspector now, right? Unsure why Cheng Ye asked, Jamie blinked, then grunted through his nose. But the next second he froze. The smiling Cheng Ye flicked his wrist, sending the badge spinning in an arc, landing right back in the ditch. Go pick it up. The rain roared, water cascaded from the workstation, eaves like a curtain, splashing into the drainage ditch and kicking up waves. The small identity badge bobbed in the current, soon lodging in a clump of sticky yellow mud. Jamie's face twisted as if he'd seen a ghost, unsure if he'd heard right. This brazen Easterner, what did he say? Pick it up for him? Sorry, you're saying you dropped your badge and want to fetch it from the ditch. The figure under the wide black raincoat nodded earnestly, sparking another round of laughter from the crowd. Hearing the jeers, Jamie's face flushed red and white, gritting his teeth. Then you're probably... His words cut off. A cold gun barrel pressed against his forehead, the metal's chill shooting down his spine, freezing the rest of his sentence in his throat. The laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by incredulous stares. A gun. He's insane. Cheng Ye's lost it. He dared draw a gun at the checkpoint. Aiming at one of their own? Go pick it up for me. Cheng Ye repeated, his smile gone, his face cold as if he'd become someone else. There was bullying in the orphanage, too. In the cafeteria, the big kids ate first, leaving scraps for the smaller ones to fight over. But from age 5, Cheng Ye was always among the first to eat. Not because of the big kids' kindness. You trying to scare me? I'm scaring you. Cheng Ye flashed a faint smile, lowering the gun from Jamie's forehead to his chin. The cold barrel jabbed upward, making Jamie's jaw ache. Checkpoint Code, Chapter 1, Article 3. During duty, an inspector's orders are absolute. Disobedience is tantamount to being an infected entity. Mr. Jamie, the soft click of the safety disengaging sounded. Answer me directly. Are you an infected entity hiding in the North Station? Brazen. Utterly brazen. Jamie's throat bobbed twice, but he stayed silent. He could sense that if he said the wrong thing, this ever-smiling lunatic wasn't joking. He'd actually pull the trigger. Yet the gazes from the crowd pierced his back like steel needles, making it impossible to bend. He could already imagine the mockery he'd face if he picked up the badge, becoming a laughingstock, a disgrace to the Western faction, tarnishing the entire North Station's reputation. But he didn't want to die. Even dying to an infected entity was better than being shot by an inspector for refusing to bend. Garcia, an inspector, is still fighting for his life. You're just a nobody, no rank, no title. Just for pride, egged on by a few words, you'd throw away your life. The devil's whisper continued in his ear. Jamie snapped his head up, his eyes filled with fear. He looked at the crowd, all urging him with their gazes, encouraging him to stake his life on proving Cheng Ye wouldn't shoot. But I'll pick it up. Jamie's legs buckled, and he scrambled toward the ditch. Under Cheng Ye's half-smiling gaze and the stunned stares of the young crowd, he dug the badge from the mud, washed it in a puddle, and wiped it repeatedly with the cleanest part of his collar. Inspector Cheng. Kneel. Hand it to me. What? Jamie's eyes widened, bloodshot and incredulous. Kneel? Was he joking? He was an inspector's only son. He could bow his head to survive. But losing dignity? Never, even if it meant death, even if it meant being beaten. Boom! A deafening shot rang out, the hot air grazing his cheek, leaving a searing burn mark. Jamie froze, a warm liquid trickling down his pant leg. He shot? He actually shot. How dare he? Shooting a colleague. Did he not fear the checkpoint's rules and punishment? The acrid smell of gunpowder hit his nose, his ears still ringing, the stench nearly choking him. But his mind was clearer than ever. Adrenaline surged, restoring sensation to his stiff body. Yet, Despite regaining strength in his legs, he lacked the courage to stand tall. Thud! Jamie dropped to one knee, teeth chattering uncontrollably, instinctively offering the badge forward. Something was lost forever, his pride, his arrogance, the dignity of an inspector's heir. But something greater was preserved, his pounding heart, his gasping breath, the fresh air flooding his lungs. In front of everyone, he traded dignity for his life. Was it worth it? Congratulations, you made the right choice. The devil reached out, taking the badge and a piece of what he'd lost. Silence fell over the crowd. The earlier jeers, mockery, and instigation vanished with that shot. By checkpoint rules, they, as inspector heirs, stood above ordinary people. But when someone blatantly ignored the rules, or worse, used them against them, they realized they were less than even the lowliest guards. At least guards had official posts. If they died, the checkpoint could pursue justice. But these nobodies? Dead was dead, maybe even branded as infected entities and reduced to ashes, blowing off non-existent water droplets from the badge. Cheng Ye pursed his lips and turned as if to leave. The crowd quietly exhaled, but the next second, their breath caught, gripped by an invisible hand. The madman didn't leave? What was he planning? The black muzzle rose, sweeping slowly from left to right across the crowd, pausing to waver slightly at each person, as if silently calling names. Who was he looking for? Someone's knees buckled, instinctively stepping back toward a workstation. Bang! A shot rang out, a bullet hole smashing into the epoxy floor, right at the tip of the person's next step, inches from piercing their foot. The figure collapsed in terror, screaming, "You're insane? What are you doing?" Everyone, don't panic. Cheng Ye toyed with the badge, a playful glint in his eyes. I suspect an infected entity has infiltrated, egging Mr. Jamie to defy an inspector's orders. I can't pinpoint who, so what do you think? Confusion spread across the crowd. Then someone took the lead, and all eyes turned to one person. Under dozens of gazes, the target froze as if struck by lightning, nearly collapsing. No, it wasn't me. Is it him? Cheng Ye turned to Jamie, still kneeling, and asked softly, I know you're a good kid. Tell me, was he the one egging you on? They were about the same age. Jamie might even be a year older. But Jamie felt an eerie sensation. In that moment, he faced not a peer, not an inspector, but a godfather baptizing him. The godfather kindly asked, Is it him? And he should piously reply, Yes, it's him, Raoul Davidson. Davidson? Wasn't that the surname of the North Station's deputy chief? Very good. Cheng Ye patted Jamie's shoulder, smiling as he turned. Mr. Davidson, could you come over here? His tone was utterly polite, but Raoul felt a deathly threat. He glanced around, seeing only gloating relief in the crowd's eyes, glad they weren't chosen. Damn them. They all egged Jamie on. Why me? Why me? Need me to repeat myself? Cheng Ye raised the bison pistol, feigning a trigger pull. The looming threat of death made Raoul's body stiffen, but unlike Jamie, he refused to kneel and live in shame. He was the son of Deputy Station Chief Evan Davidson. Only death standing, never life kneeling. Even if he knelt to Cheng Ye now and survived, his strict father would strip him of his inspector inheritance, leaving him to die obscurely in some buffer zone corner. Time seemed to freeze. After a few seconds, Raoul forced his legs to move, his face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead. In those short steps, his mind rehearsed his next words. Even if it meant death, he'd die gloriously. He'd show this arrogant bastard that not everyone at the North Station was like Jamie. Mr. Davidson, I need to report to the station chief. Could you show me the way? Cheng Ye, it's not. Both spoke at once, and a strange tension filled the air. Raoul snapped his head up, eyes wide with shock, as if he'd seen a ghost. Jamie, kneeling, looked thunderstruck, his face paling as he grasped Cheng Ye's intent. Report to the station chief? Show the way. Those two words hit like a hammer, stealing his breath. Hm, what did you just call me? Cheng Ye raised an eyebrow, holstering the gun slowly, a puzzled look on his face. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? The towering menace and ferocity vanished. his face under the wide raincoat returning to its earlier calm. Raoul turned, scanning the stunned crowd behind him. No one expected Cheng Ye to play so unpredictably. For a moment, he was dazed, slow to react. But then, a wave of relief washed over him, and he realized his body was soaked through, as if dragged from the ditch. Inspector Cheng, I'd be honored to show you the way. Come in. A robust voice echoed from the room. Cheng Ye turned, patted Raoul's stiff shoulder, and pushed the door open. As the North Station's duty chief, Ben Downs had a spacious 150-square-meter office. The office was divided into two areas. The outer area featured a massive floor-to-ceiling window filling the entire west wall, offering a sweeping view of the wasteland beyond the checkpoint. In front of the window stood a deep walnut executive desk, neatly arranged with leather folders and a brass paperweight. An old-fashioned clock ticked steadily in the corner. The inner rest area was separated by a rosewood screen inlaid with mother-of-pearl patterns, faintly revealing the outlines of a leather sofa and a whiskey cabinet. This was the office of a man who knew how to enjoy himself. Cheng Ye stepped in slowly, his gaze sweeping to the wall opposite the door, where photos of past North Station duty chiefs hung, settling on the central solo portrait. The man in the photo sported a neatly trimmed gray-white beard, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. Cheng Ye's stereotypical image of a quintessential British gentleman. The real man now sat behind the desk, a half-smoked cigar between his fingers, flipping through documents. Ash fell into a carved wooden ashtray, piling into a small mound of pale gray snow. Station Chief Downs, hello. I'm Cheng Ye, the trainee inspector reporting for duty at the North Station today. Young man, I've heard your name before. Ben Downs looked up slowly, setting down the papers with a smile. But that goes back 17 years, when your grandfather was still around. My grandfather? Cheng Ye kept his expression neutral. How Cheng Long died, and where remained a secret Liu by refused to share, saying he'd reveal the truth only after Cheng Ye completed his first field mission and could survive independently, let alone anything about a grandfather he'd never even heard of. Wait, how did his predecessor have so many impressive relatives? With that kind of background, how did he end up so miserable in the inner city, coughing to death? Ah, you don't look a bit like Cheng Long, but your grandfather? You're the spitting image of him. Downs' gaze drifted, his words rambling as if lost in memories from long ago. It took over 10 seconds for him to snap back. If you hadn't fired a shot, I'd have given you 90 points for today's performance. At your age, you've shown more potential than Cheng Long, more mature, more cunning. If you'd fired just one shot, I'd drop you to 70. Knowing how to use the rules to protect yourself and restrain your enemies? A wise man deserves praise. But alas, you fired 2 shots, so I can only give you a passing 60. Don't emulate Cheng Long or Liu Bai. They got where they're not by muscle or recklessness, but by luck. Speaking as if mentoring a junior, Downs drawled, occasionally flicking ash from his cigar. Don't worry too much. I had some ties with that old codger Cheng Wu. Though he didn't have the face to ask me to look after his kin before he left, I won't go out of my way to focus on a junior like you at a time like this. Stay inside the checkpoint, and I'll ensure you're absolutely safe. No one will target you deliberately. But beyond that line, Downs pointed to the window. Cheng Ye turned and saw a bold 3-meter-wide yellow line stretching across the front of the 8 inspection channels. The yellow line was striking. Crossing it meant leaving the channels, entering the wasteland beyond the isolation zone. Any other questions? None. Thank you for your care, Station Chief Downs. I'll remember it. Cheng Ye bowed slightly, warming to the old man. With Downs' status, there was no need to deceive him. If he wanted to make a move, there were countless ways to do it. His words suggested the Western faction wasn't as monolithic as Cheng Ye thought. There were differing voices within. That made sense. A faction with only one voice would be the real anomaly. Good. Since you've earned a 60, this first evaluation is yours. And remember to come to me for a signature before each rotation. Downs pulled a text-filled sheet from a leather folder. The top half listed Cheng Ye's basic info. The bottom half was for trainee evaluations, and a vermilion North Station seal stamped the bottom. Per the checkpoint's Trinity to official rules, Cheng Ye needed 3 such evaluations from the central main checkpoint, north and south stations to become a full-fledged first-tier inspector. Downs, giving him 1, now showed approval of his performance at registration. His tactics and mindset met the minimum inspector standard. Of course, Cheng Ye guessed that if he'd scored Downs 90, he might be holding 2 or even 3 sheets right now. But, thank you, Station Chief. Go on. Cheng Ye nodded, folded the evaluation sheet, tucked it into his backpack, and left the office. Surprisingly, Raoul hadn't left. He stood by a railing not far from the office, waiting. HM? Got something to say? Cheng Ye was curious. In typical villain fashion, Raoul should be tossing out threats now, saying this wasn't over. As long as Cheng Ye stayed at the North Station, the second-generation heirs would band together to target him until he begged for mercy. But reality was the opposite. Inspector Cheng, if possible, I'd like to make a deal. Raoul approached, his earlier stiffness gone, his expression calm with a hint of flattery. Oh, let's hear it. Garcia is Jamie's uncle. He targeted you largely to avenge him. When we egged Jamie on, we just wanted to see an Easterner inspector embarrassed. Honestly, whether it was you or another Easterner today, we'd have done the same. It wasn't personal. Cheng Ye hummed, signaling him to continue. The East-West faction feud is between inspectors about interests. It has nothing to do with us juniors who don't know when we'll inherit. Raoul lowered his voice. Jamie's dad has only 1 son. Even after kneeling to you, he'll still become an inspector. But I'm different. My father has 4 sons. I'm the eldest. If I'd caved to you today, he'd never let me inherit. So you want me to play along? No need. Raoul shook his head quickly. Just don't spread what happened today. Don't make it like Garcia, Jamie's uncle, bragging in Easterner circles. I'll ensure today never happened, and everyone will forget this unpleasantness. Huh, this guy's got some brains. Cheng Ye narrowed his eyes, sizing up the blond boy. Others still carried the naive arrogance of youth, but Raoul showed a calculating streak beyond his years. What's in it for me? A promise. Raoul straightened, his fingers absently rubbing a cufflink. I thought hard, and it's the most valuable thing I can offer. As long as it doesn't touch the Inspector faction feud, I guarantee I'll back you unconditionally once within the North Station. Or, to be precise, even if you're caught in a direct faction conflict and trapped here, I could buy you time to call for Easterner help. The first part didn't faze Cheng Ye, but the second, his eyelids twitched. Your balls are pretty big, huh? You flatter me. Realizing the deal was struck, Raoul exhaled deeply, flashing a genuine smile. There's only 1 inspector's seat, and my 3 brothers are eyeing it. Do you think I should roll in the mud with him, or make friends with someone bold enough to fire a gun at the checkpoint? Fine, I'll act like nothing happened today. Cheng Ye waved him off and walked away. Just a bunch of greenhouse-grown second-generation brats, nowhere near as ruthless as the orphanage kids. Besides, he hadn't planned to publicize this anyway. Getting Raoul's promise was an unexpected bonus. But after a few steps, Cheng Ye stopped and turned, startling Raoul into near PTSD. Anything else? Raoul forced down his panic. I'm assigned to Zona today, right? First time here. Why don't you show me the way? My pleasure. Damn it. Say so earlier, you scared the hell out of me. Raoul relaxed inwardly, but resolved to steer clear of this plague from now on. He should have known. Someone daring to hit the North Station on their first rotation wouldn't come unprepared. It was just his youthful appearance that misled everyone into thinking he was an easy target. But in truth, they weren't even in the same league as Cheng Ye. His ruthless tactics outshone some second-tier inspectors. And the trickiest part? This guy knew how to wield the checkpoint's rules. Leave dealing with a brain like that to Harlan's faction inspectors. This kid's too hot-headed. I bet he won't last a few rotations before he's done for. Footsteps faded outside. A figure emerged from behind the office screen. None other than Deputy Station Chief Evan Davidson. Ruthless but rootless. He's just headstrong, harming himself and others. So I said he's a bit like Chung Wu. Downs chuckled, his words carrying a double meaning. Davidson's face shifted, his back straightening. I've been too busy with field duties to discipline properly. Rest assured, Station Chief, this won't happen again. Good. The North Station's been noisy lately. Wouldn't want outsiders laughing at us. The checkpoint consisted of 6 zones: A, B, C, D, E, and F. Zones E and F were twice the size of the other 4, shaping the checkpoint's layout. A, B, C, and D lined up in the front, with E behind A and B and F behind C and D, forming a front 4, back 2 structure. The station chief's office was on the 6th floor of Zone E's administrative building, the highest point of the checkpoint, offering a panoramic view of the entire area through its floor-to-ceiling windows. Descending the stairs and passing through 3 isolation retractable doors, Cheng Ye entered the core of the checkpoint, the quarantine inspection zone. The 4 zones were strictly separated by iron netting, ensuring independent inspections while allowing for isolation and control in emergencies. Behind the 4 zones ran a 20-meter wide secondary isolation channel stretching east to west. This channel served dual purposes. Normally, it was used for disinfecting cleared personnel and materials. But if an infected entity went out of control in any zone, it could instantly become a firepower interception zone, forming the checkpoint's first line of defense. To Cheng Ye's surprise, each isolation zone was further divided into 2 precise sections. The front half was the quarantine zone for initial screening of entrants. The back half was the observation zone for deeper testing and short-term isolation of suspected infected individuals. Through the netting, he could see that, despite being open air, the observation zone housed 4 large warehouses and some basic shelter facilities. Zone A mainly handles vehicle quarantine. Enter through this door, Raoul said, leading Cheng Ye to the isolation gate for Zone A. He pressed the communicator and spoke briefly. Within half a minute, 2 staff members jogged over. This is Inspector Cheng Ye, on duty for Zone A quarantine today. Show him the zone's layout. Seeing Cheng Ye's Easterner face, the 2 staff members froze. After repeatedly confirming he was a pure Easterner, not a mixed blood, they exchanged a glance, reading the same suspicion in each other's eyes. Was Raoul being sarcastic, hinting they should make trouble for this Easterner inspector? But they were just observers, doing grunt work. Who had the guts to mess with a duty inspector? Idiots, since when do you get to meddle in faction disputes? Raoul rubbed his forehead, irritated. Ever since the East-West faction balance broke a few months ago, it had gradually affected everyone at the station. Now, even observers thought they could get involved. Were they courting death? Easterner or Westerner? An inspector can end your life with a word. Got it. Yes, got it. The 2 nodded frantically. Though Raoul chewed them out, they felt relieved. Compared to losing their jobs by offending an inspector, a scolding was nothing. At the same time, they wondered. Raoul was the deputy station chief's son, always high and mighty. What kind of background did this Easterner have to warrant Raoul personally escorting him to his post and instructing them to cooperate? Inspector Cheng, I won't disturb you further. Thanks. Cheng Ye nodded and slipped through the open isolation door. As the metal door closed behind him, the overhead isolation purifier kicked on, sending a breeze that lifted Raoul's blonde bangs. Watching Cheng Ye's figure vanish, a flicker of confusion crossed Raoul's eyes, soon replaced by a deeper, thoughtful look. Inspector Cheng, at the rapid checkpoint, only inspectors rotate daily. Staff, unless killed or otherwise removed, typically serve 3-month shifts. We got 2 months left in this shift. During your duty, we'll be your assistant observers for inspections. Observers don't use names. Just call us by our code names. I'm Raven, handling your miscellaneous tasks, fetching supplies, testing wounds, tracing sources, organizing files, calling cleanup crews. Just let me know. He's Owl, in charge of security, your combat assistant. If you think an infected entity check is risky, send him in. If we die, don't worry. New replacements will inherit our code names and continue as your assistants. Raven and Owl walked ahead, earnestly explaining. The rapid checkpoint structure was straightforward. Duty inspectors were at the top, followed by 2 observers, then staff and guards. Cheng Ye nodded occasionally, thinking Raoul's escort would was a brilliant move, saving him the hassle of navigating the rapid checkpoints layout on his own. Amid the sharp smell of chemical disinfectants, the three passed through a 10-meter-long decontamination channel, finally entering the back half of Zone A's quarantine area. First impression, it felt like stepping into a sports arena. The isolation zone stretched about 200 meters long and 100 meters wide. Unlike Zone E's epoxy flooring, the ground here was alloy, a material used in the inner city. Crisscrossing grooved drainage channels were embedded in it, now gurgling with rainwater from above. To the side, in an open area, stood the 4 warehouses he'd seen through the netting. Up close, Cheng Ye noticed the warehouses varied in size and material, spaced about 20 meters apart. The first 2 were made of familiar buffer zone modular metal sandwich panels. Their silver-gray surfaces coated with anti-corrosion layers, seams tightly joined, with a service life of up to 50 years. But the other 2 warehouses were odd. Noticing Cheng Ye's confusion, Raven quickly explained, since Zone A handles vehicle inspections, its setup differs slightly from the other 3 zones. The biggest difference is we have a dedicated vehicle storage warehouse. Right there, Warehouse 4, the one you're facing. The other 3 are Warehouse 1, Isolation Ward, for holding personnel with questionable quarantine results. The duty inspector decides the isolation period, but it's at least 72 hours to ensure no parasitic infection before release. Warehouse 2, living quarters for staff and guards. Unlike you, who can leave after duty, we're stationed here for the full 3-month shift. Warehouse 3, supply room, storing daily necessities, epidemic prevention materials, and some confiscated contraband from entrance. If you're interested in any item, you can take it. The checkpoint clears out remaining items every 7 days. No wonder it's a rapid checkpoint. Happiness City showcase. Every zone was so well equipped. Zone A even had a lavish vehicle garage. Cheng Ye paused, curiously peering into the nearest warehouse 4. Since the isolation ward took up much of the observation zone's open space, the garage was squeezed into a corner, its area compact. The interior was cramped, with 6 Jean Bay vans parked nose to tail, nearly filling the space. Wait, Cheng Ye's scanning gaze froze, his pupils contracting sharply as he stared at the garage wall in disbelief. Could it really be true? After a big battle, supplies always follow? On the wall of Warehouse 4, neatly arranged, 3 on the left, 3 on the right, hung 6 brand-new charging stations. The 3 silver-gray chargers on the left had slim cables, about 2 fingers wide, likely 7 kilowatts slow chargers by his estimation. But the 3 gray-blue chargers on the right had cables as thick as a forearm, at least 60 kilowatts. 60 kilowatts? Cheng Ye's mind exploded, briefly losing the ability to think. Talk about searching high and low only to stumble upon it effortlessly. What did this mean? Charging at home overnight, even at a max of 2.5 kilowatts, he'd get about 20 kilowatt hours. But with these chargers, 1 hour meant 60 kilowatt hours. An 8-hour shift, if he could charge constantly, that's 480 kilowatt hours? What kind of game changer was that? It meant his search frequency would skyrocket from once every 3 days to 4 times a day. Sir, the 2 were leading him to review the inspection process. Turning, they found Cheng Ye frozen before the garage, his eyes burning with intensity. How to describe it? Like he'd seen the goddess of his dreams beckoning from inside. Let's start with the observation zone. Cheng Ye took deep breaths, forcing down his excitement, trying to look normal. No wonder he was so thrilled. Even if his skill slots could only hold 3 skills, excess search results could convert into information points for upgrading his collector rank. 4 searches a day, even if just 1 succeeded, would massively boost his information point gain. If he could quickly move from trainee LV.1 to LV.2, he'd unlock search permission for higher-tier LV.3 skills. What changes would equipping LV.3 skills bring? Cheng Ye couldn't imagine, but he knew it was the fastest path to rooting himself in the Wasteland. Having Raoul guide him was a spur-of-the-moment idea for Cheng Ye, but unexpectedly brought plenty of surprises. Take now, for instance, Raven's explanation of the quarantine zone was practically an open book. Not only did he lay out the inspector's official powers in detail, but he also spilled the beans on the unspoken rules, the tricks for skimming profits, and the ways to squeeze out extra benefits, holding nothing back. Beyond the usual tactics, Cheng Ye already knew one point stood out. The contraband stored in Warehouse 3. What qualified as contraband? Not the 3 packs of PCB boards or electronic components seized from the driver earlier. Those only fetched a few times their value when smuggled out to other sanctuary cities, settlements, or lone scavengers. Inside Happiness City, they were nearly worthless, hardly worth confiscating. The real valuable stuff, the kind truly deserving of the contraband label, mutant beast cores, contained infection sources, extraordinary minerals, special plants, and other treasures that didn't exist in the old era. Can you just seize them at will? Of course not, Raven said, shaking his head quickly. Those items can be exchanged for heaps of contribution points. If an inspector arbitrarily confiscated them, people would probably fight to the death. Then how? Here's the deal, sir. Owl chimed in, speaking for the first time. By the rules, these items aren't allowed into the buffer zone due to contamination risks. Even if someone smuggles them past inspection and sells them at the resource exchange, they'd only get 70% of the standard price. But if an inspector seizes them and takes them outside the buffer zone to the exchange, they get 100% of the standard price. That 30% difference is the inspector's reward for bearing the material contamination risk. What a material contamination risk! Cheng Ye couldn't help but marvel. Compared to this, Garcia's entry taxes at the central checkpoint were downright restrained. In contrast, the contraband tax at the rapid checkpoint, built on collusion between officials and merchants, was straight-up robbery. And they're okay with that? Cheng Ye asked, realizing as soon as the words left his mouth how naive the question sounded. What could they do if they weren't okay? Take on the entire checkpoint or Happiness City itself as individuals? They're more than happy, sir, Al said with a smile, missing the subtext in Cheng Ye's question. Not only do you help them bring contraband into the buffer zone, but you also get them the same price they'd get selling it themselves. Why wouldn't they be happy? Is that so? Cheng Ye frowned, pondering, then it hit him. The limitations of this era meant Luo Xiaoxue couldn't grasp the checkpoint's inner workings. Likewise, he hadn't immediately understood the logic built on the Wasteland's underbelly. On closer thought, without this unwritten 30% tax, adventurers might see short-term gains, but it would only breed more conflict in the long run. Inspectors couldn't help but covet such items during checks. Exchange offices would surely lowball prices. It could even spawn new parasites, black markets, scalpers that driving up Happiness City's acquisition costs. The 30% tax protected adventurers' fixed income while curbing greed across the entire process, from entry to sale. That's why Al said, why wouldn't they be happy? It looked like a 30% cut, but in reality, it traded rules for safer profits. What about charging here? Cheng Ye casually stepped into the garage, his eyes flicking to the fast charger's nameplate. As expected, it used 3-phase AC input, max voltage 380V, max current 160A, a rapid charger. At ideal resistive load, it could hit around 100 kilowatts efficiency. But with heat dissipation protection, it couldn't sustain full power long-term. Current would drop to about 110A, power settling at roughly 65 kilowatts, charging about 65 kilowatt hours per hour. You mean these, sir? Since Zone A handles vehicle and convoy inspections, some get quarantined, and their vehicles are stored here. Charging is an extra service, bringing the checkpoint a tidy operational income. Not free. How could it be free? Happiness City waives electricity fees for regular folks to support livelihoods. But these people drive out to make money. If we let them charge for free, that'd be unfair. Noticing Cheng Ye's interest in charging, Raven added, our charging speed isn't the fastest, and fees are triple the buffer zones, but people still flock to charge here. Why's that? In the city, charging requires fees and a permit from the works department. Not every convoy qualifies to charge. Want to drive out? Gotta butter up the works department, big shots first. Charging needs a permit? Cheng Ye blinked, his mind flashing to the bus driver, Master Tion, who'd mentioned needing charging clearance from the works department to leave the city. He'd assumed it was just vehicle usage rights. Of course, batteries are one of Happiness City's most tightly controlled resources. The vehicles and buses in the buffer zone are essentially works department assets, a Happiness City's assets. Batteries have a limited lifespan. The more fast charges and cycles, the faster they degrade. How could such a strategic resource be freely accessible? So it wasn't charging restrictions, but battery restrictions. Cheng Ye had an epiphany. Since arriving in this world, he'd rarely seen private cars or trucks, only buses. The reason was clear now. With free electricity in the buffer zone, vehicles would be everywhere if charging were unrestricted. But batteries, as a heavily controlled strategic resource, were tightly gripped by the works department from production to depletion, naturally limiting fast charging access. If it's paid, there'd be records. That's a bit tricky. Cheng Ye frowned, asking about the fee. Raven's answer was jaw-dropping. Good grief, wasn't cheap, and they didn't take happiness coins, only contribution points. In the buffer zone, 100 kilowatt-hour cost 5 contribution points. At triple the price, the isolation zone charged 15 points, effectively passing battery degradation costs onto the fee. What about these slow chargers? Cheng Ye moved to the other side of the warehouse, eyeing 3 ordinary slow chargers, the kind he'd seen in apartment garages before crossing over. 80 years and several apocalyptic disasters later, these basic, low-tech devices hadn't evolved much. They still use two 20V standard voltage, 30A current, hitting 6 to 7 kilowatts. Those are the checkpoint's private chargers, for station vehicles only. Raven gave a knowing, subtle smile. Using these slow chargers doesn't cost contribution points or happiness coins, but you need the checkpoint's permission. The first one's permission lies with the station chief. The second is approved by the deputy station chief. The third, in the corner, is for the current duty inspector. Since you're in Zone A, you can use it. When your shift changes, the next inspector takes over. What the hell? Cheng Ye froze, his brows twitching, realizing his level was still too low. No wonder they say power is a man's best cosmetic. Whoever set up this system was a genius, sneaky as hell. First, they set a legit target with triple-priced fast charging, leaving the works department no room to complain. Then, they added slow chargers to quietly trade favors and rake in benefits. The station chief got a piece, the deputy got a piece, the duty inspector got a piece, and everyone was happy. And those needing to charge? They were thrilled too. Instead of groveling to inspectors, they could play dog and get free charging. What's there to complain about? Eye-opening. I thought Wasteland folks only knew how to fight and kill. Didn't expect the checkpoint to have such clever players pulling these tricks. Cheng Ye did some mental math. Only Zone A offered charging among the 4 zones, A, B, C, and D, which seemed unfair. But inspectors rotated zones weekly. Cheng Ye was in Zone A this week, B next, then C and D, completing a cycle to return to A. This way, every inspector got a shot at Zone, sharing in the hidden profits. An 8-hour shift with a slow charger could yield about 50 kilowatt-hour daily, worth roughly 3 contribution points at the buffer zone's official rate. Not a lot, but not nothing. It was a small bonus, about 20 extra points a month. 3 months of duty could buy 1 G of extraordinary mineral. Can't use the fast chargers to top up yet, but a slow charger's decent enough. 50 kilowatt-hour a day means I can hit a full charge every 2 days. Cheng Ye mused. He'd already decided to avoid paid charging in the buffer zone early on, lacking a solid foundation. If someone tracking power usage noticed anything odd, he'd have no way to explain. Free charging was different. First, no matter how detailed the records, and used resources didn't matter if they caused no trouble. Second, these warehouse chargers were already a shady deal. Recording them too clearly risked leaving evidence. Start charging. Fast chargers might get tracked, so I won't touch them until I know the lay of the land. 15 contribution points? Plenty of ways to earn that. The problem's finding the channel. But since these slow chargers are the rapid checkpoint's hidden perk, why the hell shouldn't I get in on it? Since everyone was maximizing profits within the rules, Cheng Ye saw no reason to play coy. His motto, bold and unrestrained. Cower when it's time to cower, but never hesitate when it's time to act. Following Raven's guidance, Cheng Ye swiped his badge on the charger, and it instantly switched to power mode. Taking the charging head, he pretended to inspect his gun while subtly attaching the collector pendant to it. To his surprise, unlike when charging via power strip, where the pendant could only cling to the socket's exterior, it now merged directly into the gun's interior. Clipped through. Cheng Ye raised the gun, peering inside, and saw only a faint glimmer of the pendant at the top, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. Must be because the charging gun's circuit is internal. This was a major discovery. Cheng Ye's eyes lit up as he realized the trick to stealing power going forward. If the pendant needed a closed circuit to absorb energy, it all made sense. A power strip's live and neutral wires were close, so it could work from the outside. But the charging gun's positive and negative poles were a thumb's length apart, requiring deeper insertion to connect. This is perfect. Hiding it inside means no one will spot anything unusual. After last night's blackout, he'd learned the pendant wasn't something he could just toss away. Any anomaly triggered an immediate alarm. Plus, its 10-meter recall mechanism meant even if someone took it, he could summon it back with a thought. But for now, concealing it inside the gun was the safest bet. Sweet. Cheng Ye called up the collector panel. The energy gauge in the top right corner now showed a lightning icon indicating active charging, and it had changed. With 2.5 kilowatts AC power, the icon was a faint gray, almost fading away. Now, with 7 kilowatts DC power, it solidified into a steady gray, locked on the interface. Focusing his mind, a small pop-up with 2 lines of text appeared. Current charging efficiency, weak, LV.3 energy. Time to full charge, 13.32 H. It finally shows the charging time and even lists efficiency. The panel kept unlocking new features. Cheng Ye studied it, intrigued. So electricity wasn't the lowest tier energy, it was LV.3? When I'm on duty, no one touches this charger without my permission, got it? He hung the gun back on the charger. After a moment's thought, he turned to Raven and Owl. Understood. The two nodded frantically. Rest assured, sir, this is the checkpoint's private charger. Anyone sneaking a charge is stealing public assets. By the rules, that's a death sentence. Since charging was tied to battery wear, and the private charger was an inspector's income source, regular folks wouldn't dare steal power unless they were tired of living. The only risk was Raven and Owl selling favors behind his back if he didn't use it. But after this warning, Cheng Ye was confident they wouldn't dare. Let's go check the other warehouses. Leaving the garage, Cheng Ye headed to the other 3 warehouses in Zone A's quarantine area. First was Warehouse 3, the supply room, roughly the same size as the garage. It was neatly stacked with boxes of nutrient paste, quarantine gear, and in a corner, 2 rows of shelves holding ammo boxes. As for the contraband Raven mentioned, Cheng Ye didn't see any. Such items, being a quayside hustle for duty inspectors, were likely taken home at shift's end, not left for the checkpoint to clear out after 7 days. With the recent storms, nutrient paste might be hard to come by outside. If you need any, sir, feel free to take a couple of boxes when you rotate out, Raven said, pointing to the stacked paste. Cheng Ye gave a non-committal hum, with no intention of taking any. With an inspector's authority, there were countless ways to earn happiness coins. No need for such blatant grabs. Besides, he'd gradually figured out the checkpoint's survival code. When others took big, he took small. When others took small, he took none. This way, even if Happiness City's higher-ups cracked down, he wouldn't be the first target. Let's see the isolation ward. Next to Warehouse 3 was Warehouse 1, the isolation ward. Though adjacent, their styles were starkly different. Built from thick concrete, the isolation ward was a rectangular fortress. Small ventilation windows, each about 5 centimeters square, lined the walls, resembling a modern prison with an air of stern oppression. Rounding the corner to the front, the rough, heavy exterior wall reeked of damp mold. A sliding steel isolation door, thick as a gate, bore two bold, yellow-painted slogans. Isolation is honor. Evasion is crime. Isolate for happiness city. Isolate for humanity's future. Cheng Ye had expected it to hold mostly undocumented people. But even before approaching, he heard a chaotic din like a bustling market. How many in isolation? 271. Insane, that many? If this were the entire North Station's isolation count, fine. But nearly 300 in just Zone A? How many left the city daily? Did everyone have to stay here for days? Cheng Ye's brow twitched as Raven verified his identity, and the warehouse doors slid open. A wave of damp, rotten, sweaty stench hit him, so thick it stung his nose. Inside, the ward mimicked a modern prison. Crisscrossing metal walkways ran through it, with honeycomb-like isolation cells tightly packed. Each cell, under 5 square meters, had 4 stacked iron bunks, leaving a narrow aisle and a corner drain, crammed like sardine cans. Over 100 pairs of eyes turned to him, dull, numb, savage. Some, noticing his Easterner face, showed unexpected surprise. Cheng Ye narrowed his eyes, stepping forward instead of back, meeting their gazes. Visibly, the raised heads rippled like waves, pressed down by an invisible force, quickly bowing again. Huh! Some, seeing his youth, thought he was a soft target to push around. Little did they know, once inside, they'd handed their survival to others. A ruthless inspector could pair them with a high-risk infected entity, guaranteeing near-certain death. Wait! Cheng Ye's mind raced. If they'd surrendered their survival to others, didn't that mean their compliance would be higher than during cage inspections? Sure, the odds of hitting a golden legend might not match careful observation outside, but at least he had stable search targets. With that thought, Cheng Ye's interest peaked, his eyes scanning the ward. He had one search chance now. If he found a suitable target, why not use it? With the charger, he'd have another chance by tomorrow afternoon. Compared to hoarding chances and waiting for targets, boosting his strength quickly was the better deal. Sir, I've been isolated for 7 days. Please let me out. Sir, I can prove I'm not infected. Look at my spirit, pure workhorse, diligent, every day. Viruses wouldn't dare touch me. Sir, I'm reporting him. He's definitely infected. He stares at my ass every night and keeps groping me. Sir, as Cheng Ye walked down the aisle, people in the cells went wild, clutching the bars and shouting. Hearing a report, he turned instinctively. Holy hell, what a bear of a man. Round face, buzz cut, small mustache. The accuser fit Cheng Ye's stereotype perfectly. As for the accused, well, they could have come from the same mold. Sir, I was just joking with him. How could I be infected? Sir, he's lying. Last night, he stuffed his socks in my mouth to stop me from calling for help. All right, playing games, huh? Not bothering with their drama. Realizing he might be part of their play, Cheng Ye shook his head and moved on. The world was vast and strange. Survivors who trekked here were already a mixed bag, but those in the isolation ward truly showed the spectrum of humanity. Finding a suitable search target. Suddenly, Cheng Ye paused before cell 48. What a beast of a man. On the lower bunk of bed, too, sat a guy rivaling Brotherby in size. Towering like an iron pillar, muscles knotted like rebar, veins bulging on exposed forearms, hair bristling like steel needles, exuding explosive power. You come here, called by Cheng Ye. The man froze, then leaned forward to the cell bars. Name? Barrett Stewart. When were you locked up? 4 days ago. Why? My team of 8. Only I survived. The inspector deemed me a high infection risk, so I'm here for 15 days. 15 days? That long. Cheng Ye kept his face neutral, secretly opening his panel. Barrett, 57%, searchable, intelligence, items, skills. As expected, those in the isolation ward were cooperative, easily hitting over 50% without much pressure. Cheng Ye didn't hesitate, mentally triggering the search. He didn't ask for much, just a skill to boost his combat power. But the next second, The panel before him sent his heart into a frenzy. Search successful. Barrett Stewart, parasitic entity. Searcher, Barrett. Current cooperation level, 57%. Current searchable range. Information, items, skills. Search target confirmed. Skills, LV.1. Searching. Search successful. Barrett Stewart, parasitic entity. LV.1 skills. Corrupt vine life, corrupt vine strength, corrupt vine speed, corrupt vine recovery, corrupt vine digestion, locked. Note: the searcher is affected by a special force, causing skill mutation. The collector has flagged this with an asterisk warning. Collectors, please take utmost caution. Equipping these special skills will subject you to the same effects. Note: equipping Corrupt Vine will unlock detailed information about locked. Note: equipping Corrupt Vine asterisk will increase information progress. Otherwise, it is ineffective. Why is everything Corrupt Vine? Wait, is this an infected entity? When Cheng Ye first saw the panel information, he was puzzled, wondering what kind of old martial system this person practiced, with skill names so uniformly aligned. Unlike Chu Yunfeng's skill tree, which branched in different directions, Barrett's panel bluntly listed attributes like life, strength, speed, recovery, and digestion, giving off the vibe of a stats-driven monster. But in the next second, Cheng Ye suddenly realized this wasn't some old-school martial artist. This guy was a bona fide infected entity. Damn, what was going on? The civilization collector could search infected entities and even extract their mutated abilities post-infection. This was practically equivalent to directly gaining transcendent level special powers. Unfortunately, before Cheng Ye could get excited, his gaze fell on the note below. The four bold words "same effects" were like a bucket of ice water, instantly dousing all his enthusiasm. If the side effects of an infected entity were also extracted equally, why bother using the collector to search? Why not just let the infected entity parasitize him directly? No, this function. Cheng Ye raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing another ingenious use of the search function. As long as the target's cooperation level exceeded 50%, couldn't he determine from the root whether they were infected through a search? This was a divine skill. In an instant, Cheng Ye thought of several scenarios where this function could be utilized. For example, during external missions, if he couldn't confirm whether a teammate was infected, a quick search would do. Or during inspections, if there was uncertainty about someone, a search could similarly provide answers. Please make a selection, collector. If unable to choose, you may cancel the search. Canceling will not refund charge points and will be considered a failure, but you will gain double action points. The collector panel lit up with a prompt. Double action points. Cheng Ye's eyes brightened. He hadn't expected that canceling a search could yield such an additional reward. Without hesitation, he decided cancel search. Since the note stated that equipping Corrupt Vine was necessary to gain some information progress, what was there to hesitate about? This thing was too troublesome to even consider adding to his skill bar. Unless I find a way to completely expel infection sources one day, I absolutely can't touch these skills. Cheng Ye silently warned himself. Impulsiveness was a devil. In a life-or-death crisis, without the infected entity's abilities, he might still survive through calm judgment. But once tainted by such mutated powers, who could guarantee he wouldn't develop a gambler's mentality of trading life for life at a critical moment? At that point, it might seem like an extra path, but it would actually shackle him. Search canceled. Action points returned. 4 LV.1. The panel information flashed briefly before disappearing from Cheng Ye's view. Although he wasted one search opportunity, he stumbled upon an alternative way to identify infected entities and gained action points. Cheng Ye didn't feel disappointed. He stepped back a few paces, planning to make up for the loss from another angle. Sir, Barrett, leaning against the railing awaiting questioning, was confused. In a daze, he heard a deafening roar, the shockwave causing his eardrums to throb painfully, as if his skull were about to be blown open by the sound. Skull? Instinctively, he reached for the painful spot on his forehead, but instead of blood or bone, he felt a viscous, dark green liquid oozing from a hole blasted by a bullet, carrying a nauseating stench of decay. This is... Chaotic thoughts exploded in his mind. At that moment, he suddenly realized his perspective had shifted from first-person to a third-person overhead view of his body. Where his head should have been was nothing but emptiness. From the jagged half of his neck, clusters of green vines surged forth like boiling asphalt, intertwining in the air to form a distorted human face outline. I'm infected. The moment he realized this, sealed memories flooded back like a tidal wave. In the ruins of a city under the setting sun, a battered Jinbei van sped wildly into a dead-end alley. The door was flung open, and 8 people stumbled out, their terrified gazes fixed on the alley's entrance. In the last rays of the setting sun, a green vine monster over 10 meters tall slowly emerged. At the center of its massive form, a distorted human silhouette flickered, like a fly trapped in a spider's web, silently conveying a terror that struck at the core of human hearts. Everyone fired frantically, the dense gunfire erupting suddenly. Bullets rained on the monster, but they only left black craters on its tough vine surface. The monster writhed, its python-like branches whipping out, each strike precisely snatching a person from the crowd, tearing them apart in midair, blood and flesh raining down. 7 people, 5, as his companions died horribly. Fear overwhelmed Barrett like a tidal wave. When he was the last one left, under the hollow, despairing gazes of his dead teammates, Barrett's legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees. He lacked the courage to pull the trigger in retaliation or to end his own life, only able to kowtow to the monster, his voice trembling as he begged for mercy. The monster paused for a moment before a branch slithered into his body through his mouth and nose. Those memories, until this moment, had been tightly sealed in the depths of his consciousness. He only remembered escaping by chance, unaware that he had long become the monster's puppet. So I was already dead? So I haven't been human for a long time? His gaze turned to Cheng Ye, who stood outside the isolation cell, firing relentlessly. The broken face, bound by vines in midair, suddenly twisted into a grim smile. The scattered vines, as if receiving some command, surged wildly through the gaps in the isolation cell's bars. The other 3 people in the same isolation cell as Barrett were terrified, but soon they noticed green vines emerging from their own skin. Then memories surfaced. During their days in isolation, they had already been infected by the corrupt vine within Barrett, but the painful memories of infection had been selectively sealed. Damn, why is this corrupt vine so hard to kill? The host, shot in the head, seemed completely unaffected as the vine roots continued to function. Moreover, one infected entity had suddenly become 4, with hundreds of vines squeezing through the narrow gaps of the cell bars, trying to break out. Fortunately, the isolation cell was of excellent quality, and the bars didn't budge, or Cheng Ye would have turned and fled without hesitation. Still standing there? Go call for help. Watching a show. After emptying a magazine, Cheng Ye reloaded with one hand, noticing Raven and Owl still frozen in place. Snapped out of their daze by a shout, the 2 sprang into action. Raven scrambled to a nearby pillar, practically slamming into it as he pressed the alarm button. Owl was more decisive, darting to the back of the corridor to grab a device resembling a fire extinguisher. "Sir, let me handle this." With a shout, Owl twisted the valve, rushed forward with the nozzle, and slammed his thumb on the trigger. Boom! A tongue of flame, laced with the smell of sulfur, erupted, the orange-red fire licking at the green vines like a living thing. The roots, which had been frantically burrowing through the bar gaps, instantly curled into charred husks, with black droplets sizzling and carbonizing in the flames. A strange burning sound arose, not the crackling of wood, but a mix of brittle bone cracking and the hissing of expanding gases within the vines, as if countless trapped souls were shrieking in the fire. "It's not a water gun, it's a flamethrower?" Cheng Ye stared, dumbfounded. This operation completely defied expectations. Who in their right mind installs a flamethrower indoors? This is the emergency incinerator for Plan 3. Al turned, grinning with a flash of teeth. But in the moment he turned to explain, a thorn-covered vine suddenly shot through the bar gaps, weaving through the flames like a venomous snake. By the time Al noticed, the vine's tip was less than 3 meters from his chest. Oh no, this thing isn't afraid of fire? Get back. Without time to think, Cheng Ye lunged forward half a step, his legs sweeping out like an iron whip, knocking Al to the ground. At the same time, he grabbed the falling flamethrower nozzle, rolled on the ground, and sprang up, his arms exerting force as he slammed the trigger. Whoosh! A blazing tongue of fire shot out from his side, licking at the thorn-covered vine like a giant python. To his surprise, the vine's fire resistance was absurd. It slithered to within 2 meters of Cheng Ye before its surface finally cracked with sparks, splitting from tip to root into blackened char. It was pretending to be weak to fire? Cheng Ye's pupils contracted, the hairs on his neck standing on end, deepening his understanding of infected entities. These damn things were far more terrifying than recorded in books. And they were indeed evolving in ways humans couldn't predict. No wonder Big B said caution was far more important than knowing the rules for surviving longer. Click, click, click. The alarm blared, and over a dozen guards rushed in, the roar of their rifles instantly filling the corridor. Seeing this, Cheng Ye stopped the flamethrower, its fuel nearly depleted and flame intensity waning, and dragged the petrified Al back. The moment the flames died, he glimpsed the vines hit by bullets healing at a visible rate, green liquid surging to mend wounds, even forming denser fibrous tissue around bullet holes. Good grief, what was the deal with this corrupt vine? It was learning and evolving through contact, developing immunity to the physical impact of bullets. But the farce ended here. Against a sudden outbreak of infected entities, the guards might be slaughtered one-sidedly. But dealing with an infected entity trapped in an isolation cell was almost too easy. Cheng Ye turned to leave. Behind him, continuous explosions echoed, and within a minute, silence returned. Reporting to Inspector, the unknown infected entity has been successfully eliminated. The station has dispatched professional containment personnel, expected to arrive for cleanup in 10 minutes. Raven stepped out, reporting while glancing at Owl, who sat at the warehouse entrance, clearly scared out of his wits. Code unknown, Cheng Ye mused silently. Not only was there no record of corrupt vine in the survival library's books on infected entities, but even Happiness City had never encountered this infection source. Was this a newly evolved infection source, or had it migrated from elsewhere? Congratulations, sir. Unknown infection sources always come with hefty contribution point rewards. Based on the attack power of those green vines, you'll get at least 40 points to start. Is that so? Cheng Ye nodded slightly. For inspectors, killing infected entities was the most direct way to earn money, far more than exploiting rule loopholes. And it was damn thrilling. Hitting a stationary target, like the corrupt vine, was completely different from shooting a regular target. Especially when he raised the flamethrower at the end, the adrenaline rush was something Cheng Ye couldn't help but savor, almost intoxicated by it. Sir, I'll handle the follow-up. Raven respectfully withdrew, not questioning how Cheng Ye had determined Barrett was an infected entity with just a few words. For low-level checkpoint staff like them, they only saw Cheng Ye step up at the critical moment, saving Owl. Among the 150 inspectors at the station, few would do that. Treating them as people, not cold tools, was enough to earn their loyalty. The rapid inspection station wasn't luxurious enough to assign a containment team to every quarantine zone. It took over 10 minutes for the isolation gate of Quarantine Zone to slide open on both sides. A team of 8, all clad in off-white specialized protective suits, walked in. The suits resembled modern riot gear, with honeycomb-like cushioning layers covering the joints. So serious? Cheng Ye had assumed it would be as simple as the central checkpoint, where infection sources were casually stuffed into containment and whisked away. This display caught him off guard. He also noticed that the containment box had been upgraded to a new design. It was no longer the usual tempered glass containment box, but a special ceramic-like material, its surface etched with intricate anti-permeation patterns. Duty Inspector? The containment team leader stepped forward, a flicker of surprise crossing his face when his gaze landed on Cheng Ye. Such a young inspector, looking even younger than the youngest member of the containment team. That's me. Cheng Ye nodded, promptly pulling out his inspector badge. The leader swiped it through the slot on his defense communicator, then exclaimed, "You're still a trainee, Inspector?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" "No, just a bit surprising. Unknown infected entities are usually hard for even second-stage inspectors to detect. We often only come in for containment after an outbreak." The team leader quickly shook his head. "Inspector Cheng, I'm Qin Feng, a second-level researcher from the Infection Source Research Institute." Infection Source Research Institute. Cheng Ye paused, immediately recalling the term from his predecessor's memories. Happiness City had 3 research institutions. Happiness Research Institute oversees civilian technology development, from nutrient-based formulas to water recycling systems. United Arsenal specializes in weapons and equipment, including various armed vehicle research. Infection Source Research Institute, as the name suggests, monopolizes infected entity research. While all 3 held equal administrative rank, their treatment varied drastically. The Infection Source Research Institute's projects directly impacted human survival, receiving exorbitant funding and resources, making it the unspoken top dog among the 3. A second-level researcher there held a status equivalent to a second-stage inspector, 2 full ranks above Cheng Ye's trainee status. Since this is an unknown infection source, I'll need to make a brief research record for our later reference. Any issues with that? Ask away. Please describe the entire process from discovery to elimination of the infected entity. You don't need to explain how you identified it. I know every inspector has their own methods. Just focus on the infected entity's abilities. Qin Feng's sense of boundaries was quite comfortable. Cheng Ye pondered for a moment, detailing the corrupt vine's attack patterns, specifically emphasizing its deceptive pretense of fearing fire and its ability to learn and evolve after being hit by bullets. What? Qin Feng's mind wandered initially, but his head snapped up at the latter part, his eyes wide behind the protective visor. You're saying it generates denser fibrous tissue around bullet holes to resist after being hit? I saw it with my own eyes. Cheng Ye nodded, then added, though I'm not sure if it was active learning or an instinctual response. Inspector Cheng, hold on. Realizing this could be a major discovery, Qin Feng immediately turned and signaled his team. Prepare the sample box. We need to verify this infected entity on site. Deception and learning weren't new. Many infection sources exhibited similar traits. But learning immediately after being hit was a first. The 8 team members hurriedly entered the isolation cell. Cheng Ye instinctively wanted to warn the guards to stay alert to prevent any accidents. To his surprise, Raven whispered first, "Don't worry, sir. Researchers are the inner city's treasures. Those turtle shells they wear, even if they stood still and let an infected entity bite them, it might not break through." That's strong. Cheng Ye raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The civilization collector could search items. He wondered if it could search for this protective suit. If he could wear it on external missions, wouldn't his survival odds skyrocket? Unfortunately, his charge points were depleted, and he'd have to wait until tomorrow to recharge. No rush, though. There'll be plenty of opportunities later. Cheng Ye calculated silently. After nearly half an hour, Qin Feng and his team returned. They had carried the containment box in with one person. Now, 4 needed to carry it, suggesting successful containment. Inspector Cheng, congratulations. This infection source is of high quality, worth 3 regular ones. Qin Feng said, removing his visor to reveal a mature, square-jawed face. Seeing Cheng Ye's puzzled expression, he slapped his forehead. My bad. You're still in your trainee period and don't know these things. What does Captain Qin mean? Give me your badge. The checkpoint has a lot of internal rules, but the Research Institute doesn't care about those. There's no restriction on trainees not being allowed to know. Qin Feng's words were vague, and Cheng Ye, not quite understanding, handed over his badge. Qin Feng swiped it through his defense communicator, tapped the screen a few times, and handed it back. Try it. Sync it with your defense communicator, and you'll see. My defense communicator can do that. Only devices with special permissions could read identity badges. Cheng Ye tried his inspector's defense communicator before, and it hadn't worked. Following Qin Feng's instructions, he pressed it against the device. The defense communicator's screen flickered, automatically jumping to a new interface. Module: Happiness City Infection Source Research Institute Task Board. Affiliation: Cheng Ye, Trainee Inspector. Current permission status: Unlocked. Current unlocked task: Unknown Explorer S. Unknown Explorer S. Submit 100 new infection source samples to the Infection Source Research Institute. Current progress: 3 out of 100. Stage rewards: 25, D-level contribution qualification. 50, C-level contribution qualification. 75, B-level contribution qualification. Completion reward: 5 milliliters Transcendent inducement agent, basic version, 20% chance to help humans awaken. What? Transcendent inducement agent? Seeing the text on the defense communicator screen, Cheng Ye nearly shouted. At that moment, stage rewards and contribution qualifications seemed trivial. What did he see? Transcendent? Holy crap! He hadn't misread, had he? After repeatedly confirming the 2 words on the screen, indeed transcendent, Cheng Ye felt a rush of blood to his head, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably with excitement. But at the same time, a mix of realization and confusion swirled in his chest, tangling into a mess. Whether from the books in the survival library, word of mouth among buffer zone residents, or the Wasteland stories Liu Bai occasionally shared, transcendent beings were, without exception, figures of history. Since the new era began, there had never been any specific records of new transcendent beings. But don't be so shocked. You'll learn about this after your trainee period. Keeping it restricted now is a form of protection. Some people, unaware of their limits, get blinded by greed and take risks. Your checkpoint has seen plenty of such cases, Qin Feng said, unsurprised, giving a subtle smile. The checkpoint, being on the same level as our institute, has similar tasks. Otherwise, why do you think inspectors come to the rapid inspection station? This isn't a nice place. The death rate is consistently high, not to mention the external missions to dangerous areas. The checkpoint has similar tasks. Cheng Ye caught the key detail and pressed, does Happiness City have transcendent beings? Of course. Every sanctuary city has them. How else could we handle large-scale infected tides? Perhaps because Cheng Ye was young and displayed abilities beyond a trainee inspector, Qin Feng patiently explained, these things don't need to be widely known by ordinary people. In their eyes, the S4 virus's rampage isn't over. Transcendent beings aren't heroes. They're potential curses, like a plague. If you want, well, tasks above S-level all reward inducement agents. The higher the difficulty, the larger the dose, and the better the quality. Has anyone completed them? Of course, Qin Feng chuckled. 9 years ago, someone from your checkpoint completed one, but unfortunately, he didn't succeed in inducing transcendence. 9 years ago. That sounded like an eternity. Cheng Ye didn't press further, realizing the difficulty from the timeline alone. And this contribution qualification? It's for buying things. Many controlled strategic items require it, like if you want to buy a storage battery for personal use or modify a combat vehicle. Any more questions? None. Cheng Ye shook his head lightly, his mind still processing the flood of new information. None. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of admiration in his eyes. In the Wasteland, only those who can suppress their desires survive long enough to complete these tasks. The standard reward will be credited to your personal account in a couple of days after verification. Check it. My defense communicator ID is 16571. If you discover unknown infection sources or new clues related to them, contact me. I'll settle with you at 10% above the standard reward. Thanks. Cheng Ye took out his defense communicator and added the ID to his contacts. But even as he watched the 8 figures leave the corridor, he remained deep in thought. He had thought the Transcendent changes triggered by the S3 virus were far removed from modern humans. Yet they were so close, even offered openly as rewards. The seemingly unattainable Transcendence. Was it right beside him? After seeing off the containment team, Cheng Ye, lost in thought, re-entered the isolation cell to inspect it thoroughly. Cell 48 had been washed down with high-pressure water jets, and within minutes, the stench of blood had dissipated. Only a few small holes etched into the walls by the corrupt vines sap silently testified to the earlier battle. Transcendent, stepping out of the isolation cell, Cheng Ye took a few deep breaths, yet the pounding in his chest refused to subside. His mind was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. 3 parts were shock at uncovering the truth about Transcendence. 3 parts were an intense desire for transcendent abilities. 3 parts were a creeping fear of the unknown, and 1 part was a growing curiosity about the deeper secrets of the Wasteland. Humanity buried its past and severed ties with the old era. Was it to prevent excessive probing from triggering disasters? Or were they secretly repeating the same mistakes, researching a harmless as 5? Following this train of thought, Cheng Ye dared not delve deeper. The infected entities were already troublesome enough. If an even more terrifying catastrophe were unleashed, the Wasteland, seemingly on the path to recovery, might instantly revert to its brutal, apocalyptic origins. Moreover, something in Qin Feng's explanation didn't add up. If the S4 virus's rampage was truly over, why did transcendent beings need to stay hidden? They could simply step forward and prove themselves. This secretive behavior suggested there were still undisclosed issues. If I could search for transcendent abilities, equip them when needed, and unequip them immediately, could that bypass the S4's effects? Cheng Ye entertained this genius idea for a while before firmly suppressing all his desires. Keeping these secrets from trainees was the right call. Even someone as strong as Big B, a 4-stage inspector, had never mentioned transcendence to him. Before reaching a certain level of strength, knowing too much too soon could lead to overambition or even straying down the wrong path. Are the people from last night's shift still awake? No, the alarm just woke them up. They're calming the other isolated personnel now. Good. Have them gather later. I have something to say. Instructing Raven to assemble all the staff and guards, Cheng Ye turned to Owl. Having just escaped death's door, even after 10 minutes, Owl was still shaken, but had finally recovered from his initial dazed state. Scared like that. How did you become an observer? Sir, Owl gave a bitter smile. I thought I was done for. I never imagined you'd save me. I'm not made of wood. You think I just watch my own people get taken out? Cheng Ye was a bit exasperated. Perhaps in the eyes of Owl and Raven, his actions marked him as an outlier among inspectors. But he knew saving someone was just an instinctive reaction. Yet this instinct was a rare glimmer of humanity in the dog-eat-dog wasteland. Thank you, sir, Owl said quietly, saying no more, though a fervent spark lit up his eyes. Cheng Ye shook his head with a wry smile, knowing Owl had etched this life-saving act into his heart. This was rare and sparked a bit of calculation in him. To establish and solidify his footing at the checkpoint, relying solely on the favors left by Cheng Long was far from enough. He needed to gradually cultivate his own loyal allies. Owl had that potential. If he could navigate the vortex of the East-West faction struggle, starting with Owl might be a good choice. By the way, is there an Arthur at the station? Suddenly recalling the person Liu Bai had mentioned before leaving, Cheng Ye asked curiously. Though he never planned to pin his survival hopes on others, Liu Bai's claim that this person could save his life piqued his interest. Arthur? There are quite a few Arthurs at the station. Which one do you mean, sir? Arthur Amir. Oh, Machine Gunner Arthur. Owl pointed toward Zone F. He's on duty at the watchtower behind the isolation corridor. Following Owl's gesture, Cheng Ye turned and saw a figure holding a gun, faintly visible through the metal railing of the watchtower behind the isolation corridor. It clicked for Cheng Ye. No wonder Liu Bai said this guy could save his life. Machine gunners held a higher status at the checkpoint than observers like Owl, second only to inspectors. More importantly, as core defensive forces, machine gunners reported directly to the station chief, beyond the direct command of inspectors. This unrestricted status naturally made them valuable allies in certain situations. Looks like I should find time to connect with him. If an unstoppable infected entity breaks in, it might buy me some time to escape. Noting this mentally, Cheng Ye waited in place. Since he'd be on duty in Quarantine Zone A for the next week, it was necessary to at least get familiar with the station's guards and staff. But only familiar. I'm here for 3 things: find infected entities, kill infected entities, and earn contribution points. I won't send you on suicide missions, but in return, no one gets to slack off. If I catch anyone slacking even once, even the first time, don't expect to stay at this checkpoint. That's it. Those who haven't slept, go catch up. Those on shift, keep your eyes sharp. With those 4 sentences, Cheng Ye dismissed the group. As the crowd dispersed, some muttered, some exclaimed, but most were curious. Cheng Ye's brash style fit their stereotype of an Eastern faction inspector. But was he really a brute? No one thought so. Raven had already let slip that this Eastern inspector was personally escorted by Raoul, who had instructed them to take him seriously. Moreover, identifying an infected entity among hundreds with just a few words was a testament to his sharp skills. That kind of solid competence was the foundation for an inspector to stand firm at the checkpoint. Don't just stand there. There's another warehouse to check. All right, got it. Raven and Owl snapped to attention, realizing this inspector hadn't even made it to the quarantine zone before running into an infected entity in the isolation cell. Talk about luck. Each full duty cycle assigns 2 observers and 10 staff to assist the inspector, plus 20 patrol guards to monitor isolated personnel and counter infected entities when they appear. If anyone is lost, the station will replace them the next day, so there's never shortage of manpower. Standing at the entrance of Warehouse 2, the living quarters, a faint stench of body odor mixed with the distinct sweat of Westerners wafted over. Cheng Ye peeked inside. To be fair, the checkpoint's accommodations for these people were far from bad. Though they were bunk beds, each was deliberately adjusted to 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters long, unusually spacious. A large wooden table, like those in the survival library, sat between every 4 bunks. Each bunk also had a small cabinet, giving everyone their own storage space. Even by Cheng Ye's modern standards, it was better than some 8 or 10-person college dorms. All right, let's head to the front quarantine zone. Having grasped the rapid inspection station setup, Cheng Ye let out a slight sigh of relief. One piece of good news, one piece of bad news. The good news was that while the quarantine zone carried risks, they were generally manageable, so he didn't need to worry too much. The bad news was that the high casualty rate of inspectors at the rapid inspection station proved the quarantine zone's dangers were likely far greater than he'd imagined. Moving forward, the front half of the quarantine zone was again divided by iron plates and netting. Cheng Ye touched it, his heart tightening. The material wasn't ordinary steel, but the same special alloy as the floor. It was just coated with paint to look like steel. Could it be to trick infected entities? Some special infected entities could corrode steel, but Happiness City had yet to encounter one that could corrode this alloy. After passing through 3 alloy doors, Raven stopped. "Inspector, sir, this is your isolation inspection zone." The so-called isolation inspection zone looked strikingly like the paid basketball courts in city squares from before Cheng Ye's transmigration. The square space, about 300 square meters, was divided in half by a yellow line. One half was the inspector's area, the other for those being inspected. Each area had an alloy table. Similar to the central checkpoint setup, the table in the inspection area held various testing instruments, while the inspector's table was for personal items. The only difference was 3 additional buttons on the desk. "This is your work desk," Raven said, pointing. "The leftmost button controls the door behind you. The middle one opens the entrance for incoming personnel. The right one is the lockdown button. Once pressed, the station will immediately dispatch rescue personnel, but until they arrive, both doors can't be opened by any means. Pausing, Raven pulled out the defense communicator on his belt. This side button is for contact. Press it, and I'll hear you. Yeah, I know this. Having nearly aced his trainee assessment, Cheng Ye was no stranger to this infrastructure. Standing there, he could clearly see the yellow line outside the station chief's office window through the iron netting, as well as the armed corridor for directing crowds. Due to the heavy rain, Zone B, which handled scavengers and regular drifters, had a dozen people queuing for the corridor to open. Meanwhile, Zone A, responsible for vehicle inspections, was empty. When would I need to open the isolation door and step beyond the yellow line? Cheng Ye asked his most pressing question. Since Downs had said staying behind the yellow line was safe, it meant there was significant danger beyond it. Raven and Owl exchanged a glance, and the latter stepped forward. There's only one situation where you'd need to cross the yellow line. When an inner-city official on a mission is attacked within 3 kilometers of the checkpoint and sends a distress signal, the checkpoint will require the 4 duty inspectors to immediately go beyond the yellow line for rescue. Inner-city officials? Cheng Ye paused to think, refraining from asking if he could pretend not to hear a distress call and skip the rescue. In principle, that was impossible. Inspectors held an exalted status in the buffer zone, but within Happiness City's power structure, they were essentially like sentinels, free to strike hard externally but bound by rules internally. To put it bluntly, Happiness City was like a gated community, and inspectors were the security guards. Even if these guards were armed, held authority, and had manpower far more imposing than any 5-star general from a gated estate, they couldn't just stand by and let inner-city residents die. This was a fundamental issue, as the guard salaries came from the residents' property fees. If they ignored such basic rules, there'd be no need for anyone to scramble for inner-city access. Everyone could just become a guard and lord over the residents. When there's no one in line, can I go to the back to rest? Not only when there's no line, even if there's one, who dare stop an inspector from resting? Raven said candidly, not mincing words. As long as no inner-city officials are waiting for inspection, regular people can wait outside all day. Let them in when they behave, and you're in a good mood. The implication was clear. The North Station still followed the Western faction's practice of entry fees. Pay up, get in first. No payment, wait outside. All right, you two can rest in the back. I'll stay here. Good. I'll grab you a rain umbrella. Not having to stay with the inspector in the quarantine zone was undoubtedly good news. After all, they had their own tasks. Just organizing the files for isolated personnel took hours, often keeping them working until 2 or 3 in the morning. The two exchanged a glance, happily turning to leave. They soon returned with a large umbrella, securely propped up by the desk. Cheng Ye casually crossed his legs, sipping nutrient paste while watching the growing queue in Zombie next door. Not bad, quite relaxing. The inspector job was great. As long as you had enough strength, there were no hassles. Everyone had to respect you and follow your orders. Defiance? Unless they were inner-city officials, you could act first and report later without consequences. Even better, inspectors controlled the buffer zone's safety lifeline. The stricter the inspections, the more ordinary residents praised and adored you. It was as the saying went, when interests align, scholars will defend you. Who'd dare criticize an inspector? They'd be drowned in the spit of the buffer zone's hundreds of thousands of residents in minutes. Wait, why do I feel like I've skipped decades of struggle? Cheng Ye's smile froze as he thought it over. Damn, this security job was indeed soul-grinding. He'd come to the checkpoint to make a big splash. Yet, after sitting for just a few minutes, he was already so comfortable he nearly dozed off. No way. He had to pull himself together. Gulping down the rest of the nutrient paste, Cheng Ye sat up and reviewed his actions today. Bullying a bunch of second-generation punks wasn't worth mentioning. They were naively modern in their thinking. Playing those convoluted games in the Wasteland? If they met a real, ruthless character, they wouldn't even know how they died. As for Station Chief Downs, Cheng Ye vaguely sensed someone standing behind the screen when they spoke, though he couldn't be sure. But on second thought, even if there was someone, it didn't matter. He hadn't shown the slightest abnormality throughout. As for getting 90 points without firing a shot, Cheng Ye shook his head silently. If he'd really scored 90 points with downs, would he be lounging this comfortably now? People fear fame like pigs fear fattening. Being too clever wouldn't change Ding Yishan's view of him in the short term. But in the eyes of the Western faction, it would be a different story. It'd invite trouble, targeting, even constant tests of his limits, creating unnecessary high-pressure situations. So, wearing the brute label was, for now, a good thing. Next, I'll keep a low profile, survive the first week, and give Ding Yishan time to notice my changes. Plus, with the slow charger for recharging, I can manage at least 4 more searches before the rotation ends. With my current strength, any skill I search for will be a big boost. As he pondered, Cheng Ye suddenly remembered searching Barrett earlier and canceling it, earning double action points from the collector. He mentally opened the panel. Whoa, the action points unlocked a new function. His gaze froze as he scanned the panel. He thought action points were a minor feature tied to the search function. To his surprise, a new action option had appeared alongside search. They weren't integrated but independent. This got Cheng Ye excited. The search function alone had transformed his strength dramatically. Could this newly unlocked action function also significantly boost his combat power? More importantly, failed searches guaranteed action points, just in varying amounts. This meant that until his 3 skill slots were filled, or he couldn't expand or swap skills to improve, action points would keep accumulating. As his strength grew, the benefits of LV.1 skills would diminish, and he'd eventually target LV.2 skills. But cross-level searches had only a 25% success rate, naturally increasing the chance of earning action points. Plus, abandoning searches after detecting infected entities could yield double action points. Search is already so powerful. Action better not be some dud feature. The rougher, the better. The dumber, the better. Don't go easy on this weakling collector. Cheng Ye silently prayed, mentally activating the action function. The interface lagged slightly, as if loading. After about 4 or 5 seconds, a new function panel appeared before his eyes. Action. This function is a derivative of search, designed to fully utilize energy lost from failed searches. Proper use can save collectors time and significantly boost information collection efficiency. Function description. When performing a repetitive task, collectors can use action points to quickly complete it. Current remaining action points. 4. LV.1. Current action targets. Collectors can silently recite the action function command to automatically scan actionable targets within a 10-meter radius. Please note the following. Action targets must be within the collector's capability. Slightly exceeding capabilities will display required unlock conditions. Effect from action points automatically bypass biological perception and non-biological monitoring, ensuring logical actions. Collectors can use this confidently. Action point levels are tied to the collector's rank. Advancing rank unlocks more action options. Use action points to quickly complete a repetitive task. Skipping the verbose details, Cheng Ye focused on the concise summary. After mulling it over, the function felt vaguely familiar. Tracing his memory, around 2013 to 2020, the market saw a surge of time-based pay-to-win mobile games, especially RTS, real-time strategy, titles like some Coast, some Clash, or some War Room. Early in those games, building structures took seconds, maybe a minute, allowing players to quickly set up a territory framework. But at a certain point, build times skyrocketed, from a minute to 10, 20, an hour, even days, defying normal growth logic. Impatient players could buy speed-up tokens to cut times drastically or skip waiting entirely. Thus, you'd often see a single whale crushing an alliance of dozens. It's a bit different, though. Game targets were preset by developers, with players as pay-to-play puppets. But the collector's action function lets me set the targets. Let's test the effect. Cheng Ye's heart stirred, following the panel's instructions to scan nearby targets. Instantly, a blue light, matching the panel's color, radiated outward from him in a 10-meter radius. Something miraculous happened. Everything the blue light touched glowed with a faint fluorescence. The alloy floor, the desk in front of him, the rain umbrella clipped to the desk corner, the backpack on the table, all shimmered with a clear blue aura under daylight, as if imbued with a special life. Can others not see this? Cheng Ye's heart skipped, quickly glancing around. In the zombie queue nearby, only a few people looked his way, not noticing anything odd, but simply scanning their surroundings out of boredom. It's really only visible to me. The blue scanning ripples were vividly tangible in his vision, yet invisible to others. This put Cheng Ye at ease, and he began studying the changes brought by the blue light. For action targets, quarantine zone items were out of the question. A successful action might raise suspicion. His gaze swept the desk, soon locking onto the backpack. He'd bought it from a street vendor after transmigrating. It had a few holes on the side and looked worn, but its design was practical with excellent load-bearing and durability, far surpassing the flimsy goods at general stores. Cheng Ye had long meant to buy needle and thread to mend the holes, but often forgot until it was time to head out. Now it was the perfect chance to test if action points could substitute for the sewing task. Mend the backpack, mend the backpack, mend. Creating a target with intent was new to him, so he recited it like a mantra, lacking experience. But miraculously, as the thought formed, a blue panel appeared beside the backpack, text unfolding line by line. Wanderer's Canvas Backpack, LV.0. Description: a double-shoulder backpack hand-sewn from coarse canvas, treated with triple wax coating. It resists light surface tears, even when scraped through thorny wilderness or rough rock walls. Action directions: basic optimization, mend backpack holes, slightly improve structure to increase durability. Estimated action point cost: 3. Cost can be reduced if collector provides materials and tools. Deep modification: greatly improve structure for better user experience. Replace material with premium leather to resist sharp object scratches and wear. Add open single compartment design with hidden side row buckles and weapon pouch for slight functionality boost. Estimated action point cost: locked. Prerequisite: must possess sewing-related skills. Complete overhaul: replace material with happiness alloy for indestructibility. Add smart weapon system to auto-lock threats within a 50-meter radius for precise shooting. Integrate a full survival gear library, including but not limited to simple lifeboat, all-purpose climbing hook, automatic freshwater collector. Estimated action point cost: locked. Prerequisite: locked. Please select an action direction. Collector. What? Staring at the flashing information on the panel, Cheng Ye was momentarily stunned. He had merely thought about mending his backpack, and the action function, like a considerate assistant, fleshed out his idea into a complete action plan. Of course, this derived mode also inherited the AI's tendency to spout nonsense, going haywire out of nowhere. The first two options were still within the reasonable scope of mending a backpack, but the third, replace material with happiness alloy. What was that about? What was happiness alloy? The floor beneath Cheng Ye's feet was made of isolation alloy, the lowest grade among Happiness City's superalloys. Even so, it could withstand corrosion and attacks from most infected entities. The corrupt vine, for instance, had struggled desperately before its demise, but left no mark on the isolation alloy bars. Above isolation alloy were protective alloy, safety alloy, and immunity alloy, with happiness alloy at the top tier. Among all of Happiness City's commercially available industrial products, happiness alloy easily ranked in the top 3 for sales. Why? The answer was simple. In the survival phase, the focus was on offense. Clearing nearby infected entities was the priority. But in the development phase, the focus shifted to defense. A safe house made of happiness alloy could withstand even a disaster-level infected tide with ease. Unfortunately, happiness alloy's production was extremely low, keeping it in constant short supply. Procurement teams from distant sanctuary cities often had to pay several times the price just to secure a shipment. 1 gram of Transcendent mineral costs 50 contribution points. Happiness alloy is far more valuable than regular Transcendent minerals. To gather enough for a backpack would take at least tens of thousands of contribution points. In reality, it wasn't that simple, as purchasing strategic materials like happiness alloy required bartering. But even by the roughest estimate, it was still an astronomical price. Could it be because my action target was too vague? Cheng Ye pondered, suddenly struck by a realization. Since the action function didn't fail to provide directions despite a vague target, didn't that mean he could perform similar operations even without understanding the structure of a charging station? If I had a sewing skill, I could unlock the second direction. So even if I can't modify a charging station now, as long as I search for an electrical skill, I could unlock an action direction. Once this idea surfaced, it took root in Cheng Ye's mind. It instantly opened countless new possibilities. Since acquiring the Civilization Collector, survival pressure had driven him to focus solely on combat skills, never considering knowledge-based ones. Now, the action function's emergence provided a use for those skills. A fitting analogy. Knowledge-based skills were like drivers, action was the vehicle, and Cheng Ye was the navigator. With a driver and a navigator, reaching the destination was only a matter of time. Without a driver, even with a vehicle and navigation, he'd be stuck in place. That's it. The essence of the action function is to skip the time it takes to reach the destination. With enough action points, I alone could achieve what hundreds or thousands could. With this realization, Cheng Ye didn't hesitate, deciding to test the idea at the charging station. Since no one was queuing in quarantine zone, it was the perfect opportunity. Of course, he still needed to be cautious. He first found Raven and Owl. There should be a sewing kit in the quarantine zone, right? My backpack has a few holes. Can you grab some supplies so I can mend it while it's quiet? We have them, sir. Raven nodded, adding, we've got sewing materials too, canvas, synthetic leather, and some decorative patches to cover seams. Which do you need? Bring a bit of everything if it's convenient. I'll see what works best. Understood. While Raven went for the sewing kit and Owl fetched materials, Cheng Ye hurried to the garage, his gaze locking onto the charging station. Mimicking the backpack command, to encourage the collector's independent thinking, he didn't set a specific action target. Instead, he silently recited the vague idea of bypassing charging monitoring. The panel flickered, displaying exciting information that fully confirmed his hypothesis. Standard DC Fast Charging Station, LV.1. Description: a modular standard charging station equipped with a 100 kilowatts charging module, supporting common charging protocols. The casing has special protective treatment to resist dust and rain, with built-in overvoltage, overcurrent, and monitoring protections. Action directions: unlock charging access, exploit protocol vulnerabilities to forge a legitimate user identity, gaining temporary charging access. Note: this charging process will be logged by the system. Estimated action point cost. Locked. Prerequisite: must possess engineering or programming skills. Crack charging station access. Bypass the device's encryption system to gain administrator-level access, allowing free adjustment of charging parameters, modification of backend data, and unlocking hidden functions like user settings and simulation debugging. Estimated action point cost. Locked. Prerequisite: must possess electrical or engineering skills. All action directions are locked. Collector cannot select at this time. As expected, it really works. A glint of shock flashed in Cheng Ye's eyes as his thoughts expanded. Though he couldn't modify the fast charger yet, the information revealed new possibilities, a new future. Like building a shelter. If an infected tide hit and the buffer zone became indefensible, fleeing would be the only option. But before this, he'd been at a loss. With just one person's strength, building a temporary shelter in city ruins or the wilderness, or even finding a safe spot, was near impossible. Now, with enough action points, he wouldn't need to rely on anyone to achieve this goal. Even if he couldn't find a suitable building site, he could brute force a fitting space. Search, action. The two functions are interconnected. Energy loss from failed searches can be recycled by action, and the abilities gained can be amplified through action. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Cheng Ye's throat bobbed unconsciously, but a hint of doubt lingered. The civilization collector was a relic from Cheng Long, yet he'd never noticed anything unusual about it? Or had he deliberately left it for his predecessor? Sir, here's the sewing kit you asked for. If it's not enough, we can ask people outside the quarantine zone to find more. Raven approached, interrupting Cheng Ye's thoughts. Opening the sewing kit, he found a soft blue and white cloth lining, neatly arranged with 10 copper needles of different sizes. Below were several spools of thick, triple-strand thread with tightly woven patterns. Though rough to the touch, durability was the top priority in the Wasteland. Sir, here are the sewing materials you wanted. Al handed over a bag containing common buffer zone materials, canvas and synthetic leather. This would do. Cheng Ye hadn't planned to turn an ordinary backpack into a mobile fortress. Sturdy and durable was enough. Good work, I'm pleased. After praising them, Cheng Ye carried the materials back to the quarantine zone, sat down, and prepared to test the action points modification effect on the backpack. The panel reopened, and as expected, the action directions had updated. 1. Basic optimization, mend, estimated action point cost. 1. Sufficient materials and tools acquired, point cost reduced. Looks like the minimum action point cost is 1. It won't go lower. With 4 points left, Cheng Ye didn't mind. He first opened the stopwatch function on his defense communicator, then mentally confirmed the action. He was curious about how the collector accelerated the process, and what followed didn't disappoint. Whoosh! A faint sound emerged. Everything around seemed to slow, as if time itself had frozen, halting its flow. Cheng Ye was shocked to find he'd lost control of his body, only able to watch as his hands moved on their own, grabbing the sewing kit and canvas to mend the backpack's holes. Like a machine, his hands were initially slow enough to follow, but after a few seconds, they blurred into afterimages. The thread spool spun like a top, transforming into dense stitches on the backpack in the blink of an eye. Thud! It felt like seconds had passed, or perhaps an hour. This surreal experience of the world slowing, like a stand user activating time stop, felt both alien and thrilling. How much time passed? Grabbing the defense communicator, he checked. Including his brief days, only 4 seconds had elapsed. This meant the acceleration process had completed in an instant. And the backpack? His gaze fixed on it. Despite his mental preparation, Cheng Ye couldn't help but be stunned. Running his fingers over the surface, the former holes were seamlessly mended with canvas, the stitches so fine they looked machine-made, adorned with black floral patches to hide the repairs. Flipping it over, the inner canvas was lined with synthetic leather, and the pockets had extra reinforced layers, making the backpack more practical while indirectly strengthening its core framework. Is this really something I could sew? Cheng Ye knew his sewing skills well. Back when cheap online shopping wasn't a thing, he'd often mend his torn jeans. But once jeans dropped to $20 a pair, why bother sewing? Toss the worn ones at a recycling station for $4, grab a coupon, and buy a new pair for just 10. Over time, he'd mostly forgotten the skill, barely retaining the basics. So, action points must tap into my peak ability. Cheng Ye pondered, then sighed at himself for worrying about it. There was no need to obsess over how action points determine standards. Complex actions would surely require specific skills, while simple tasks wouldn't demand much. Even if he couldn't execute a task, learning on the fly wouldn't take long. The Wasteland wasn't a zombie apocalypse, and Happiness City wasn't a city overrun with undead. It still carried the torch of human civilization. As an inspector, accessing high-tech data might be tough, but common knowledge was within reach. Also, Cheng Ye pulled open the desk drawer and stuffed the backpack inside. While the collector could mask biological perception during actions, the finished product couldn't be hidden. He'd need to be careful, using actions only when alone. Stuck in the quarantine zone with nowhere to go, the morning's 4+ hours passed in a flash. As the saying goes, heavy rain doesn't last, but drizzle soaks you through. Last night's storm had been fierce, but had eased to a drizzle by morning and cleared up entirely by now. The temperature soared, the sun baking everything in a dizzying haze. At first, Cheng Ye worried about infected entities vigilantly scanning the corridor outside, occasionally standing to stretch and stay ready. But the entire morning, while Zone B processed over 100 people, Zone A remained dead quiet. Could last night's rain have collapsed the road outside? No way. People driving out wouldn't anticipate rain. Cheng Ye was surprised. If his first day passed this peacefully, it'd be a win. But Murphy's Law is a funny thing. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the shadow of an approaching vehicle appeared in the distance. Here we go. Cheng Ye perked up, instinctively checking the collector's panel in the top right corner. Nearly 5 hours had passed, and the charge had climbed from 0% to 18%. Impressive efficiency. At this rate, he'd have enough for another search by the end of his shift tomorrow. Plus, he no longer worried about failed searches. Failure meant action points, so he couldn't lose either way. The vehicle drew closer, and, as expected, it was the buffer zone's ubiquitous Jinbei van. Cheng Ye noticed that as it rolled onto the hard road through Passage 1, the front tires were visibly flattened, suggesting a heavy load of cargo. Halt and await instructions. Cheng Ye sprang up, grabbing a megaphone from the desk frame and shouting at the approaching van. Though it was his first shift at the rapid inspection station, he'd observed Zone B's process all morning and had a decent grasp of the routine. It boiled down to divert, inspect, probe with questions, and verify results. Zone B's Western inspector seemed allergic to using instruments, often slapping the infected label on scavengers who didn't answer to his satisfaction, locking them in isolation for a minimum of 7 days. Whether this was right or wrong aside, it was wildly inefficient. As a textbook academic, Cheng Ye had developed his own methodology over 2 months, bolstered by Luo Xiaoxiu's tips. He was confident he wouldn't be outdone by the brute next door. The Jinbei van passed the corridor, slowly stopping in front of the isolation gate. Seeing an Eastern inspector inside, the Western driver paused, startled. "Get out and report your numbers." "Don't understand," Cheng Ye shouted, snapping the van's occupants out of their daze. They quickly opened the doors and stepped out. For people total, 2 in the front, 2 in the back, all Westerners. "Show me your exit papers through the window." Got them. The driver nodded hurriedly, retrieving an envelope from the storage compartment beside his seat. "Please review, sir." A palm-sized window on the outer isolation gate was designed for passing documents. Cheng Ye took it, returned to the alloyed desk, and opened it. To his surprise, 6 coins spilled out first, engraved with Happiness City's giant wall on one side and the number 100 on the other. 600? Overkill much? Trying to crash Happiness City's economy, or what? Cheng Ye froze. Sure, inspectors had plenty of ways to rake in cash, and earning 1,000 happiness coins a month wasn't hard. But his official trainee salary was only 500 coins, and even a veteran 4th stage inspector like Liu got just 950. Now, some random guy was offering a 600 coin bribe? Ridiculous. Sweeping the coins aside, Cheng Ye glanced up, studying the 4 outside the gate. He quickly spotted something off. The driver and front passengers seemed fine, but the 2 from the back were injured. The one on the left had an arm injury, slightly bent unconsciously. The one on the right had a leg injury, needing to lean on the tailgate to stand. No wonder the heavy bribe. If they were in Zone B, they'd probably be tossed into isolation for 10 days or half a month without a word. By the end of quarantine, the arm-injured guy might pull through, but the leg-injured one likely wouldn't. It clicked for Cheng Ye. As Raven had mentioned, 4-seater Jinbei vans typically offered modest bribes, local specialties from nearby settlements or sanctuary cities, worth about 50 happiness coins. After all, they'd already paid a toll at the checkpoint before leaving. Only large transport convoys would slip in 100 or 200 coins during entry inspections for a smooth pass. 600 coins to buy a life. Big spender. Cheng Ye flipped through the exit papers. Nothing special. Standard trade approvals. Cargo listed as tools like wrenches, screwdrivers, and hammers, plus small industrial items like radios, tape, and wires, all within Happiness City's export permissions. Wait, their van was loaded to the brim. Recalling the flattened tires when the van entered, Cheng Ye realized the issue was with the cargo. "Who's the leader?" "Sir, that's me." The driver raised his hand. Name? Cole Waters. I'm opening the gate. Drive the van in alone. I need to inspect the cargo. The rest wait outside, got it? Cheng Ye's tone was crisp. Cole's heart sank, not expecting this Eastern inspector to zero in on the cargo without asking anything. But at the same time, he realized Cheng Ye hadn't outright refused, meaning there was still room to negotiate. The isolation gate slowly rose. Zone A's gate was much wider than Zone B's, easily accommodating the Jinbei van. As the tailgate support was removed, the leg-injured man staggered, showing distress, and collapsed before his teammate could help. Cole glimpsed this in the rearview mirror, his face twitching, but he could only drive into the inspection zone, park, and exit. In front of Cheng Ye, he stripped to his underwear without a word and stepped into the square inspection area. This was standard procedure at the rapid inspection station, proving no obvious infection symptoms or hidden weapons. Report your numbers first. Cheng Ye glanced over. Though Cole had several scab scratches and a swollen calf, none qualified as infected wounds. Only scratches, bites, or stabs larger than 10 by 10 centimeters matched infected entity attack patterns. 37.1 temperature, 66 heart rate, 18 respiratory rate. You seem pretty relaxed, huh? Cheng Ye flashed a slight smile, startling Cole into a shiver. He quickly replied, Sir, I've always had a steady heart. Even fighting infected entities, my heart rate never tops 130. You think that's what I meant? Cheng Ye tapped the desk, making the 5 coins tremble on the alloy surface. You've got 3 sentences to say something I want to hear. Yes, sir. Cole's throat bobbed. Though facing a kid a decade younger, the pressure was immense. It wasn't just the authority in Cheng Ye's hands, but the unshakable confidence and dominance in his eyes. We delivered goods to Chingstone Settlement. On the return, a scavenger offered a trade. Information for 2 weeks' food. I agreed. The info was about an undeveloped mineral deposit's location. We found it, but the scavenger had set a trap. Luckily, we won and brought back plenty of samples. Cole spoke rapidly, fearing interruption if his sentences weren't concise enough. Mineral deposit? Cheng Ye raised an eyebrow. Transcendent minerals? Sir, no way we'd find something that rare. It's a small pegmatite lithium deposit. What lithium? The value of a mineral depends on its utility in survival logic. As society devolved into pure survival competition, lithium's strategic importance in Happiness City had long surpassed traditional precious metals. Take gold, for example. For the scattered settlements, small tribes, and nomadic groups around sanctuary cities, a gold bar scavenged from city ruins couldn't change their survival predicament. But a 10-kilowatt-hour battery from Happiness City could free a 100-person settlement from a month of darkness. Lithium was a core raw material for high-performance batteries. How many were on the other side? And how did you win? Cheng Ye didn't dwell on the deposit's authenticity or value, nor did he consider claiming the discovery for himself. When the checkpoint was established, Happiness City's leadership had anticipated this. If inspectors could casually seize scavengers' findings, no one would dare venture out to explore. Submitting a mineral location triggered a thorough inquiry and on-site survey process by the inner city. Non-discoverers had virtually no chance of passing this process. And if caught falsifying a claim, there was only one outcome: execution at the public punishment grounds. 27 scavengers from the Big Head Ghost crew in the 100 Ghost Gang. Cole grinned, showing his back molars. They saw us as easy prey, thinking they could squeeze some profit out of us. Too bad we 4 grew up scrapping in the ruins. We've seen scenes like this plenty, gotten used to them. We weren't scared and came prepared. His tone was light, but the words dripped with killing intent. Cheng Ye hadn't heard of the 100 Ghost Gang or Big Head Ghost, but breaking through a trap set by 27 people, winning, and returning with samples? If Cole wasn't lying, their combat strength was far superior to Cheng Ye's, a half-baked inspector with 2 months of training. So their injuries are from gunshots? Cole's smile froze, and he shook his head frantically. No, sir. They've got scratches. Scratches. From mutated beasts. When we clashed with the 100 Ghost Gang, mutated beasts jumped in, letting us escape intact. If it were gunshot wounds, with the lithium deposit as leverage, they wouldn't worry about being detained. But scratches were a different matter. If Cheng Ye deemed them an infection risk and locked them in isolation, even Happiness City's higher-ups couldn't object. It was an ironclad checkpoint rule, an unshakable principle. Sir, we're willing to add a meteorite fragment from Chingstone Settlement on top of the 600 coins. Shut up. Cheng Ye cut Cole off, stopping his bribe mid-sentence. No matter how good the offer, you needed to be alive to spend it. Despite the Western faction's greed at the checkpoint, seemingly letting money by passage, no one dared slack on screening infected entities. Even the brood in Zone B would rather overkill than let one slip. This was why inspectors maintained a solid reputation in the buffer zone, never faltering. Anyone who broke this rule became the enemy of all inspectors and the public enemy of the buffer zone's residents. You get out. Let the one with the arm injury come in. Yes, sir. Cole gritted his teeth, hoping this Eastern inspector could see clearly. Soon the two swapped. The new Westerner stripped, and Cheng Ye saw a shocking scratch. From shoulder to forearm, the mark was at least 30 centimeters long, flesh torn open, bone visible. Name? Ram Waters. Your brothers? Yes, sir. All four of us are. Tell me how you got injured. Be specific. Don't feed me bedtime stories for kids. My patience has a limit. Understood, sir. Ram's gaze was steady, realizing his life was now in his own hands. It was antwolves, over 40, all adults. Antwolves, one of the most common mutated beasts in city ruins, were notorious for their reproductive prowess. Cheng Ye's mind flashed with information from both the inspector's manual and scattered records in the survival library. Their life form resembled gray wolves, with adults standing about 1.2 meters at the shoulder, sporting sharp fangs and incredible speed. Their carbonized keratin fur resisted physical attacks. The ant, in their name, came from their mutated reproductive system. Female ant wolves went into heat every 6 months, their abdomens evolving into massive brood sacs like ant queens, producing 15 to 20 eggs per cycle. Hatchlings reached adolescence in 3 months and maturity in a year. With ample food and known natural predators, a few ant wolves could spawn a massive pack in 4 or 5 years. However, their meat, though tough and foul-tasting, was non-toxic and edible, ensuring they didn't overrun the wasteland, especially within eastern borders, where ant wolf meat was a staple festival dish for scavengers and drifters. You know the value of a lithium deposit, sir. We didn't believe a scavenger would find a wild one and just happen to tell us. But scavengers risk their lives for a shot at striking it rich, right? After hesitating, we decided to check it out, but we deliberately lured a pack of ant wolves to trail our van, figuring they'd disrupt any ambush. And we bet right. A ruthless glint flashed in Ram's eyes. The scavenger's tip about an open stripping layer on a hillside was true. Pegmatite lithium deposits on the sunward side. The ambush was no surprise either. But the Hunter Ghost gang didn't expect us to bring antwolves. While they hid on the shaded side, the wolves swarmed, and we hit from the sunward side, taking them down with little effort. But Ram paused, a bitter smile crossing his face. We misjudged the wolves' appetite. 27 people didn't satisfy them, and they turned on us. These injuries came from fighting the pack. Ram's account was not only clear, but also fluid, clearly rehearsed on the road. Cheng Ye nodded slightly, unbothered by this, unlike other inspectors. Nor did he, like in TV dramas, illogically assume fluent equaled lies. For his graduate defense, he'd rehearsed for 2 days in his dorm, with life and death at stake. It made sense for the four to polish their story to avoid slip-ups, which would otherwise suggest guilt. 4 brothers, bold, cunning, and smart. Only people like this could find a priceless lithium deposit. Cheng Ye sighed inwardly. Heroes were as numerous as fish crossing the river. In the Wasteland, no one could be underestimated. Anyone surviving the city ruins was a ruthless figure licking blood off the blade. Report your numbers. 37.7/133/22. Ram answered calmly, though his heart sank. His stats were on the edge of abnormal. If his temperature broke 38 degrees Celsius, the inspector could lock them in isolation without justification. Let the leg-injured one come in, supported by the other two. Cheng Ye spoke flatly, pointing to the corner of the isolation zone. You, stand there and don't move. Yes, sir. The gate slid open, and the two helped the injured man in. Cole assisted the leg-injured one in stripping. Good Lord. Compared to Ram's arm wound, this man's leg injury was horrifying. From calf to thigh root, massive bite marks exposed raw flesh. Even immediate medical attention might not save the leg from amputation. Sir, names: Hal Waters, Simo Waters. Report numbers. No room for extra explanations. Cole gritted his teeth and measured for them. 36.9/102/18. 38.7/162/26. Hal's data was fine, but Simo's 3 danger level stats were so bad, even a dog would shake its head. Sir, Cole opened his mouth, unsure where to begin. Pleading for leniency now would be asking Cheng Ye to break inspector principles. Everyone knew abnormal stats were likely due to severe injuries triggering immune responses. Sir, lock me up. My injury's too bad. I'm done for. Simo clenched his teeth, blood foaming at his mouth. Please, for the lithium deposit, for our service to Happiness City, let the other 3 go. What nonsense! Cole's face changed, grabbing Simo's shoulder. We 4 brothers swore to live and die together. We finally got a shot at turning things around. No one gets left behind. Simo, shut up. If anyone's getting locked up, it's me. All right, time to retract this smart label for these 4 brothers. Cheng Ye sighed silently, noting that while he wasn't as dumb as interrogators in TV dramas, the interrogated idiots were very real. Whether to detain was indeed up to the inspector. Even with Simo's 3 abnormal stats, he could choose not to isolate. But locking up one and letting the other 3 go, that was blatant rule-breaking. Unless they were inner-city residents with higher-level authority backing them. Doing so would get him suspended and investigated the next second. Bang! A shot fired into the air silenced the melodrama. The 4 brothers froze, their minds buzzing with the gunshot's echo. Holstering his standard-issue pistol, Cheng Ye jerked his chin toward the corner. Leave him. The rest of you, get to the corner and squat. Yes, sir. The gate slid open, and the 2 helped the injured man in. Cole assisted the leg-injured one in stripping. Good Lord. Compared to Ram's arm wound, this man's leg injury was horrifying. From calf to thigh root, massive bite marks exposed raw flesh. Even immediate medical attention might not save the leg from amputation. Sir, names: Hal Waters, Simo Waters. Report numbers. No room for extra explanations. Cole gritted his teeth and measured for them. 36.9/102/18. 38.7/162/26. Hal's data was fine, but Simo's 3 danger level stats were so bad, even a dog would shake its head. Sir, Cole opened his mouth, unsure where to begin. Pleading for leniency now would be asking Cheng Ye to break inspector principles. Everyone knew abnormal stats were likely due to severe injuries triggering immune responses. Sir, lock me up. My injury's too bad. I'm done for. Simo clenched his teeth, blood foaming at his mouth. Please, for the lithium deposit, for our service to Happiness City, let the other 3 go. What nonsense! Cole's face changed, grabbing Simo's shoulder. We 4 brothers swore to live and die together. We finally got a shot at turning things around. No one gets left behind. Simo, shut up. If anyone's getting locked up, it's me. All right, time to retract this smart label for these 4 brothers. Cheng Ye sighed silently, noting that while he wasn't as dumb as interrogators in TV dramas, the interrogated idiots were very real. Whether to detain was indeed up to the inspector. Even with Simo's 3 abnormal stats, he could choose not to isolate. But locking up one and letting the other three go, that was blatant rule-breaking. Unless they were inner-city residents with higher-level authority backing them. Doing so would get him suspended and investigated the next second. Bang! A shot fired into the air silenced the melodrama. The four brothers froze, their minds buzzing with the gunshot's echo. Holstering his standard-issue pistol, Cheng Ye jerked his chin toward the corner. Leave him. The rest of you, get to the corner and squat. The carrot and stick approach never fails. Cole and Hal didn't dare make a move, scurrying to squat beside Ram. Being locked in isolation at least offered a chance to survive, but if Cheng Ye shot them as infected entities now, they have no one to turn to. Sir, shut up. As Cheng Ye approached, Simo opened his mouth, only to be cut off ruthlessly. Whatever I do next, you endure it. Otherwise, it's straight to isolation, got it? Got it, sir. Realizing there was hope for survival, Simo's weary eyes lit up with a spark of life. Unlike the central checkpoint, which only tested temperature, heart rate, and respiratory rate for drifters, isolating or expelling anyone with abnormal data, the rapid inspection station dealt mostly with Happiness City residents. To balance efficiency and accuracy, it was equipped with additional detection tools. Cheng Ye swiped his badge over a black box on the desk. Click! The lock popped open, revealing two rarely used, pristine instruments, a scalpel, and a metal tray. Dual mode vital signs detector. Corrupt light metabolism detector. The former, a handheld imaging device, displayed a real-time approximation of the subject's internal structure on a rear screen. The latter specialized in wound detection. Under specific wavelengths, infected areas glowed visibly. If matched to the infection source database, the fluorescence was a glaring red. If unmatched, it showed normal green. Sounds useful, but why were they pristine? Simple. They weren't necessary. Quarantine Zone A held nearly 300 people. While some were infected, at least 95% were clean. Otherwise, who'd dare venture out? But few inspectors were willing to take responsibility. When faced with abnormal data and unclear reasons, most preferred to label it high infection risk and toss the person into isolation for a while. Whether they survived wasn't their concern. If questioned, they had a ready excuse. We're protecting the buffer zone's hundreds of thousands. We can't risk everyone for one person, right? Can you still move? Yes. Follow my instructions and rotate your body. The dual mode referred to microfocus CT and photoacoustic imaging modules. Cheng Ye had never seen these in the modern world. This was his first time using them. The displayed images were impressively clear, only slightly less sharp than hospital scans. On the screen, a gray 3D model of a person rotated, the right leg glowing with a faint red warning. After internal processing and magnification, the bite marks showed radially torn muscle fibers, with eroded tissue at the wound's edges resembling acid-corroded sponge. Other body parts showed circular or irregular high-density shadows, bleeding spots due to hemoglobin's density. No issues, just the leg bite. The rest are bruises and scrapes. Cheng Ye exhaled slightly. The narrative checked out, so the focus of infection detection shifted to the wound's characteristics. With only the leg wound, the likelihood of infection dropped significantly. As Big B had said, infected entity attacks were chaotic. Once they locked onto a target, they'd pounce like rabid dogs, never fixating on just one spot. Time for the corrupt light metabolism detector. A pale green light shone on the leg wound, soon displaying green fluorescence, no red in sight. This meant if the wound was from an infected entity, it could only be an unregistered one, like the corrupt vine. The probability of infection dropped further. One last step. I need to cut a piece of your flesh. Can you handle it? What? Simo froze, then broke into irrepressible joy. What did he hear? The final step? My God, was this inspector an angel sent by the heavens? Cut whatever you want, sir. Take the whole leg. I can handle it. Not that dramatic, just a small piece. Cheng Ye forced a smile, not to ease Simo's nerves, but his own. Shooting infected entities didn't faze him. They weren't human in his mind, just monsters, no different from hitting a dummy. But cutting into a living person? that made him uneasy. Thankfully, the scalpel in the box was razor-sharp. Cheng Ye lightly sliced a piece of flesh the size of a pinky nail from the wound's edge. Surprisingly, Simo showed no reaction, making Cheng Ye marvel inwardly. Impressive. If it were those candy super sweet boy band types, they'd probably be howling 3 miles away by now. Raven, take this sample for infection source matching. Hurry. Understood, sir. While the 4 underwent inspection, Raven and Owl had been waiting outside the isolation gate. From an observer's perspective, they couldn't fathom why Cheng Ye bothered so much for ordinary people. But from a commoner's view, their feelings were complex, unsure how to judge. They rushed the sample to the testing building in Zone E for analysis. Time ticked by. 10 minutes later, Raven returned, slipping a note through the gate. Problem. Cheng Ye frowned, but the note read normal. He realized Raven was sharp. Announcing it aloud would steal his thunder. Letting him declare the result showed workplace savvy. All right, you 3, stop sneaking peeks. Get dressed and come here. Back at the desk, Cheng Ye spoke softly. The next second, the 3 sprang up like they had springs in their feet, rushing to Simo's side. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Their tearful embrace made Cheng Ye's throat catch, unsure what to say. What a ridiculous world. He'd only done his job, following the inspector's manual to the letter, yet they treated him like a deity. It's not that I'm too good. This checkpoint's rotten to the core. Cheng Ye mused, then shifted his thoughts. If this was the culture throughout Happiness City, what would he do if he faced a similar situation, forced to beg for his life? The sense of crisis is maxed out. No wonder everyone in the buffer zone climbs upward to avoid that day. As the 4's crying subsided, Cheng Ye refocused. What was that thing you said you'd give me? Oh, right, meteorite iron. We got it from Chingstone Settlement. Cole slapped his head, hurrying to the van's rear to pull out a fist-sized black ore. Look, sir, this stuff's tough. We don't know its composition. Keep it for fun. Meteorite iron? Cheng Ye pinched the ore, feeling a cold, hard texture. It looked unremarkable compared to the fire iron he'd seen before. I'll have Master Lu check it out when I pick up my weapon the day after tomorrow. Cheng Ye nodded, satisfied. Without the action function, this raw ore would be useless to him. But with action, finding a forging skill and equipment could let him craft weapons freely. I'll keep this, but take these happiness coins back. Cheng Ye pushed the 6 coins across the desk. Happiness coins weren't much use in the buffer zone. He needed contribution points for what he wanted. Besides, the coins Cheng Long left would take ages to spend. Sir, fine. I'll keep 1 to ease your minds. Seeing their pleading looks, Cheng Ye sighed helplessly. If you find more ores like this, bring them to me. My communicator ID is 96061. You got it, sir. Rest assured, any ores we find, you'll get first dibs. Cole's eyes lit up. A chance to connect with an inspector was once in a lifetime. Even if it was a dog at the desk, cough. Well, power was power. But truth be told, Cheng Ye was different from other inspectors. The 4 exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with joy. The lithium deposits reward would provide a hefty startup fund, and linking up with a reliable inspector would save them countless headaches. After nearly 5 years of scraping by in Happiness City, this could be their ticket to soaring. Hurry and get him treated. Move fast. That leg might still be saved. Thank you, sir. The 4 nodded repeatedly. Cole dashed to the driver's seat, starting the van, while Hal helped the others back to the rear. Cheng Ye pressed a button, and the exit gate slid open. But just as Cole waved excitedly about to hit the gas, boom! The freshly opened gate slammed shut with a deafening metallic clang. At the same time, a piercing alarm blared through the checkpoint. 2 long beeps, too short, echoing relentlessly in the open space. What's happening? The 4 looked up, stunned, only to see Cheng Ye and the Zone B inspector leap to their feet in shock. Like a bomb had dropped, the alarm triggered hundreds of armed guards to pour out of the 4 quarantine zones, on high alert. Too long, too short, the checkpoint's highest alert. Either an infected tide is coming or... Cheng Ye whipped around, the 4 following his gaze. On the checkpoint's machine gun tower, 2 flags now hung. One blood red, one paper white. This meant red for danger, white for sacrifice. Both flags raised together. Cheng Ye's voice sank. A duty station chief has been killed. What was the status of a duty station chief at the checkpoint? According to Liu Bai, they were the inner city's designated successors to the head station chief. To become a duty station chief, one either made significant contributions to Happiness City or possessed exceptional personal ability. If Ding Yishan were to die unexpectedly, the head station chief position would be chosen from among the duty station chiefs. Yes, Deputy Station Chief Harlan couldn't directly inherit the role. Despite his competitive edge, he'd still need to vie fairly with other duty station chiefs. In Cheng Ye's view, duty station chiefs were like princes. If Ding Yishan, the emperor, fell, the next emperor would be chosen from Harlan, the crown prince, and the other princes. Victory depended on who played the dirtiest at the Xuanwu Gate. Of course, this was just a power analogy. Interpersonally, the station chief and duty station chiefs were equals. I saw Downs this morning. No infected entities infiltrated the North Station, so it can't be here. The South Station or Central Station, then Cheng Ye paused. Was his luck really so good that choosing the North Station dodged a bullet? Logically, the Central Checkpoint rarely encountered tough, infected entities. Powerful infection sources drained their hosts heavily. Those that made it to Happiness City were usually weaker, like Whispering Tentacles, creepy, but low in combat strength. Rapid inspection stations were different. Take Barrett, infected by the corrupt vine. 4 days in isolation, and he still hadn't hit the outbreak phase. If such a powerful infected entity went berserk in a crowd, it could wipe out dozens in minutes. It's not your issue. Just wait patiently. Cheng Ye reassured the anxious 4 brothers. Setting an example, he sat under the rain umbrella, waiting calmly for further news. A duty station chief's unexpected death, regardless of his own, triggered an immediate lockdown of all 3 checkpoints. No entry, no exit. Like in Zombie Next Door, dozens waiting to enter were stuck until the alert lifted. Poor Simo, cleared by Cheng Ye's inspection, but now trapped, unable to get treatment. Talk about bad luck. The Central and South stations are run by Eastern inspectors. No matter who died, Ding Yishan's got a headache. The already unbalanced situation will likely tip further toward the Westerners. Is this a blessing or a curse for me? If Ding Yishan goes crazy, his thoughts churned. Inspectors seemed glamorous to outsiders, but who knew the tightrope they walked in private? Cheng Ye could only try to see the bigger picture, analyzing how the shifting dynamics might affect him. If I were Ding Yishan, what would I do? The Eastern inspectors are weak because the younger generation isn't stepping up, but the mid-tier forces are still solid. Bigby mentioned that among 4th stage senior inspectors, Easterners slightly outmatch Westerners. At the top, 5th stage inspectors hold a 4-2 advantage. It's only a 3rd stage and below where Westerners dominate. Plus, 2 of the 3 duty station chiefs are Easterners, keeping the balance. Now, with 1 Eastern duty station chief dead, step-by-step analysis. Cheng Ye's eyes lit up. From Ding Yishan's perspective, the top priority was filling the vacant duty station chief position. If Easterners held on to 2 chief spots, the stalemate would persist. But if Westerners snagged it, the checkpoint's dynamics would flip upside down. With the fire at his eyebrows, would Ding Yishan even notice a lowly trainee inspector like him? Even if Ding Yishan was dead set on crushing him and gave the spot to his own, so what? Worst case, I flip the table and join the Westerners. Who's afraid of who? To thrive in this iron rice bowl, there were 2 paths. Either stay low-key, sip tea, read reports, avoid factions, and coast to retirement, or fight tooth and nail, relying on cunning without a backer, letting strength do the talking. The first wasn't an option for Cheng Ye, nor did he want it. The Wasteland wasn't civilized. The bottom rung had no say over life and death. The second, his biggest backer, Cheng Long, was gone before they met, leaving only Liu Bai. But Liu Bai alone wasn't enough to shield Cheng Long's soul heir. Though he's gone, he left a ton of favors. If I die at this critical moment, someone could stir trouble, giving Ding Yishan a real headache. The more he thought, the clearer it became. Only when the East-West faction fight hit a fever pitch, with no clear winner, would attention turn to the bottom. No one knew if that'd be days or months, but one thing was certain. It gave him enough time to prove his worth. Inspector Cheng. Hey, over here. Hearing his name, Cheng Ye snapped out of his thoughts, looking over. To his surprise, it was the Western inspector from Zone B. A gaunt middle-aged man, balding, with deep-set eye sockets and a typical European face. This guy, who shoved everyone into isolation, wasn't here to kick him while he was down, was he? I got word. It's He Fei, the Central Station's duty chief, who died unexpectedly. Separated by the iron netting between Zones A and B, the Western inspector approached, his expression complex, voice low. What? He Fei? Cheng Ye gasped, his memory yanked back to his first day as a trainee at the Central Checkpoint. The bushy-browed, warm-eyed He Fei had personally taken him to Quarantine Station 8, instructing other inspectors to look out for the rookie with genuine care. Though they hadn't met since, just 3 days ago, Cheng Ye had called He Fei to request leave. He Fei had even told him, "Don't let down Station Chief Ding and everyone's expectations." And now, days later, He Fei was dead. A special hydrophilic infected entity slipped into the Central Checkpoint. Its abilities were bizarre, and they're still investigating He Fei's cause of death. Don't get me wrong, I'm a Westerner, but I stay out of East-West faction nonsense. My focus is doing my job. Whether you're Eastern or Western means nothing to me. Ignoring what Cheng Ye might think, the zombie inspector wiped sweat from his brow. But we're both inspectors. If an infected entity gets into my zone, you wouldn't let me die, right? Got it. So that's his angle. Cheng Ye had wondered why this guy came over, spilling station intel and stressing his neutrality. Turns out, he was just a slacker aiming to coast to retirement. Let's introduce ourselves. Mateo Li. Cheng Ye. Exchanging names sealed the connection. Cheng Ye hadn't expected his first inspector acquaintance at the North Station to come about like this. No wonder this guy sent everyone to isolation at the first sign of trouble. Now it made sense. For a slacker, avoiding screw-ups was the greatest achievement. Shoving all suspects into isolation, ensuring few passed the checkpoint smoothly, was a genius way to coast. I know Easter habits. You can call me Lee Mateo. Lots of folks do. Chuckling, he continued, I got unlucky this week, stuck in Zone B with too many people. If I could pair with you in Zone A, it'd be safer and easier. I'm just a trainee inspector, first time at a rapid station. You're joking, Inspector Lee. I need to learn from you. No joke. Lee Mateo's face grew serious, shaking his head. Nothing new happens here. We heard about this morning's incident as soon as we clocked in. Your way of handling those punks was ruthless. They're spoiled, daring to mess with anyone. If they knew what your dad did. Ahem, I'm curious. In the isolation cell, how'd you figure out that guy was infected with just a few words? It was a new infection source. Don't tell me it was luck. Sorry, you nailed it. Pure luck. Cheng Ye's face twitched. Lee Mateo had guessed the truth. But his answer, though honest, sounded dismissive, like he wasn't keen on bonding. Thankfully, the blaring alarm finally stopped. Looking at the tower, the 2 alert flags had been replaced with a single yellow one. Damn, how unlucky. Lee Mateo muttered. It's already 2. 2 more hours, and we'd be off. Now all non-duty inspectors have to gather at the Central Station, and we're stuck here till night. Till night. Cheng Ye scratched his head, face neutral, but inwardly delighted. Zone, it was dead all day. Even staying till night would be a breeze. And if the next inspector didn't show up, wouldn't that mean he could keep charging? At this rate, he'd have enough for a search by the end of the shift. Grind out. Damn infected entities. Good thing the yellow flag means the station closes at 8, or 16-hour shifts would break even the toughest. Lee Mateo sighed, then leaned in, whispering, Inspector Cheng, don't let me die if there's danger. Help me once, and I'll give you 20 contribution points. Deal. Deal. Cheng Ye agreed readily. First, if Zombie had a berserk infected entity, it'd affect Zone A anyway. Second, 20 contribution points was decent for just standing there, firing a few shots as support. Why not? Funny, spotting Barrett made them think I've got real skills. Back at his seat, Cheng Ye pondered, realizing his start was almost too perfect. If he hadn't disciplined those punks and gone straight to zone A to face Barrett, he'd be seen as a lucky fluke. But by first showing his edge, leaving a strong impression, then identifying Barrett's infection in the isolation cell with a few words, the impact was entirely different. Cunning in workplace games, backed by matching skills. In other inspectors' eyes, he'd gone from new Eastern trainee to tough nut to crack. Well, damn. Charging up nicely, low risk. Tonight, once I'm fully charged, I'll sweep the isolation zone. No infected means skills. Finding one earns contribution points, strengthens my rep, and canceling the search net's double action points. This start is straight up godly.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.